American detective, master of the quick draw, Western style. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Suspect. The prison where former school Dr. Darren is located is an old public prison called Harper Prison, located in the suburbs of Los Angeles. The surroundings are very desolate. Dean and his companions saw many people riding horses passing by on the road. This is a real countryside. This kind of public prison is no longer popular. Most public prisons only consume the government's money. The prison's revenue is often insufficient compared to the expenditure, which is a burden. In contrast, private prisons are not only worry-free and labor-saving, but also profitable, and can provide enough jobs and provide cheap enough goods for the market. Compare them. Even a fool knows how to choose. The reason why Darren's prison can be preserved until now is entirely because it is around a farm and can be self-sufficient to a certain extent, and it can create a certain amount of income by farming and operating a sewing machine. But the environment of the prison is a bit hard to describe. Is this Harper Prison? Harry looked at the dilapidated yellow cement building in front of him and was a little surprised. The perimeter of the prison is surrounded by a circle of barbed wire. Although there was a warning of high voltage, a yellow dog openly rubbed against the iron fence, and then lifted its back and left contentedly after marking the territory. Harry felt that if he was given a soup spoon, he could escape from prison in half a year at most. Look at the sign, it's here. Dean was not surprised. According to the information provided by Daisy, in order to save money, Harper Prison only hired 4 prison guards, who took turns to work in the day and night shifts. The number of prisoners here is also decreasing year by year. Currently, there are only more than 80 people. Meals and other things are all handled by the prisoners themselves. It can be said to be a careful budget. Harry, so, Darren may run away from here, commit a crime, and then come back. Dean nodded and patted the rusty iron door. The iron door was old and rusty, and it made a harsh creaking sound. A sleepy white prison guard poked his head out of the upstairs window. Hey, it's not visiting time today, get out of here. I'm Detective Dean from the Los Angeles Police Department. I'm here to find out more about a prisoner. Dean took out his detective ID. What? Dean didn't know if the other party didn't hear him clearly or did it on purpose, so he had to repeat it again. A moment later, a fat white prison guard came out of the office panting, opened the iron door, and welcomed the two in. He seemed to be living well here, but a little silly. He didn't introduce himself. After confirming Dean and the others' identities, he took them upstairs. The environment here looks a bit like an old apartment. Although it's shabby, it's also divided into 3 floors. The entrance reception area, the cell plus activity work area, and the kitchen logistics area. Dean and his friends are now in the entrance reception area. On the other side of the building is a free-moving flat area, as big as 2 football fields. Further away is the flat cell area. Dean noticed that there are many cameras over there. A black prison guard, carrying a rifle, was sitting on the observation deck smoking, looking very leisurely. Entered the office. As soon as the door opened, a strange smell came over. This smell was very much like the smell of a boys' dormitory with more than a dozen people living in it, with toilet paper all over the floor, and then it was brewing after a month of not cleaning. Harry couldn't help but cover his nose and complained, "Man, you should ventilate this place more. By the way, my name is Harry, man, what's your name?" "Ah." The white prison guard was stunned for a moment, then he said stupidly, "Haha, my name is Al, responsible for the day shift guard. They think I'm stupid, so I'm usually responsible for reception and doing some odd jobs here." Harry. Dean. Well, it does look not smart. Dean saw this and asked, "We came here to learn about Derlin Haas. Can you give us a brief introduction?" Derlin. Al nodded, "Sure. What do you want to know? How does he behave?" "Very well. The prisoners here get along well with each other. There has never been a fight. How many people visit him?" "Visit?" Al thought about it and said hesitantly, "His son and wife come to see him every month and give him some money. After all, there is a shortage of supplies here." Harry was surprised. "Do you have a store here?" He was not surprised that things could be sold in the prison, but that someone could run a store in such a shabby place. "There is no store, but if they want something, they can ask us to help buy it." We will charge a little more money as a reward. Al smiled a little embarrassedly. Prisoners also have wages, and their families will help them from time to time. Their prison guards don't have a high income, and earning a little reward is also a kind of unspoken rule. While the two were talking, Dean was always looking at Al. Al seemed to have some problems with his IQ. They were sitting, but Al stood like a child being questioned by his parents, lowering his head, answering each question. "Al, have you ever seen Darren's mother come?" Dean suddenly asked. Al shook his head. "When I was on duty, I only saw his son and wife come, and never saw anyone else come to see him." "Okay, can you call Darren over?" "No problem, I'll talk to Kaniv." Al pointed to the black prison guard in the watchtower outside. "He is my companion, we are always on the day shift." After he went out, Harry couldn't help it any longer. "Dean, do you think this guy has some brain problems? He makes me feel like I'm back in school, but this time I'm the teacher and he's the timid student. There's nothing wrong with his IQ, he's just not confident and doesn't have the ability to communicate with outsiders." Dean pointed to his ear. "Didn't you notice that he likes to tilt his head to listen to us talking?" "What do you mean?" "He probably has a hearing impairment in his right ear, and he's afraid of being discriminated against, so he doesn't wear a hearing aid, so he does this subconsciously." Harry looked at Dean with admiration. "Dean, the longer I know you, the more I feel that you're like the sea, unfathomable, and your knowledge is profound, just like the clouds in the sky, vast and broad." Being licked by a man so shamelessly. Even Dean couldn't handle it. He pointed to the table near the window. "Harry, you're exaggerating, I just saw the hearing aid on the table." Harry. He had practiced a poetry recitation method for a whole night, but as soon as he took it out, he was slapped in the face. To ease the embarrassment, he walked to Al's desk in a pretentious manner, picked up the hearing aid and looked at it. "Well, this thing looks ugly. It is indeed easy to be discriminated against if you wear it. If you make it look like a headset. Hey, no mistake, 1 song, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, take a look." Suddenly, Harry seemed to have discovered a new world. He opened Al's drawer and pinched out a pair of pink lace pantyhose from it. The pantyhose was covered with dried yellow stains. The two immediately understood what it was. Harry threw the thing back in disgust and said with a bitter face, "He actually masturbated in the office. He's so loser. I just hope that this lace is not stolen from some old lady. It should be left here by a female visitor." Dean smiled and pointed to a corner of the desk. "Some couples who come to visit always need to solve their physiological needs. Only this office is relatively hidden here." Harry looked down. There were a few small umbrellas that were not cleaned up. He was powerless to complain. This broken place didn't even have a sex room. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Al came back alone, with a guilty look on his face. "Sorry, Darren doesn't want to see you. Kaniv is protecting him. If he wants to see you, the detective bureau needs to send us a subpoena." FK. Harry cursed inwardly, and said helplessly, "Dean, it seems that a lot of Darren's money has been given to Kaniv. Few prison guards would get stuck because of some procedural matters and disgust them." Dean also frowned and said to Al, "Have you installed cameras in the cell area?" "Yes, this is a requirement from above, and it is also convenient for our management. In addition, someone will come to spot check the surveillance every week to prevent prisoners from colluding with prison guards to go out and move around. I want to see Darren's recent surveillance." "No problem." Al took the two of them and walked to another room on this floor. "There are 20 screens here, half of which are the prison area and the other half are the prisoner's activity area. After checking, Darren has been in prison since December. He behaves honestly and works hard. He looks like a completely changed man." And Dean noticed. Most of the prisoners in this prison are middle-aged and elderly people in their 40s or 50s. No wonder Al said it was peaceful here. After all, these prisoners might not necessarily live more comfortably than in prison after they got out. At present, the possibility that Darren himself escaped from prison and committed a crime can be ruled out. However, Dean became suspicious of that Kaniv. Harry was right. The black prison guard was indeed protecting Darren. He had most likely received bribes from Darren. And Al said that he and Kaniv had always been on the day shift, and Howard was heard at 10 o'clock in the evening. Kaniv had the time to commit crimes. Thinking of this, Dean tentatively asked, "By the way, Al, do you know Kaniv? What is his relationship with those prisoners?" Al hesitated, as if he was afraid of something. Dean winked at Harry. Harry understood immediately and hugged Al. "Hey man, we are the only ones here, and we will leave soon. You can say whatever you want. You can't be afraid of that Kenneth, right?" "I'm not afraid of him." Al looked up angrily, his face flushed slightly, and then lowered his head again. "But he is really fierce and will blackmail the prisoners. Every time someone sends something over, he will keep some for himself. I don't like him, so we rarely communicate." "Okay, thank you, Al. If Kenneth asks you, just say that we asked who came to see Darren." Dean patted Al's shoulder in gratitude. Al seemed to have rarely met someone who was so kind to him. He sent the two out of the prison, and when they left, he asked if they would come again, and he seemed reluctant to leave the car. Harry took out his mobile phone and made calls one by one. Dean soon saw his connections. Only 3 minutes passed. Harry received the accurate information and said to Dean excitedly, "My friend's friend lives in the town where Kenneth is. He said that Kenneth has an autistic son who often needs professional psychiatric treatment, so he lives a tight life. But half a year ago, Kenneth's wife took her son to New York to consult a very famous psychiatrist. The price is not low. The consultation is once a month. It costs more than $10,000 each time. Add the round-trip fare and accommodation. Kenneth's wife spent at least $70,000 to $80,000 on her son in just half a year." Although Harry admired Kenneth, a rare family-oriented man among black people, he still bluntly expressed his guess. Where did Kenneth, a poor prison guard, get the money? The other party is very suspicious. Brothers, have a good weekend. 3 chapters are 11,000, and the update is complete. There will be more chapters before 12 o'clock. But I'm not sure when it will come out. I say good night in advance, Dog Thief. Chapter 102 Case Arrangement, 4 Investigation Directions. The meeting room of the 4th Squadron. Everyone began to report their work progress. Dean first briefly talked about the gains of the prison trip, and emphasized the matter of the black prison guard Kenneth. "Daisy, can you get the financial flow of Kenneth and his wife without a plane?" Daisy hesitated. "It's possible. There are many bank employees who are family members of our police officers, but this operation is against the rules, and those lawyers are also familiar with these procedures." She didn't say it bluntly. This is related to the case handling process. As long as there is a problem in one step, the defense lawyer will bite on this point afterwards and question the purity of the entire chain of evidence. Dean glanced at everyone and saw that besides Daisy, Robert also looked entangled. He couldn't help but smile and said, "What are you thinking about?" "I just need to know where Kenneth's money came from and figure out his role in this incident. As for the evidence, as long as the target is found, there will be loopholes." Old Hunter nodded. "Dean is right. Now the process has become stricter. In my era, as long as there is suspicion, people can be brought in for interrogation directly. Now we have handcuffs and leg irons on our bodies, and we are uncomfortable doing anything." Of course, he didn't mention that in the early years, there were so many false cases and wrongful convictions, and there were countless black policemen with gang identities. Dean's explanation convinced Daisy. She nodded and agreed. No one noticed that this was Dean subtly changing their style of doing things. "Okay, this is what Harry and I found when we went to the prison." "What did you get?" Old Hunter knocked on the table and said something that surprised everyone. "I actually know Darren's mother. When she was young, she was a very beautiful woman." "Hey, Deputy Captain, did you have a crush on her when you were young?" Harry winked at Old Hunter. He knew that there was a tigress in the Deputy Captain's family. Old Hunter rolled his eyes. "Don't talk nonsense, it's just that Mrs. Haas was very famous back then. She was very philanthropic. Because of her miserable experience in her early years, when she got older, she paid special attention to the lives of the elderly. She even published an autobiography and used all her royalties to rent an apartment to take care of the elderly. Many newspapers reported on Mrs. Haas at that time. But some unpleasant things happened during that time. Someone slandered her for taking care of the elderly in order to collect their Social Security benefits. Although the matter was finally settled, Mrs. Haas was heartbroken and began to focus on charity for the elderly and no longer appeared in public. In the blink of an eye, it has been almost 20 years now. I didn't expect that Darren was actually her son." Old Hunter sighed. Dean frowned. "So what the hell, did you investigate or not, just go and chat?" "But Old Hunter is the deputy captain, the kind who is about to retire. I have to give him some dignity." Dean winked at Harry. Harry was a born lackey, and he spoke in a tacit understanding. Deputy Captain, you are right. We can only say that Darren has tarnished his mother's reputation. By the way, Mrs. Haas didn't care about her son after Darren went to prison. Old Hunter shook his head. Mrs. Haas was furious. I didn't even see Darren's photo at her residence. And I heard from her that she hadn't been in touch with Darren and his wife and children for a long time. Now, she spends every day with the elderly who rent her apartment, playing cards and exercising, so that these lonely elderly people who can't keep up with the pace of society can have a stable old age. This is not only the son who is not wanted, but also the daughter-in-law and grandson. Everyone nodded. It seems that Darren's mother is an upright and kind-hearted old woman. Such an old woman who has silently persisted in charity for decades, even if she has been misunderstood, is unlikely to hire a killer to kill her son in order to get him out early. Dean was a little confused. Children from normal families rarely become so perverted as to violate another 10-year-old boy after getting married and having a son, and in such a brutal way. As a pervert, Dean has a lot to say in this regard. Harry once said something very right: an unfortunate childhood needs a lifetime to heal. Everything experienced in childhood determines a person's worldview and psychological state when he grows up. Many perverts look at it separately. In fact, they all have a miserable childhood. For example, Dean himself needs to use the warmth of a woman and the warmth of his family to lock up the inhuman beast in his heart that disregards life. This is why he never looks for a stable partner. Because he is afraid of inadvertently passing on his deformed heart to his next generation. So Dean has reason to suspect that this Mrs. Haas may not be as kind as she seems. Thinking of this, Dean smiled and said, "Deputy Captain, did Mrs. Haas write a book before?" Old Hunter nodded. She has experienced many ups and downs and misfortunes. She has been married 3 times and none of them ended well. I bought a copy at that time. I was very depressed when I read it, but I also admired her for being so open-minded after experiencing hardships. I have kept it in the study and use it to remind myself from time to time. It can be seen. Old Hunter really has a good impression of Mrs. Haas. I am a little curious after listening to it. Deputy Captain, can you bring the book to me tomorrow to read? No problem, but let's focus on the case first. Old Hunter agreed to Dean's request and looked at Robert. What do Darren's wife and son say? Robert's job is the easiest. He shrugged and said, I contacted them by phone. They said they would return to Los Angeles tomorrow and prepare to attend Darren's parole hearing. By the way, have you investigated their situation in Boston? Dean interrupted. What? Robert was a little confused. For example, Darren's son, Aleski Haas. How did he get into Harvard University? And Darren's wife? Where did she get the money to support Aleski's studies and life, and to visit Darren in prison every month and give him money? Robert's lips moved twice, and finally lowered his head. Sorry, I didn't think of that. Dean didn't look at him again, but knocked on the blackboard and wrote 2 lines, intimidation. Bribery. The victim, Howard, has always felt insecure because of his early experiences. Except for his mother, he rarely contacts outsiders, let alone conflicts. The most suitable motive for Howard's attack is Darren's parole hearing at number 9. But Harry and I have confirmed that Darren did not have the time to commit the crime. So all he can do is to intimidate and bribe the people around him to do it. Dean then wrote 3 lines before intimidation and bribery: prison guards, relatives, outsiders. Because of the working system of Harper Prison, there are only 2 suspects, Caniff and Al. Al is like a front desk because of his personality and basically has no contact with Darren, so he is not very suspicious. And Caniff is not clean, and he has an income that is difficult to reach even if he extorts those prisoners. He is one of the important suspects. Dean pointed to his relatives. I have seen the information of Darren's wife. She used to be a nurse, helping out at Darren's mother's retirement home. It is probably because of this reason that she eventually became Darren's wife. Her level determines that she is unable to support her son's life and tuition, not to mention that she flies back to Los Angeles almost every month to visit Darren and give him money. So we need to find out where her funds come from. Darren's son Aleski. He is the same age as the victim Howard, has excellent academic performance, and has no bad record. The only stain is his father, Darren. This is also something I don't understand. Because if Darren's wife divorces him and remarries, not only will the court support it, but it will also give her son a clean life. This is also a point that needs attention. In addition, I saw in the information provided by Daisy that Aleski was an outfielder on the school baseball team in high school. This position requires strong physical fitness. Considering that when Darren was imprisoned, Aleski was only 10 years old, just before a child rebelled and admired his father the most. But because of the case of indecent assault and serious injury, Darren was imprisoned. His family is broken apart. So Aleski may also hate Howard in his heart and be used by Darren. He has the physical condition and ability to do this. Dean paused for a moment after he finished speaking. It was not only to let everyone digest the information he provided, but also to take a breath. His mouth was dry after talking so much. Daisy handed over a bottle of water very attentively, and handed a document to Dean. This is the report provided by Holtz. He said that it is now certain that Howard's skull was smashed by a wooden stick at around 10 o'clock in the evening on December 1st. This requires the murderer to have great strength. According to the simulation of the knocking angle, the murderer is about the same height as Howard, or even taller, and was standing on his right side at the time, and suddenly attacked from behind. Very good. Dean showed joy on his face. Howard is 1.8 meters tall. Harry is exactly 1.8 meters tall. Al is a little shorter than him, so he can be ruled out for now. Caniff and Aleski both meet this height requirement. It seems that we still need to investigate where Aleski was on December 1st. In addition, Howard asked for leave to come back for the hearing on the 9th. How did the murderer know the exact time of his return? This is also a breakthrough. Caniff's source of income, Aleski's movement trajectory, Howard's return route insider, Darren's wife's source of income. Dean wrote them down one by one. These points are the focus of our next investigation. These are all in your hands. Dean, are you going to abandon me? Harry looked at Dean with grievance. Dean resisted the urge to punch him and said calmly, I'm going to the Los Angeles terminal of the Greyhound bus to see if I can find any new clues. He has sorted out the case to this extent. If this group of people still doesn't work, Dean will consider bringing in a few talented newcomers and retraining them. This will make it easier for him to get promoted later and then lie down and make money. The meeting was over. Everyone left one by one. Old Hunter walked up to Dean, looked at him with a complicated expression, was silent for a while, and said sincerely, Dean, to be honest, you are the best young man I have seen in the past few decades. I seem to see a detective rising step by step beside me. He used to feel uncomfortable when he saw Dean in the limelight. Qualifications were crushed by strength. It's hard to describe. But Dean used his strength again and again to completely conquer him. Deputy Captain. Dean felt a little strange about Old Hunter's sudden sentimentality. He had thought about how to deal with Old Hunter. In the end, the other party gave in before he made a move. It was quite unfulfilling. Old Hunter thought Dean was shy, smiled generously, and patted him on the shoulder. Come on, Dean, the future is yours. Dean. I don't know why. This sentence sounded quite disgusting. Dean shook his head, called the police station, made an appointment with a patrolman who handled Howard's case before, and drove to the Los Angeles terminal of the Greyhound bus. I hope this time I can gain something. Thanks to the book friend Knight of Glory for the 6,000 book coins reward. Thanks to the boss is really kind. Thanks to the book friend charging his justice for the reward. Thanks to the boss. Dean, thanks to the book friend Knight of Glory for the 5,000 book coins character reward. Thanks to the boss. Sanjiang extra update. 12-2 equals 10. I revised it twice and reposted it, and finally it didn't get stuck in the review. I can go to bed now. Chapter 103 Crime Scene, Shoe Prints. At the Greyhound bus terminal in Los Angeles, a black police officer leaned against the wall, chatting and laughing with two scantily clad women, while impatiently scanning the streets from the corner of his eyes. He was enjoying his day off. But a call from the detective bureau forced him to run to this remote and haunted place again. If he hadn't been lucky enough to meet two charming mature women who approached him enthusiastically, he would have cursed. At this moment, the black police officer's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was the number that made him unhappy. Hey, men, where are you? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Sorry, I'll take a look around first. If possible, can you ask the two women next to you to come to the fast food restaurant together? I want to talk to them. The black police officer glanced at the two mature women beside him, whistled, and showed a lewd smile. Okay, men, since you and I have similar tastes, I forgive you. Is it the chicken leg fast food on the corner? Yes. Hang up the phone. In the chicken leg fast food restaurant, Dean looked at the used small umbrella in the bag in front of him and knocked on the table. Howard was talking to his mother when he was attacked. After that, he lost contact. Howard's mother chose to call the police. But unfortunately, near the station, the police found neither witnesses nor the place where the other party was attacked, let alone his mobile phone and other items. Dean's purpose of coming here this time is very simple. Find the place where Howard was attacked. Without any clues, it is not easy to determine the location where a person was attacked in such a large area. And the news Howard told his mother is not necessarily true. This requires putting yourself in the shoes of the murderer and the victim. First, Howard arrived at 8 o'clock in the evening, so why was he still here at 10 o'clock in the evening? Second, how did the murderer know Howard's exact itinerary? How did he determine Howard's route in such a mixed transit station and finally launch a sneak attack? Third, what is the best place to launch a sneak attack and transfer Howard's not-so-light body without attracting attention? After walking around, Dean found useful clues. He found several used small umbrellas in the alley behind this fast food restaurant. The model of the small umbrella is the same brand as the small umbrella Howard was wearing at the beginning. Through money and selling sex, Dean learned a very important piece of information from the female salesperson of the fast food restaurant. In the past 2 years, a group of older prostitutes have come here, specializing in fast food business for passengers who have just got off the bus. In order to save money, some customers will make quick decisions in some alleys. Key point: age. From a psychological point of view, Howard, who was born in a single-parent family and lacked fatherly love since childhood, had only his mother to accompany and encourage him to grow up after a tragic childhood, which would make him have a special Oedipus complex in his heart. After adulthood, Howard may not show this kind of emotion to his mother due to ethical reasons. But with this and other known information, Dean made a reasonable inference about Howard's experience after getting off the bus. Howard left his mother for a long time because of college. This time, he took advantage of Deeran's parole hearing and asked for a long vacation from the school, preparing to overlap with a winter vacation and go home to accompany his mother. At this moment, he must be looking forward to seeing his mother who had been away for a long time. As a result, at this time, he passed by the alley. A mature woman who met his sexual fetish, dressed coolly, waved at him, and said gently, "Little handsome boy, come and play." Which little boy with an Oedipus complex could withstand such a test? Howard's long-accumulated volcano erupted completely. He was very happy. Howard took the 2 collections with satisfaction and embarked on the journey home again. At the same time, he called his mother. As for whether Dean's speculation was reliable, he would know it by asking the 2 mature women who were chatting up with a black policeman. Dean didn't wait long. The black policeman came over with 2 mature women who looked charming from a distance but were covered with cheap cosmetics when he looked closely. Dean sat in the corner. He waved to the 3 people. The 2 women's eyes lit up when they saw Dean. "Wow, your companion looks handsome, but I wonder if it tastes good enough. It's definitely not as strong and lasting as mine." The black police officer curled his lips and complained in a low voice, then walked over with the 2 women. "Hello, I'm Alito. Are you Detective Dean?" "Yes." Dean took out a stack of loose bills and handed it to the black police officer. "Buddy, I'm sorry to have made you wait for so long. Go order a hot chicken leg meal. I need to talk to these 2 ladies." This stack of loose bills added up to a full $100 or $200. Not to mention the chicken legs. It's enough for him to eat 2 younger fast food. Ziohei immediately smiled and took the bills. "Okay, I'll wait for you to finish your work. Even if you and these 2 go to the back of the alley to chat for a little longer, I swear, I will wait for you." As the bills came out, the 2 women looked at Dean more eagerly, wearing cheap perfume, wanting to sit around Dean. Dean didn't want to be stained by the pungent fragrance, so he raised his hand to stop them. "2 beautiful ladies, I'm a little short of time. Can you answer some questions for me?" As he said that, he took out a thicker stack of loose bills from his pocket. These nightingales naturally have a kind of aversion to police officers, otherwise those police officers would not have really gotten no useful information last time. A problem that can be solved with a small amount of money. Dean didn't want to waste time. Sure enough, for the 2 experienced old nightingales, money is much more useful than Dean's handsome face. They nodded in cooperation. "Ask. Have you seen this person?" Dean took out Howard's photo and handed it to the 2. The two took it and looked at it. Their faces changed slightly, and they shook their heads hesitantly. No. The life of soliciting passengers at the station is not easy. Otherwise, you wouldn't come out to solicit passengers in broad daylight with disgusted eyes. We are all people living in the lower class. I don't want to embarrass you, so please don't treat me as a fool. What do you think? The two looked at each other. The older woman took out a pack of cigarettes from her bag, lit it, took a deep puff, and then whispered, "Okay. This man did patronize one of our sister's business 4 days ago. He doesn't look very old, but he is a bit mother-loving. During sex, he paid extra money for my sister to call him son. There are actually quite a few customers like this. But when he left, he took away several condoms and a bottle of lubricant from my sister as a souvenir. Generally, people like this prefer to take away our stockings. This way it will be convenient for them to appreciate them carefully when they go back. He behaved very, specially. So after several patrolmen took his photo and questioned us, my sister told us about this matter. After she finished speaking, she smiled and said, I suspect that after the little guy took those things away, he would definitely not be able to resist taking the last step. After all, women of our age need the help of lubricants to get into the mood. Dean. I need to know the time and place he left. The woman glanced at the money on the table and shrugged. You need to ask my sisters about this. This amount of money is not enough for the three of us. I don't have much patience. Dean threw the last bit of loose money on the table. The woman took the money and did it quickly. Not long after, Dean got what he wanted. Howard was indeed as he had guessed before. On the way home, he did not stand the test of these women in their 40s and 50s. Young people are thin-skinned. He did not choose to trade in the alley, but let the women take him back to their rental house. Under the accumulated desire, Howard worked hard from more than 8 o'clock in the evening until more than 9 o'clock, and then took some spoils and staggered away. Under the leadership of the two women, Dean and the black police officer came to the rental house of these women. There are old apartments here, and outside the apartments, there are external iron staircases that are worried about being disconnected at any time. Dean thought about how Howard would go home. He didn't have many friends. At this time, he could either take a taxi, find a hotel to stay for one night, or ask his mother to pick him up. According to the inquiry record after Howard's mother called the police, at that time, Howard only talked about his current location near the station and talked about his holiday arrangements after returning. Before the two talked about other things. Howard's mother could no longer contact her son after hearing a harsh noise from the other end of the phone. Put yourself in Howard's mind. He had just rolled on the sheets of a woman full of cheap perfume for more than an hour, and his body must have been stained with that smell. So it is unlikely that Howard asked his mother to pick him up. He is more likely to find a hotel to sleep for one night and go home the next day. Following this guess, Dean finally found some bloodstains covered by dust on the way to the hotel. The bloodstains were located at the corner of the street alley. There were also footprints left by passers-by, which could not provide much information. But Dean noticed that next to the alley, a clear footprint was imprinted on the soft soil of the alley. If these bloodstains were really left by Howard, then the attacker should have waited here for a while before hitting Howard hard on the right side of his head after he passed by. After seeing off the black police officer, Dean called Holtz from the forensic department. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Holtz rushed over with his two twin assistants, holding a familiar portable DNA testing box. Dean, you actually found the place where Howard was attacked. Holtz's face was full of disbelief. After all, so many patrol officers from the branch were dispatched, but they didn't find any clues. As a result, Dean only spent one morning to get these done. Dean flicked the ash off his cigarette, and under the curious gaze of the twin sisters behind Holtz, he said calmly, after all, I am Dean. Okay, men, let's first confirm whether these bloodstains are left by Howard. Because they already had a DNA sample from Howard. After waiting for 10 minutes, Holtz raised his head. It is basically certain that these bloodstains were left by Howard, but after I go back, I need to use a more accurate machine to test it again before I can issue a report. That's enough. Dean waved to Holtz. This should be the footprint left by the murderer. He was leaning against the wall, waiting for Howard to come to him. Although I don't know why he knew Howard's route accurately. But this footprint is a little different from ordinary footprints, like a lady's wide-soled high-heeled shoe, but the heel is a little wider. Holtz came over, took a look, and nodded. This shoe print is indeed not common, but our forensics department has experts in this field. I will extract the footprint and bring it back. I should be able to give you a result tomorrow. Okay, I hope it's a good result. Dean nodded helplessly. Just when he thought he didn't gain much today, Robert's call gave him a surprise. Chapter 104, Locate the Murderer. Robert, you called me now. Do you have any good news? I met Darren's son, Aleski Haas. He and his mother are in Los Angeles now. I found them in the hospital. Hospital? Yes, according to the records. They returned to Los Angeles on November 30th. In the early morning of 12/2, Aleski was taken to the hospital by his mother, and his eyes were burned by pepper spray. Tell me the name of the hospital. Hang up the phone. Dean said goodbye to Holtz and others, and drove to the hospital where Robert was. Considering the pepper spray on the victim Howard and the time of the attack, Aleski may have looked for him before Howard was attacked, and the process was not pleasant. It was even Howard who was attacked by Aleski, but in the process, he accidentally got his eyes injured by Howard. Hospital. Under the enthusiastic guidance of the little nurse, he came to the single ward where Aleski was. This kid directly opened a single ward. Robert is here too. He was blocked outside the ward by a beautiful woman who looked very tired. Seeing Dean, Robert breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over. Aleski is inside, but his mother kicked me out after knowing that I was a detective. And you just stood here like a piece of wood. Dean patted Robert on the shoulder. Don't talk, come with me, watch carefully, and learn well. Dean walked to Darren's wife who was blocking the ward, and looked down at this mature and beautiful woman. Hello, Mom, I am Detective Dean, and I need to ask Aleski something. Is there a legitimate reason? Darren's wife said in a cold tone. On the evening of December 1st, between 8 and 10 o'clock, Howard, who was about to attend your husband's parole hearing, was attacked and killed. Where was Aleski at this time? The beautiful woman raised her head, looked into Dean's eyes, and said with certainty, he was at home. I was about to enter the house, and he hid behind the door to scare me, but I mistook him for an outsider and hurt him with pepper spray. Dean smiled faintly. What a deep mother-son love. But don't you know that we found used pepper spray on Howard? The time when Aleski was injured coincided with the time when Howard was attacked. He is also Darren's son. We have reason to suspect that he killed Howard. Therefore, we can even apply for an appraisal of the scars on Aleski's body. At that time, once it is discovered that you have committed perjury, Aleski will not only be regarded as a suspect, but also sent to Harvard. Do you think he can continue his studies? Darren's wife heard the last sentence, and fear flashed in her eyes. Her own son is her only hope now. Seeing this, Dean leaned his head close to the ear of the panicking wife of Darren, and whispered like a devil, Madam, you don't want your son to lose his studies, do you? We have enough evidence. If your son is innocent, you should cooperate with us instead of letting us deepen our suspicion of your son. The mature and frightened beautiful woman had an attractive body fragrance. This made Dean, who had not tasted meat for a long time, breathe hot. At this moment, FK, bastard, what are you doing? Hearing the noise, Aleski squinted his red and swollen eyes and climbed down from the bed. He vaguely saw a man actually leaning against his mother's face and rushing towards him angrily. The next moment, a slender big hand, after the attack, accurately pinched his neck and pressed him hard against the wall. While Dean pressed Aleski against the wall, he burst into brute force and actually pulled this big boy of more than 100 pounds from the ground with one hand. Assaulting a detective, but you have to go in. Dean turned to look at the panicked Darren's wife. Madam, if you don't want your son to be charged with assaulting a police officer, let's talk. Talk. You can talk about anything you want. Let go of Aleski, he's just a child. Darren's wife was in tears and threw herself on Dean, trying to pull his hand away. Dean put down Aleski, who was out of breath, and dragged him like a dead dog with one hand, and pulled Darren's wife's arm with the other hand, and took the two to the ward. Robert watched all this in amazement. He now had some doubts whether Dean wanted to question the mother and son, or wanted to perform some plots from illegal CDs. If Dean goes to play a bad guy, he won't be restrained. I'm afraid it will scare other actors. Robert muttered a few words, subconsciously closed the door of the ward, and followed in impatiently. He swore that he just wanted to learn Dean's interrogation methods. There was absolutely no other expectation. Throw Aleski and his mother on the bed. Dean pulled a chair over and sat down. Now tell me, where was Aleski at 8 p.m. on December 1st, and who hurt his eyes? Asshole. Aleski, The little calf got up from the bed again, raised his fist, and wanted to hit Dean. As soon as he got up, he was pushed back to the bed, and at the same time, a cold and thick thing was stuffed into his mouth. Last chance, otherwise I promise that you will feel despair like those dead pigs in the slaughterhouse. Aliski subconsciously licked the thing in his mouth. It was oval, hard, and had a round hole in the middle. His angry brain was shocked, and his red and swollen eyes widened. The thing in his mouth was a gun. This bastard actually took out a gun. No, Mr. Detective, please stop. Deeran's wife came up again, but was pushed back to the bed by Dean. Madam, if you cooperate with me, I can forgive your stupid son again. I will cooperate with everything. Where was he at that time? I don't know. Deeran's wife wiped her tears and said pitifully, Araski told me at that time that he knew that Howard would come back today, and he wanted to talk to him, hoping that he would give up attending the hearing. It was less than 9 o'clock in the evening. I received a call for help from Araski. He was injured in the eye by Howard's pepper spray. I rushed over and sent him to the hospital overnight. Less than 9 o'clock. Dean felt that the woman in front of him did not seem to lie. He asked her for her mobile phone first, looked at the communication records, and let go of Araski after confirming this. Araski was very scared. But he still struggled to block his mother behind him. I really didn't hurt Howard, but that bastard attacked me directly when he heard that I came for my father. How did you know the time when Howard would come back? Faced with this question, Araski hesitated. But he glanced at his frightened mother, lowered his head and whispered, a month ago, my father asked me to pretend to be a woman on the internet and become good friends with Howard. He told me this through ICQ. Robert, who was watching the show, frowned when he heard this. He also fell in love with a female college student online recently. The other party asked for a lot of money for various reasons, but the other party was never willing to call him. Robert now had a bad premonition. Dean did not notice the change in Robert's expression and continued, who else did you tell about when Howard would come back? Araski was silent this time. Seeing this, Dean looked at Robert, who was in a daze behind him. Robert, call Harvard University and tell them that their student Aliski is involved in a murder case and cannot return to school for the time being. No. Deeran's wife pushed the silent Aliski away and said in panic, Deeran. Aliski must have told Deeran that the bastard bribed the prison guards, so he can often use the mobile phone. Mom, you are crazy. Aliski looked at his mother in disbelief. She actually betrayed her husband. Deeran's wife couldn't bear it anymore and slapped him in the face. Yes, I'm crazy. I'm really crazy. I love Deeran too, but you must not destroy yourself because of a pervert. Father is not a pervert. Aliski pushed his mother away angrily and roared, he told me that he was completely forced by a big man back then. In order to protect us, he helped someone to take the place of the crime of assault. If not, I wouldn't be able to enter Harvard. In his heart, his father Deeran is a good man who has been silently enduring all this in order to protect his wife and son. My mother is like this, it's too much? He actually said that. Deeran's wife looked at her son in shock, he lied to you. The reason you were able to enter Harvard was because your grandmother asked someone. Dean, who was originally watching the show, interrupted here, who? The 34th governor of California, Mr. Brown. Deeran's wife covered her mouth and cried. Before Mr. Brown took office, he received funding from Mrs. Huss, so she wrote a letter of recommendation for Aliski. Aliski's grandmother is Deeran's mother, Mrs. Huss. Old Hunter also said that she had almost severed her relationship with her son, daughter-in-law and grandson. Now it seems like bullshit. Dean quickly asked, so, she also funded your daily expenses? Deeran's wife nodded, Mrs. Huss has always been concerned about Aliski. She doesn't want Aliski to be influenced by his father, so she asked me to take Aliski to Boston to start a new life, and she has been secretly supporting us. She raised her head and looked at Dean pitifully, Detective, although I don't know why Aliski never told me that Deeran lied to him, he is really innocent and didn't kill anyone. Aliski was stunned. So, my father has been lying to me? It's very simple. Deeran only needs to tell Aliski that he didn't want you to know the reason why he helped others to take the blame. He just didn't want you to worry. The reason why he told Aliski was that he didn't want his son to misunderstand him. Dean pointed the finger at Aliski. Aliski, am I right? Aliski nodded numbly. I want to calm down for a while. Okay, but you have to tell us who you told the exact time of Howard's return. Deeran. I told him that he has been contacting me with a black prison guard's phone and has been asking me to transfer money to an account. What? Darren's wife was completely furious. She had already given most of the money given by Mrs. Haas to Darren. This bastard actually asked her son to keep sending him money. Dean didn't care about these. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. Although this sentence is not absolute, it makes sense. If Darren's wife had divorced Darren earlier, there would not be these messes. The reason why she didn't want to do so. Or she was deceived by Darren's sweet words. Or it was for Mrs. Haas's money. There would be no other reason. After asking about the account where Aliski transferred the money, Dean took Robert and left the ward with a strange atmosphere. Aliski's suspicion had not been completely cleared. But Darren's wife was staying in a hotel with Aliski at the time, so she was under surveillance when she went to pick up Aliski. If she lied, it would be easy to verify. Parking lot. Dean sent the bank account to Daisy and asked her to help investigate the owner. He noticed that Robert was a little distracted and couldn't help but smile. What did you learn today? Robert subconsciously said, online dating is terrible. Dean. The next day. Good news came one after another. Early in the morning, Daisy found Dean with a strange look in her eyes. Dean, the account you sent me yesterday is the bank account of the carney's wife? That account has received a total of more than $100,000 in funds in the past 6 months. Where did you get this account? She only found out that the money was transferred from Boston, but because it was not the same bank, she had not yet obtained the information of the transferor. $100,000. Dean didn't say anything. Robert exclaimed first, FK, is studying so profitable? Daisy's eyes became even more strange. So, you already know who transferred the money? Yes, the money was transferred by Derlin's son. He was fooled by Derlin and deposited his income from odd jobs and scholarships into that account. Dean explained. Now it seems that the black prison guard Caniff is very suspicious. $100,000 is not a small amount for ordinary people who have a weak sense of saving money and like to spend ahead of time. Caniff, who is short of money, took the risk of killing someone. Before Dean could figure out how to deal with Caniff, Holtz came. He appeared in the 4th Squadron with a foot model and gave Dean good news. Dean, you have to buy me a drink. I will help you find the source of the shoe prints overnight. No problem, I will, but now you have to tell me about the shoe prints first. Dean agreed readily. He either ate and lived with his female companion or his mother. Even when he looked for women, there were always women willing to pay for a room. Except for smoking and refueling the car, Dean basically didn't spend money. Holtz put the footprint film on the desk and introduced, this is a riding boot, and it is a special riding boot for the mounted police. Riding boots. Yes, and it's the old-fashioned riding boots with thick soles and not breathable. Now it is estimated that only some remote towns and some police officers with experience in the mounted police will like to wear this kind of shoes. Daisy. Dean looked at Daisy quickly. Daisy, this beautiful girl, was also very sensible and started typing on the computer, calling up Caniff's basic file. Wow, we seem to have found the murderer. Daisy said with joy. According to Caniff's information, he served as a state trooper from 1990 to 1994, but he was fired because of a conflict with local white residents. It seems that you are going to solve another case and prevent an evil pervert from getting out of prison. Holtz also congratulated in advance. Every pair of shoes, worn by different people, has a unique shoe print. Just find all of Caniff's riding boots and let him wear them to leave a foot mold. Once they match, it will be fatal evidence. Experience points are about to be obtained. Dean also smiled. Call everyone, this time a group of us will go to Harper Prison again. I was given an IV yesterday, but I couldn't stand it. The temperature has dropped. Everyone take care of your health. Chapter 105 Reversal. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Dean, Harry, Robert, Holtz and others drove several cars to Harper Prison. Also coming was the footprint identification expert mentioned by Holtz. His name is Bob, a 50-year-old old man, a specially hired staff member of the forensic department, and also Holtz's father. Bob's main job is a hunter. He makes a living by taking clients deep into the forest to hunt wild animals during the annual hunting season. Outside the prison, Beep Beep Harry got smart this time and honked the car horn directly. Surprisingly, the person who poked his head out of the upstairs window this time was not the silly white prison guard Al, but their suspect, Caniff. When he saw Dean and his group, he was stunned at first, and frowned. Today is not visiting time. Leave here, otherwise you will know the consequences. What consequences? Dean laughed. Do you mean that you secretly gave the prisoner a mobile phone and contacted the outside world, or that you accepted more than $100,000 from Darren? While speaking, Dean's hand was always on the open holster. The safety of the pistol was on. As long as Kenneth made any move, he would kill the other person through the holster within 0.1 seconds, and directly close the case with ease and hassle. Who knew? Kenneth just smiled bitterly. Well, it seems that you have found out. Damn it, I knew there would be such a day. In the astonished eyes of everyone, this black prison guard, who was only in his 20s, ran down from upstairs and opened the door for everyone. Everyone followed him into the office with a confused look on their faces. Dean noticed that another prison guard, Al, was leaning on the observation deck, openly dozing off, and Kenneth's feet were also wearing riding boots. Well, men, I guess you have guessed why we came here. Be honest, we will make you feel more comfortable. Harry actually admired his compatriot. Because of certain institutional reasons, there are relatively few black people who care about their families in reality. He grew up in a single-parent family. Kenneth was calm and frank. I admit that I did accept a bribe from Darren. In return, I helped him falsify his prison performance and applied for parole for him. But are these now under the jurisdiction of the Robbery and Murder Division? Harry's face sank. Men, we don't care about your bribery, nor do we care about your parole application. You know why we are here. No. Kenneth was stunned. Dean had been paying attention to his expression. Something was wrong. Kenneth didn't seem to be lying. He looked at Kenneth's riding boots again. This time, he really found something wrong. Kenneth was a little shorter than him when he put on these thick-soled riding boots. And his bare feet were 1.88 meters tall, and 1.91 meters tall with shoes. So Kenneth is probably not the murderer. Thinking of this, Dean stopped Harry, who wanted to speak, and looked directly at Holtz and others. Don't waste time, just extract the footprints and reverse the membrane. Although Kenneth didn't know what happened. But thinking of the identities of Dean and others, his dark face instantly turned ugly. These detectives from the Robbery and Murder Division seem to be only interested in murder cases. Murder and bribery are two completely different things, and the guilt is completely different. After the not-so-stupid Kenneth reacted, he not only cooperated with the behavior of Holtz and others, but also said that he had 2 pairs of riding boots at home. While they were busy, Dean walked to the window and looked at the observation deck inside the prison. Al is very powerful. He can sleep even if he leans on the fence. The loose rifle hanging on him looks like those untrained traitor soldiers. Not only is it not intimidating, it also looks funny. Such a person. Dean should not have been suspicious. But after realizing the thickness of the riding boots, Al, who was originally the least likely to be the murderer, became the most suspected. Al doesn't like Kenneth, and knows that Kenneth likes to wear riding boots. The most critical point, Al's height, wearing riding boots, is about a little over 1.8 meters. On the other side, after Kenneth's foot model was extracted, he walked up to Dean and asked, "Can you tell me what happened? Have you ever let go of your boots in prison?" Dean asked instead of answering Kenneth's question. Kenneth shook his head. "Never. I like riding boots very much. They make me look more energetic, so I wear them to and from get off work." "Why is Al guarding inside today?" "Because after you came last time, I switched places with him. At least if someone comes again, I can try to deal with it. Before they can't escape, people will have a fluke." Kenneth is the same. "Does Al usually contact Darren?" "Al." Kenneth shook his head hesitantly. "He can't intimidate those prisoners, so he is usually at the front desk. Except for roll call, he basically doesn't go to the cell." "No." Suddenly, Kenneth seemed to have thought of something and nodded again. "Darren's wife comes to see him every month and applies for a couple's room every time. But our couple's room is full of clutter. For good management, we give the office to the prisoners and their spouses to meet their physiological needs, so Al can only contact Darren at that time." "Is that so?" Dean thought of the black original lace pantyhose hidden in Al's drawer, and said thoughtfully, "I know. I will tell you the reason after the identification results come out. Before that, please appear in the open space and don't make any actions that will cause misunderstanding." Kenneth nodded a little irritably, squatted in the corner of the office, and smoked. Dean winked at Robert, indicating that he should watch over the other party, and then went outside the office, took out his mobile phone, and called Darren's wife. in order to facilitate the case. The two exchanged numbers yesterday. The call was connected. Deeran's wife said nervously, "Detective Dean, is there anything else? Are you hiding something from me?" "No, no." Hearing Dean's serious tone, Deeran's wife panicked. "Detective Dean, what is it? I really haven't hidden it from you." Dean felt that she didn't seem to be lying, so he said more directly, "Every time you visit Deeran, do you help him get released every time?" "Huh?" Deeran's wife exclaimed awkwardly on the other end of the phone, followed by the sound of the door opening. She seemed to hide in another place, and then whispered, "Yes, I don't want to do this, but Deeran threatened me that if I don't do this, he will ruin Araski after he comes out. I can only satisfy him and I don't even dare to divorce him." "Did he ask you to accompany those prison guards, or did anything unusual happen when you went to see him?" Dean asked more and more outrageous questions. But Deeran's wife is the kind of woman who is willing to sacrifice a lot for her son. She suppressed her shame and answered the question. "He mentioned that I should seduce the black prison guard for his parole application, but the other party was not fooled. He only wanted money, which was unusual. By the way, the last time I went to see Deeran, I don't know if I was too tired. I took a nap in the office. When I woke up, my black lace pantyhose was gone. Deeran said that he was going to use it in prison, so I didn't ask much." "Black lace pantyhose. Oh. Al." Dean sighed in his heart and comforted him. "Okay, I know. Thank you for your cooperation, Mom. Don't worry, your son will be fine. I won't bother you anymore." Hang up the phone. Dean recalled Al's information. Al's father died early, and it might be for this reason that he was often bullied in this remote town, and even deafened one ear by a slap. Since then, Al's personality has become more withdrawn. Then something even more unfortunate happened. No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, one book, one forum, 1619. Al's mother was in a car accident and was confined to a wheelchair. As an adult, Al, on his mother's advice, passed the exam to become a prison guard. Because he was a child from the town, with an unfortunate family, cheap salary, and the lenient prison conditions, the prison administrator did not bother about Al's hearing impairment in one ear and agreed. Dean is not an empathetic person. But deep down, for some reason, he doesn't want Al to be the murderer, otherwise it's hard to imagine how Al's mother should spend the rest of her life. Dean laughed at himself. Now that he has a mother who loves him in this life, his somewhat twisted humanity seems to be moving closer to normal. "Dean, the results are out." Holtz walked into the prison guard's office and interrupted Dean's wild thoughts. Outside the office, Holtz's father, Mr. Bob, was holding a fresh mold of Caniff's footprints and examining them carefully. When he saw Dean coming over, he put down the mold and said, "This is definitely not the same person as the one found at the scene." "Why?" "Habits," Bob explained. "The weight of the person wearing the shoes, the habit of walking, center of gravity, and the wear of the soles of the shoes will all lead to subtle differences in the footprints. There are currently 3 inconsistencies. First, the shoe prints at the scene are lighter, which means that the person weighs at least 15 kilograms lighter than Caniff. Second, the riding boots that Caniff wore look old-fashioned, but the materials are different. This is what many retired mounted police do. The previous riding boots were not breathable, easy to breed bacteria, and even cause the feet to rot and stink. So Caniff's boots were all custom-made and very new. This pair of riding boots that had been worn for a long time at the scene does not match. The third point is also the key to my conclusion that Caniff was not the person who left the footprints at the scene. This involves people's walking habits. Some people like to put their center of gravity in front, some like to put their center of gravity in the back, and some walk with their feet turned inward. These will lead to different footprints. The footprints at the scene are heavy in the front and light in the back, deep inside and shallow outside. I have observed Caniff's walking habits, and none of these match. This is a place that few people will pay attention to. So Caniff should not be the one who left the shoe prints at the scene. Holtz asked in confusion, "Dad, then you still made a copy of Caniff's foot model?" The little old man Bob laughed. "Experience is experience, and facts must speak. The America of this world. In terms of these traces of evidence, it has developed very well, enough to serve as a link in the chain of evidence. So, Caniff, who is most likely to be the murderer, got rid of suspicion. Since it is not Caniff, the most suspicious person at present is Al. Daisy also checked Al's account, which is very clean. Now it seems that Darren lured Al into making a mistake by selling his wife's body. Dean told everyone about his previous discovery. Al. Harry looked as if you had seen a ghost. Speaking of which, wearing riding boots does fit the height of the murderer inferred from the wound identification, but I always feel weird saying he is the murderer. He still remembers the cute and stupid look of Al answering each question that day. This is a huge contrast with a murderer. That's because you don't have much experience. Holtz looked at Harry with contempt, and said after the fact, "Did you notice the hearing aid on Al's desk? Daisy once took Howard's mother's inquiry record and asked me what would cause harsh noise on the phone. I didn't notice this before. This situation is not uncommon. For example, if someone's TV antenna has a problem with the frequency reception, electronic equipment affects each other, and telegraph interference occurs, these will all cause this kind of noise. Now it seems that it should be the hearing aid on Al that caused the impact." Dean frowned. "Why didn't you tell me about this? Howard's mother heard a sharp electronic noise before she cut off contact with her son." Dean has read the inquiry record. But he was not an omniscient god, so he just asked Daisy to ask Holtz and didn't pay attention to this. Holtz said aggrievedly, "It's only been 2 days since the case was discovered. I have been ordered around by you and haven't had time to tell Daisy yet. Normally, it would take at least 10 days or half a month to solve the case, not to mention how many months it would take. How could it be as efficient as Dean?" This also led to him being as busy as a dog. Harry was just ridiculed by Holtz, and he quickly took the opportunity to ridicule back. "Wow, Holtz, if you had said this earlier, maybe Dean and I would have solved the case when we first came to the prison. And don't you have a pair of twin assistants? Where are they?" "Okay." Dean stopped the two big men from fighting. "Whether Al is the murderer or not, let's see if his footprints match the traces at the scene first. It's very simple, just call him over, I will pay attention to his walking habits," the little old man Bob said confidently. A moment later, Al was called down by Caniff. When he saw Dean and Harry, a rare smile appeared on his chubby face. "Nice to see you again, Detective." He liked Dean and Harry very much, because they were the only two people, besides his mother, who had ever put their arms around Al's shoulders in his short life. This made Al look forward to them coming over again. Harry looked at the innocent smile on Al's face and turned his neck subconsciously. Dean smiled at him, then looked at Bob beside him. "Al, is he the real murderer?" 8,500 words. I seem to be in good shape today. Keep going. Chapter 106 Another reversal. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Bob shook his head. "It doesn't match, there's a big difference, and Al's feet are very wide. If he leaves footprints, no matter if the boots are suitable or not, the marks will be very obvious," he said confidently. And Al couldn't have known in advance that they would pay attention to his walking habits. So, Al is not the murderer. The only two prison guards who have time to commit crimes in prison are Caniff and Al, neither of them. Could it be that someone else helped Darren? Al just rarely communicates with people, but his IQ is not a problem. He felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong, so he raised his head and stuttered, "Well, what's wrong? What do you want to talk to me about, and why are there so many of you today?" Dean broke the somewhat silent atmosphere and smiled. "Al, nothing, we just came to find Darren to understand something. By the way, please stay in the office, and we will go to talk to Darren with Caniff." "Okay." Al was a little disappointed. He went between the prison and home every day, and he was still eager to communicate with people. Out of the prison guard's office, Holtz took his father back to downtown Los Angeles. Dean took Caniff to one side and said, "Man, let me tell you the truth. Someone attacked Howard, the little boy who was assaulted by Darren. In this way, Darren's parole hearing will have a good result." Caniff suddenly realized, "So you suspect I did it?" "I swear, Darren hinted at me before, but I didn't agree. I would be sentenced to 2 years in prison for bribery, but for my children, I am willing. Killing is completely different. I'm not that stupid. I know, but the murderer deliberately left the footprints of the police boots at the scene. Someone wants to frame you." Dean took the opportunity to fan the flames. He will need Caniff's help later. "FK, Caniff cursed in a low voice, thankfully saying, "Darren, that bastard, he tried to let his wife seduce me before. That woman was very tempting and submissive, but I resisted. Now I think I'm lucky. But he has ideas about you, which means that the person who helped him is very important to him. Do you want to retaliate?" "Yes," Caniff answered decisively. He knew that many detectives were actually bastards when handling cases. They would do anything for performance. If it weren't for the fact that Dean in front of him was a decent person and didn't want to use himself to boost performance, he would probably be in trouble now. So Kenneth really wanted to make Darren regret what he did. Very good, Dean nodded with satisfaction. In that case, you will record all the phone calls that Darren has made with your mobile phone and give them to my colleagues. By the way, you can act out a play with me later. Everything is up to you. In a few words, Kenneth took the initiative to become Dean's helper. He has become more and more proficient in grasping people's hearts, and has some of the shadow of his mentor Anthony. It is estimated that he is not far from completely forming the mind-reading skills of the Atchaz Academy. If Darren wants to contact the outside world secretly, he can only rely on Kenneth to provide convenience and give him a mobile phone. After Kenneth cooperated, Dean and others successfully obtained the phone lists. When facing a homicide case, the police department in this world still has great authority. Daisy, who was in the office of the police department, contacted the communication company and got the detailed records of those communication numbers by fax. After checking, most of the calls were between Darren and his wife and son. Only 2 calls were not. One call was made half a year ago. After verification, it was the call of Darren's mother. The call time was very short, less than 10 seconds, and the other end hung up. The other one was an anonymous mobile phone card. When Daisy called, the mobile phone card was already turned off. Darren called this phone twice. One was also half a year ago. The other was at the end of November. Daisy asked for all the communications from the anonymous phone again, and was surprised to find that this phone card had only been used twice, and both times were used to contact Darren. She told Dean all these situations immediately. Because of the external sound, Harry and Robert on the side also heard Daisy's words. Harry reacted quickly. Darren and his mother first contacted half a year ago, and soon they contacted the anonymous phone card. I suspect that it was still Darren's mother, but she just changed the number. Robert nodded in agreement. Anyone who is not a fool will think in this direction. Especially since they have ruled out all the suspects listed by Dean before, only Darren's mother is left. Interesting. Dean didn't expect that after going around in circles, Darren's mother was the most suspicious. This is actually all Old Hunter's fault. In his description, Darren's mother, Mrs. Huss, had unbearable experiences, so when they got older, they always paid attention to the lonely elderly and carried out corresponding charitable work. Tenacious, kind, and upright. These are the images of Mrs. Huss that everyone got from Old Hunter. This gave everyone a preconceived impression. Although Dean had doubts. But the 4th Squadron was short of manpower, and he was busy investigating other clues, plus Old Hunter was so sure. So Dean didn't have time to investigate Darren's mother. The deputy captain made a mistake. It was confirmed that Darren's mother was a suspect. This also made Dean feel at ease. He called in Kenneth, who was waiting outside, whispered a few words in his ear, and returned to the prison guard lounge inside the cell. Robert, Harry, you will stand behind me later, keep that cold expression, and just be a background for me. Robert nodded, and turned into a poker face in the blink of an eye. What is a cold expression? Harry was a little confused. He always had a playful smile. Imagine a 500-kilogram fat girl stopping you and courting you, and your expression when you want to refuse. Dean explained vividly. When it comes to women, Harry understands immediately. His expression instantly changed into a cold and indifferent one. A man with glasses and a gentle and easygoing face followed the cold-faced Kenneth into the lounge. This man was Darren. A beast in human form. On his way out of the cell, Darren had already discovered something was wrong. Because Kenneth, the prison guard he fed, not only did not answer his probing questions, but also had a fierce look in his eyes, as if he wanted to eat him. This made him, who was guilty of being a thief, even more uneasy. Hello, Mr. Darren, I'm Detective Dean from the Robbery and Murder Division. Dean crossed his legs and sat in the chair that was originally Kenneth's. Excuse me, what can I do for you? Darren seemed a little reserved. Bad news. Dean said playfully, your parole hearing will definitely not pass. What? Darren thought he had heard wrongly. He had dealt with Kenneth next to him and forged a very good performance in prison, and the only obstacle Howard had been killed, so the hearing was basically just a formality. How could there be a change? I mean, you still need to stay in jail for 15 years. When you come out, you will probably be 55 years old. Tisk, tisk, The best time of life? Dean raised his mouth, but don't worry, your wife is very beautiful, and your son will be able to live alone in 2 years. I will persuade her to find someone else to live with. If you are worried about others, I can also help take care of you because you are destined to be alone in the future. FKYOU. No mistake, one song, one post, one content, 1619, one book, one bar. Which man can bear this kind of stimulation? Darren immediately tore off his disguise and pounced on Dean, who was sitting. As a result, before he rushed to Dean, Kenneth on the side kicked him in the stomach and kicked him aside, then pulled out a baton and beat him hard while cursing, "Get out, you dare to frame me, Darren. I swear, you won't survive here for 15 years, at most 1 year. I will let you go out lying down." Darren covered his kicked stomach and screamed. He didn't understand what happened. Everything was fine. How did it suddenly become like this? Robert was also stunned to see everything in front of him. He said he couldn't understand Dean's routine of handling cases. Shouldn't he ask questions first, and then put pressure a little bit? Why did it suddenly become a threat to silence people? Harry was much calmer. He had even seen Dean shooting people. What happened in front of him? It was just a small scene. Kenneth beat Darren all over his body, and after letting out a breath, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and stepped on Darren's bruised face with his stinky big feet. "Asshole, tell me, who did you instruct to kill Howard and deliberately leave my evidence at the crime scene?" He became more and more angry as he spoke, and kicked Darren in the lower body again. Kenneth also has a son, and he is willing to risk going to jail for his son and ask for bribes without any concealment. If it weren't for money, he would never tolerate this perverted and wretched man. This kick almost took Darren's life. He curled up in pain, his face was grim, tears were flowing, saliva was flowing, and he almost fainted from the pain. Darren realized that Kenneth was serious. He really wanted to kill him. "You still don't say it, right?" Kenneth swung his baton and hit him again. After a while, Darren's screams became weaker and weaker, and the whole person was no longer in human form. "Dean." Harry came over and whispered, "If you hit Darren again, he will really die." "So what?" Dean put his feet on the table, took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, and said in a deep voice, "We just watched, we didn't do anything. And those who reoffend after being released from prison, because they have learned lessons, once they continue to commit crimes, they are often more cunning and cruel." Darren dared to kill Howard for parole. Do you think he will be honest after he comes out? Don't tell me that your relatives and friends don't have children. Think carefully, what kind of tragedy will happen when they meet Darren? Darren screamed in his dying breath. Harry closed his mouth. Seeing that the cigarette in Dean's mouth was not lit, he immediately reached for his pocket, wanting Dean to feel his eyesight, but he saw that Robert, who had been silent, had already lit it for Dean and even extended his palm to shield him from the wind. FK. Harry cursed inwardly. What a damn involution. Dean not only attracts women, but also men. Harry realized that in the future, more and more people would compete with him for the position of Dean's #1 partner. That's enough. Seeing that Darren was really going to die, Dean finally spoke up. He walked up to Darren, who was no longer in human form, took out a cigarette and stuffed it into his mouth. "Tell me, who did you call a few days ago? As long as Kenneth knows who framed him, he will definitely forgive you and call an ambulance for you." I said. "I called my mother, cough cough. She said she would help me deal with these things." "What about Al? Why did he have your wife's pantyhose?" Cough cough. "I used the sleeping pills I got from Kenneth to knock my wife unconscious, stripped her clothes off, and then used the excuse of going to the bathroom to deliberately seduce Al to commit a crime and threaten him to do something for me. As a result, this idiot cough cough, he secretly hid a pair of socks and came out again, this damn idiot. I'm so angry, cough cough." Dean. Ambitious men will never have bad luck. Al is also a fool with good luck. After asking the two questions in his mind, Dean stretched out his finger, blocked everyone's view, and gently pinched Darren's throat. The next moment, Darren was having trouble breathing, his eyes were bulging, his body twitched twice, and he suddenly spat out large mouthfuls of black-red blood, staining the cigarette on the ground dark red. He was dead. Dean stood up without changing his expression and patted Kenneth on the shoulder. "You used too much force and knocked the person unconscious. Call a doctor quickly. In addition, the climate here is relatively dry. Be careful not to start a fire." Kenneth looked at Dean pleadingly. What case? Our robbery and murder division only deals with murder. Other bribery and the like have nothing to do with us. After Dean finished speaking, he waved to Harry and Robert. Guys, let's go. Before Derlin fainted, he said that he called his mother. Let's go and meet the kind Mrs. Huss. Not long after everyone left, the originally peaceful Harper prison suddenly caught fire because of a prisoner secretly smoking. The prisoner Derlin changed his ways and bravely put out the fire. In the end, he was unfortunately buried in the sea of fire and died on the eve of his parole. When the higher-ups came down to investigate, it was discovered that the surveillance cameras of those days were broken by chance. As for Derlin's body, it had been cremated at the expense of the guilty prison guard Caniff. Considering the impact, in the end, the investigators confirmed Caniff's statement. Afterwards, an inconspicuous tabloid reported the prisoner's reformation in heroic firefighting, which attracted many townspeople to the outside of Harper Prison to place candles and small flowers. As for the truth, no one cared, including Derlin's mother, Mrs. Huss, because at this time, she herself was about to face huge troubles. Chapter 107. She is dangerous. Mrs. Huss lives in the suburbs. She rents a lot of apartments here for the elderly to live in temporarily, so that they can do activities together to reduce loneliness, and she also invites doctors to come and consult with the elderly regularly. In fact, there is no shortage of nursing homes in developed cities in the United States. But some elderly people have many bad habits in their early years, such as alcoholism, drug abuse, or no children or relatives. Most of them have no fixed assets, and few people are willing to rent houses to them, so they often have no fixed place to live. These people don't like to live in nursing homes. Of course, nursing homes don't welcome such people. Mrs. Huss's apartment has become a good choice for them. Over the years, the elderly come and go. Mrs. Huss has also quietly accumulated a lot of kindness. When Dean and others came, it was noon. A group of strong middle-aged women were pushing soft food to the apartments on each floor to distribute food. This place is actually more like a collective apartment for the elderly. It is similar to the rental house when Dean first came to this world, and the deposit can be refunded as you leave, but here also provides meals and some entertainment activities. Harry ran over to take a look, and ran back in surprise. Wow, potato stew, quite mushy and sticky. Some people also have small cups of wine. The food looks good. The environment here is also good. The surrounding flowers and plants are lush and neatly trimmed, and the forest behind these apartments is also very green. If there is a small lake, I want to come here to retire when I am old. Robert was also a little tempted. It is very rare to see such a scene in December. The more beautiful the place, the more bones there are under the soil, Dean pointedly said, and then walked towards the house on the edge of the apartment. That is Mrs. Huss's residence. According to the current clues, the murderer who attacked Howard is about 1.75 meters tall, wearing old riding boots with a thickness of 5 centimeters, wearing some kind of electronic equipment, and has enough strength to smash a person's skull with a stick. Mrs. Huss is over 60 years old. She does not have enough ability to do it herself. She can only ask someone. Dean and his team came here to find such a suspect, and then complete the chain of evidence and take him down. Before the three of them approached the house, they heard a hearty laugh from inside. This laugh sounds familiar. Robert looked strange. Harry rolled his eyes and said, "It's the deputy captain. He didn't go to the detective bureau today. He came here and said he had no idea about Mrs. Huss. This old pervert." Dean also had a headache. With old Hunter here, it's not convenient for him to use some tricks. In this case, about 5 minutes passed. The laughter in the house stopped abruptly. Old Hunter walked out of the house with an embarrassed look on his face, and kept apologizing to the kind white-haired old lady who sent him out. Then he got in the car and rushed to his home. I don't know which bastard told his somewhat irritable wife at home about what happened with Mrs. Huss. If he doesn't go back to put out the fire, he probably won't have to go back in the future. How the three people hide under the trees in the distance. Seeing old Hunter looking like he was caught cheating, they couldn't help laughing. As the saying goes, hit the snake at its weakest point. Dean's coquettish actions made Harry and Robert around him understand what it means to be evil. However, taking advantage of the time when Mrs. Huss sent old Hunter out, the three of them also saw Mrs. Huss's appearance. Mrs. Huss's facial features give people a kind feeling. She must have been very beautiful when she was young. No wonder old Hunter has been obsessed with her all the time, even ignoring that the other party is one of the people who have not been ruled out as a suspect, and directly skipped work to come to her for a meal. The troublesome point of old Hunter was dealt with. After waiting for a while, Dean went forward and rang the doorbell. Some staggering footsteps came from the living room. The wooden door opened. Mrs. Haas looked at Dean and the other two through the crack of the door before saying, "Excuse me, what can I do for you? Are you Mrs. Haas? We are from the Los Angeles Fire Department. We are here at the request of the Z government. We want to learn from you about some issues about fire protection in the surrounding area and make a record." Dean replied with a smile. This parallel world. What are people who open apartments most afraid of? No matter which country it is, units similar to fire protection are definitely one of them. Because they can cancel your legal qualifications. Hearing the fire department, the key is that it is entrusted by the Z government. Mrs. Haas's eyes flashed with displeasure. She slowly opened the door and picked up the reading glasses on her chest. "Gentlemen, I am willing to cooperate with you, but I want to see your documents." "Of course, no problem." Dean agreed without hesitation and continued, "But madam, in order to have enough survey data, we need you to call all the employees down and consult separately. We will show the documents at that time." Seeing that Dean's words were reasonable and well sold, Mrs. Haas agreed hesitantly. Of course, the main reason was that she didn't want to offend the people in the fire department. She walked to the landline, pressed a button, and waited for the other side to connect. Then she said gently, "Mr. Arthur, there is a gentleman from the fire department coming. If possible, please ask the employees to finish their work and come to me." "Okay, Mom." After an old response came from the other side, he hung up the phone. Finished the call. After Mrs. Haas asked the three to sit down, she brought 3 cups of hot water from the kitchen and said with a smile, "3 gentlemen, I wonder if you have eaten at this time. I happened to entertain a guest today, but he left early because of something. Now there is a lot of food, and I can't finish it all by myself." "No, Mom, because there are many places to consult and time is very tight, so we ate on the way here." Dean responded politely. He didn't know whether Mrs. Haas was really enthusiastic or just asking questions, so he continued to talk according to the script prepared in advance. Harry and Lawrence had been reminded. They sat upright on the sofa and remained silent, looking like Dean's subordinates. "Okay, wait a minute, the employees are delivering lunch to the elderly, and it may take some time." Hearing that there were many places to consult, Mrs. Haas was relieved and explained with a smile. Dean had to admit that Mrs. Haas in front of him really gave a good first impression, with a kind of affinity unique to a kind old man. He simply chatted with her. According to Mrs. Haas, she has 3 5-story apartments in total, but in order to make the elderly live comfortably, she installed elevators in each apartment and equipped each room with a call bell. In addition, there are employees on duty at night in each building, and at fixed times in the morning and evening, the employees will go to each room to knock on the door to determine the condition of the elderly. In terms of food, most of them are made by the chefs hired by Mrs. Haas, which is more economical. But for things like alcoholic beverages and some drugs, the elderly need to take the supermarket bus twice a week to solve them in the city. Overall, it sounds very humane. "Madam, you are a respectable person, and those elderly people have a home because of you," Dean said sincerely. Mrs. Haas covered her mouth and chuckled. "In fact, when I was down and out, I worked as a nurse in a nursing home until I left because of some unpleasant things, but I empathized with the situation of those elderly people. It was not until I had some savings that I had the idea of opening a nursing home." As she spoke, the wooden door was pushed open. A somewhat rough middle-aged man poked his head in. "Mrs. Haas, the employees are all in the open space." "Okay, Mr. Arthur, thank you for your hard work." Mrs. Haas responded gently, then stood up and looked at Dean and the others. "Gentlemen, you can start work." "Thank you for your cooperation, Mom." Dean stood up, took Harry and the others to the door, then suddenly turned back and said, "By the way, Mom, I noticed that the flowers and plants here are very lush. What fertilizer do you use?" "Fertilizer." Mrs. Haas was stunned and shook her head. "Mr. Arthur is handling these. After all, I'm old and don't have enough energy, so except for the monthly accounts, I rarely take care of this." "Okay, I'll ask Mr. Arthur later. My mother just wants to change to some better fertilizers for the garden." And then went out. Dean immediately whispered to Harry and Robert, "Harry, call Holtz and ask him to bring a detector and a convenient instrument for testing the soil here." Also call Hawk from the branch and ask him to bring more brothers here. Robert, you stay in the house and watch Mrs. Huss. Be careful, she is in danger. Harry? Robert? They followed Dean the whole time, but they couldn't figure out what Dean had discovered that made him make such a big scene. Thanks to the Book Friend Knight of Glory for the reward of 9,000 book coins. Thanks to the boss. Thanks to the Book Friends Iodeosen for the reward of 1,500 book coins. Thanks to the boss. This month is about to end, so I'll deal with the extra chapters of The Helmsman first. Today I updated 15,000. My brain can't take it anymore, so I'll take a break. See you tomorrow. Good night, brothers. Chapter 108 The Shocking Truth, a big dinner tonight. Outside the house. A hunchbacked man, wearing the kind of leather apron that butchers like to wear and hung around his neck, and 15 or 16 strong middle-aged women, stood loosely in 2 rows. Seeing Dean and the other 2 walking out of Mrs. Huss's house, the hunchbacked man was about to step forward to say hello. Suddenly, among the 3, Robert, who was strong and sturdy, walked into the house again. Something changed in front of him, and he wanted to stop him. But Dean stood in front of the man, looking at him curiously. Are you Arthur? The smell on this man is so familiar and nostalgic. The hunchbacked man raised his head. His brown eyes were like a hanged man, looking at the creepy people. Yes, Mrs. Huss said that you are from the fire department. I'm sorry, I am very familiar with them, but I have never seen you. I need to check your documents. He felt the same breath from Dean. The look in the other person's eyes was the kind of indifference that he could not detect but never concealed, just like the silence of looking at a living person as a pile of rotten meat. This is the look that people who have been in contact with corpses for a long time will accidentally reveal. Trouble is coming. Arthur subconsciously took a step back, and his hands had already touched his dirty leather skirt cover. Dean seemed not to see his movements, and smiled gently. We have just been transferred from Las Vegas to help with the research, so the results will be more accurate. Since you are all here, I will show my ID. As he said, he put his hand into his arms. Dean acted too naturally. Arthur almost thought that the feeling just now was his own illusion. He reached under the leather apron and retracted his hand. The next moment, a black gun was pointed at him. Arthur stared at Dean in amazement, reached out from his arms, and directly took out a pistol and pointed it at himself. His lips moved twice, and he was silent. Bastard. You have no martial ethics. If you move, I'll break your arms and legs. Dean smiled at Arthur, who was stunned, and was very satisfied with his increasingly excellent acting skills. The group of strong female helpers saw what was happening in front of them, and they screamed subconsciously and retreated together. It was a promised investigation. Why did he pull out a gun? Harry behind Dean took the opportunity to take out his detective ID. Los Angeles detective, there is a suspected murder case here, and now please cooperate. FK. Hearing this, Arthur no longer had any luck. His hunchback straightened instantly, and his hands reached into the leather apron similar to that of a butcher, and took out a boning knife. The next moment, bang, several bullets, in a row, shot out from Dean's waist, hitting Arthur's hands and feet at close range and accurately hitting the joints of Arthur's limbs, making this seemingly old man retreat again and again, and collapse on the ground like a dead dog. It turned out that, in addition to the gun pointed at Arthur in his right hand, Dean had another pistol hanging on his waist, and he didn't even take out the holster. With a slight turn of his left hand, he fired 4 bullets. Wow. Harry looked at this scene with admiration. Dude, when did you learn the American IAI continuous shooting? I almost thought you only fired 1 shot from the sound. He knew what he was doing. The technique Dean used was the American IAI continuous shooting that revolver masters like to use in the final battle, shooting instantly through the holster. This technique used to require constantly turning the hammer of the revolver to speed up the shooting speed, so that the revolver magazine would be emptied instantly before the enemy drew his gun. The only flaw is that unless muscle memory is formed, the bullet is more likely to hit the foot of the shooter before killing the enemy. The automatic pistol used by Dean saved a step and fired faster, but it was also more dangerous. If you are not careful, it is equivalent to shooting yourself in the waist and thigh. It is also for this reason that there are not many people who still learn this technique now. Facing Harry's admiring eyes, Dean smiled and pulled the trigger of the pistol in his right hand again in front of Harry's horrified eyes. The hot bullet burned the dead skin and just brushed Harry's cheek. The two female helpers had just taken out their pistols when they were shot in the head by 11.43mm bullets and fell to the ground. The female helper next to them was splashed with blood from the headshot and was so scared that she was stunned. Harry touched his cheek that still felt burning, turned his head and looked at the female helpers lying on the ground and the pistols beside them, and finally realized what happened. "FK, everyone, hold your heads and squat down, don't move." He took out his own pistol and shouted excitedly at the remaining female helpers. If it weren't for Dean's quick reaction, he would have been killed just now. All the other female helpers who were scared and stunned finally reacted, hugged each other, screamed in fear, and squatted down trembling. The wooden door in the house was also knocked open. Robert held the gun in both hands, looking outside nervously in a standard rapid aiming posture. He had just entered when he heard gunshots. Seeing that Dean and Harry were safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. "I was so scared, I thought you were shot. No one can shoot me head on." Dean blew on the muzzle of the gun that was still steaming, pointed at the group of people and said, "Before the reinforcements arrive, you and Harry, keep an eye on these people, especially this little cutie who is crawling on the ground. I hope he is still alive when I come out." "No problem. Do you need a body search? If you want to take advantage of those female warriors, go ahead. My suggestion is that whoever puts down his hands should be shot, and then go for a body search." Dean pushed Robert away and walked into Mrs. Haas's house again. "Go out and enter the door." All this happened too quickly. It took less than 2 or 3 minutes. The kind-looking old lady was trembling and picking up the untouched water cups on the coffee table. It seemed that she had not yet reacted to the gunshots outside. "Hello, Mom, we meet again." Dean, holding a pistol that still smelled of gunpowder, walked to the old lady and sat down like a person holding a toothpick. Mrs. Haas looked at the gun in Dean's hand with some fear, and stepped back subconsciously, but fell on the sofa behind her, and the water cup in her hand fell to the ground, soaking it. "Sir, did you just shoot?" "Yes, Mom, you're Mr. Arthur." The bone odor on his body was too obvious, and he wanted to shake hands with me. I couldn't help it. "You killed him." Mrs. Haas's eyes widened, making it hard to tell whether she was surprised or happy. "Why did you kill him?" Dean took out a cigarette and lit it. "You are an old woman, and you probably can't maintain such a large-scale slaughterhouse. Tell me, who is behind you? I'm in need of credit recently." Before coming to Mrs. Haas, Dean only wanted to deal with Mrs. Haas, finish the case of Howard's attack, get 500 experience points, and then level up. In this way, he can improve his mental attributes. Never expected. As soon as Dean arrived in this area, he smelled a familiar smell. It was the special smell that bones give off when they are crushed into powder and then fermented, the fishy smell mixed with the fragrance of pork ribs, mixed with the fragrance of flowers. Most people really can't tell the difference. At this time, Dean was just a little suspicious. Because bone meal itself is a very good fertilizer for flowers, and can even be used to feed animals, there are powdered raw materials made from animal bones on the market. Some people who come from farms sometimes make their own. Bone meal fertilizer is generally grayish-white and insoluble in water. There are 2 ways to use it. One is to mix it into the soil after fermentation to fertilize the soil. It has a long-term effect and saves trouble and labor. It will not leave large grayish-white scabs on the surface of the soil, and there will be no strange smell left after the bone meal ferments. One is to mix the bone meal with water and shake it evenly, and water it on both sides of the flowers and plants. Although this method is labor-saving and time-saving, it will make the smell of fermented bone meal very strong, and it may also burn the roots and stems of flowers and plants, causing the death of plants, and finally leave traces on the surface of the soil. Mrs. Haas's situation is a bit strange. Dean noticed. There are no gray-white scabs on the surface of the flowers and plants, which means that the bone meal is fermented and then filled into the soil. But the persistent and strong fermented fishy smell mixed with the fragrance of flowers, although light, can't escape his sensitive nose. This situation should not happen. Unless there is too much bone meal buried underground. So much that the flowers and plants can't absorb it all, and this oil can't cover it. It's not normal for such a large area of flowers and plants to have this situation. So when Dean said goodbye to Mrs. Haas, he deliberately asked, "Why are the flowers and plants here growing so lushly? Is there any special fertilizer?" Mrs. Haas's answer was funny. "I'm too old, others are responsible, and I don't know. This is impossible." Not to mention the strange smell of bone meal after fermentation and before it was buried in the soil. Even the movement of someone burying things around her house could not be hidden from this old lady who had installed cameras in front of and behind the house. No mistake, one post, one content, 1/6, one book, one bar. The other party is playing dumb. At this time, Dean, a man with a dark mind, already had a guess. So he told Robert to keep an eye on Mrs. Haas and prepare to take Harry to continue the verification. Then Dean met Arthur. The smell on the other party made him familiar. That guy is a scavenger. This is not a familiarity in temperament, but a familiarity in smell. Because of the profession, scavengers often need to use various methods to clean up traces and dispose of corpses. The reason for frequent contact with these things. No matter how much they clean, the smell of those special drugs will remain on their bodies. The longer they do it, that smell is like pickled, and the more difficult it is to eliminate. This is also the reason why Dean shot so decisively. He was sure that this beautiful paradise was buried with sins that ordinary people could hardly imagine. Dean looked at Mrs. Haas, who was surprised, with burning eyes, waiting for her reaction. He had a hunch. This was a shocking case. He made a fortune this time, and maybe the panel could be upgraded several levels. Mrs. Haas was a little surprised. It was not until a few minutes later. She raised her head and elegantly tied up her messy hair on her forehead. "You look very young, have careful observation, and act decisively. You will definitely have a good future in the future, so I don't recommend you to delve into it. The water is very deep here. I am a good swimmer and I am not afraid of water. You are very confident, but what about your family?" Mrs. Haas smiled faintly. "In fact, I have long hated this kind of sin, but for Diran and Alishki, I can only continue. Let me tell you a story. It takes at least half an hour for a large group of people to get here. There is plenty of time." Dean nodded, just to kill time. In Mrs. Haas's narration, Dean saw what the sin under power is. Because of her background, Mrs. Haas experienced all kinds of betrayal since she was a child and witnessed all kinds of truths in the world, so she finally set her sights on the Social Security money of the elderly. With the help of Social Security money, she finally became a celebrity at the time, and funded many potential people, and had a certain social status. If you walk too much on the road at night, you will always meet ghosts. An elderly person found that his Social Security money had decreased, and the matter was exposed. It seemed that she was about to be ruined. An adult stepped in to help her suppress the matter. The big man helped to settle the troubles encountered by Mrs. Haas, and made her career stronger and stronger, and she had no worries. No elderly person would find anything unusual about the Social Security money. Isn't this no worries? Not long after, Mrs. Haas owns a lush garden and green forest, several elderly apartments where residents rotate diligently, and the food is much better, and stewed meat can often be seen. I am very distressed that things have developed to this point. The kind old lady lit a lady's cigarette. I know that when things are exposed one day, I will be the best scapegoat, triggering the news and covering up those deeper things. But for Diran and others, I have no choice. After listening to the long story, Dean was silent. He always thought that he had seen the depth of darkness, but he was slapped in the face again and again. The darkness under human desire is far beyond the limit of imagination. Mrs. Haas tapped her fingers and shook off the ash. Her originally ruddy face had turned pale, coughed out. "If you continue to stay here, it will bring safety risks to your family." Dean's eyes condensed. He realized that the other party's cigarette was problematic. The big man behind this is a lot of experience points. How could Dean be willing to give up? The key is that Mrs. Haas is right. For such an inhuman thing, he has already intervened. Whether the other party suspects that he knows the truth or not, it is a trouble. In this case, strike first and kill him. He leaned close to Mrs. Haas's ear and whispered, "Tell me the name of that person, or I will send your family down to accompany you, I swear." "Mrs. Haas?" Her pale face became even paler. Mrs. Haas couldn't believe that this was what a young detective who fell silent after listening to her story said. The other party actually threatened an old woman who was about to die. Inhuman. Dean stood up and adjusted his clothes. "Tell me, are you sure he won't kill your family to prevent the risk of leakage? Arthur should be the person arranged by the other party, right? Step back, think about the restless souls under your feet. Don't you want to redeem yourself for your crimes before you die?" His words, like a knife, pierced Mrs. Haas's heart. Black blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. She collapsed on the sofa, and said a name in an almost inaudible voice. Dean's ears twitched slightly, and after noting the name, He left the room without looking back. The next moment, a message emerged in his mind. Attempted murder at the train station solved. Experience points plus 300. Mrs. Haas is dead. The murderers involved in Howard's attack were all killed, and the case was solved. This case took Dean 2 days. He ran around. A lot of brain cells died. In the end, he got 300 experience points. It was really not worth it. But Dean didn't care. This is just an appetizer. The big meal is tonight. P.S. These are all free words and are not counted in the text. In order to avoid people saying that I am writing water, I put the detailed story narrated by Mrs. Haas at the top of the novel catalog related to the work. Mrs. Haas's character note. A total of 2,000 words. The title also has Mrs. Haas's original form. Interested book friends can go and search. Considering that this chapter is the end of a small case, I posted it in advance. At 5 p.m., there are 2 consecutive chapters. As for the additional chapters, they should still be posted in the evening. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Aftermath, Action. Thanks to the efforts of Holtz and his colleagues, they worked from noon to around 7 or 8 in the evening before they finished checking the situation around Mrs. Haas. During this time, Dean went back to the city to make some preparations. After confirming the target's location, he drove back to Mrs. Haas and brought food and drinks to everyone. Guys, how is it? It's appalling. I feel like I'm going to have a nightmare today. Harry and Robert stood up from the ground with grim expressions. Harry made a bitter face and pointed at the bags that filled 3 pickup trucks. Those are all bone powder. Holtz said that if the degraded parts are not counted, there are more than 2,000 people here. Robert pointed to the vehicle sent from behind. Those are all bodies buried earlier, a total of 17, all buried in the forest, and found through detectors. This is normal. The number of bodies is too large. In order to conceal it, they are generally separated from the bones and flesh. That's why there is so much bone powder here. If I'm not mistaken, there are special machines in the apartment. Yes, it's in the kitchen, a professional bone and flesh separation assembly line, a roaster, and a high-power air purifier. It's a complete slaughterhouse. Holtz walked over with a pale face. To be honest, Dean, following you, the cases I have experienced in a short period of time are more exciting than in previous years, but this case is too big, and I have a bad feeling. I know what you mean. Dean sighed. It's our fault for running into it. We can only hope that a fool will jump out to take over, otherwise it will only cause headaches for the top management of the Detective Bureau. Looking at the two of them like a riddle. Robert and Harry looked at each other, then suddenly walked in front of Holtz, lifted him up and shook him. Tell me, what's the ominous premonition? They didn't dare to provoke Dean. But Holtz, good people are bullied. Holtz rolled his eyes. Do you think this is the bone powder of 2,000 pigs? With such a big case, who do you think will jump out? Harry and Robert said in unison, FBI. Yes. Holtz chuckled. Under normal circumstances, they would have come here a long time ago after smelling the smell. I'm afraid this case is too difficult, so they've become turtles. The power of the FBI in the United States is indeed great. But there are also many FBI members who die in the line of duty and encounter accidents every year, otherwise they wouldn't have to recruit new people so often. In this regard, they are far less arrogant than the CIA. After all, dogs always bite outsiders more fiercely. The scene was handled. The matter involved too much? Dean immediately told Mon and Old Hunter. Mon's reaction is not discussed. Old Hunter seemed very lost and embarrassed. He hung up the phone in a hurry and had no intention of coming to participate. Before getting the reply from above, Dean learned more about the situation here. There are more than 120 elderly people living here. According to the confessions of the female helpers, the elderly people come and go in Mrs. Haas's charity nursing home, and it is rare to see them stay here for more than 3 months. The female helpers also come and go frequently. After all, it is not an easy task to take care of so many elderly people. So except for Arthur, whose limbs were broken by Dean, no one knows how many lonely elderly people are buried underground. But the surviving elderly people are not in good condition. I don't know whether it is because they drink and take drugs themselves, or because the food here is nutritious. Most of these elderly people are stupid. It is difficult to deal with these things with just a detective bureau and a branch bureau, and those government employees must be involved. At 9 o'clock in the evening, everyone was worried about how to deal with these elderly people and then go home early after get off work. Dean finally waited for Meng N's call. Dean, the higher-ups have already announced the result of this matter. Someone will come to you to deal with this matter. Don't let anyone leave before the person arrives. Is it troublesome? Such a scandal should not appear in a big city like Los Angeles. It will bring shame to everyone. Got it, I'll take care of it. After hanging up the phone, Dean sneered. This is why he deliberately asked Harry and the others to call so many people together. With fewer people, he was afraid that he would die heroically. Now it depends on what price the higher-ups will pay to deal with this matter. This time is different from the last Lincoln Farm incident. That time, the Carmen family covered the sky with one hand. This time is completely different. Some people want to cover up this matter. Some people hope that this matter will become as big as possible, and it would be best if the people behind this matter were dragged into the water and trampled to death. In order to calm this matter down, those who are stained with the money of the dead must pay a price in real money. Whether it is the people in the forensic department or the bald hawk, they are all familiar with Dean. So under his implicit reminder, everyone had no choice but to continue waiting here. At 10:10 p.m., more than 20 fire trucks and buses, led by several cars, arrived at this remote retirement home. 3 men with stern expressions got out of the car and said to Dean and his group of smoke-spewing rabble, "Who is the person in charge here?" "Me." Dean went up to them. This place was discovered by our 4th Squadron accidentally at the beginning, but the result was far more horrifying than we imagined. I felt that the matter was too big, so I reported it. The leader was a sturdy man in his 30s. He glanced at Dean and stretched out his hand, police detective's card. Dean handed it over honestly. He never caused trouble for himself directly. At most he would hide him with a brick and shoot him from behind. Unexpectedly, after the sturdy man read his police detective's card, his stern face actually eased a little. "So you are Dean, let's go over here and talk." This sudden action not only surprised Dean, but also confused the 2 people behind him. This was the first time they had seen the leader speak so kindly. The 2 came to an open space. Dean took out a cigarette and handed it over. "Let me guess, you are one of the students of Mentor Anthony. You are very smart, Dean." The strong man took the cigarette hesitantly, clamped it on his ear, and stretched out his hand to Dean. "You can call me Amin. I am currently working in the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, and serving as the Deputy Director of NSA, National Security Intelligence." Dean stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other party, and asked with some doubts, "I thought it was a government employee or FBI person who came. Why would the Department of Homeland Security be dispatched?" Amin forced a stiff smile on his face, "Because when the FBI is dispatched, it will leave files, but if we are dispatched, ordinary people cannot see our files. After a period of time, the files will disappear in a reasonable way. Let's not talk about this. How is Teacher Anthony recently?" "Teacher Anthony has been suspended, but he is in good condition. He has returned to the Commonwealth and it will probably take some time before he comes back. The difference between calling teacher and mentor is the difference in how close the 2 are to Anthony." So Amin did not continue to ask more questions. He asked about the details of Dean's case as if he was chatting. There was nothing to hide. Dean told the truth and said that Arthur should be the key figure and Amin would take him away later. "So you didn't get any useful information from Mrs. Haz?" Amin looked at Dean's eyes with scrutiny. Dean shook his head. "When I went in, she was smoking. Before I could ask 2 questions, she vomited blood and died. There are too many waters here. I don't want to cause trouble for myself." Since learning micro-expression analysis, he can now control his expression and tone steadily, making it difficult for people to distinguish between true and false, and his acting skills are becoming more and more natural. Amin nodded, "A wise choice. In fact, with your talent, I think the special organization is more suitable for you. It's a pity to stay in the detective bureau. It will be like a fish tank and become a shackle that restricts your growth." Dean laughed. "I'm still young. It's not too late to consider development after I finish learning the skills of Mentor Anthony." Amin was stunned. He then remembered that Dean, who looked very mature in front of him, seemed to be only 22 years old a few days later. After the 2 finished their conversation, Amin gave Dean a business card, saying that they could contact each other more often in the future. After signing the confidentiality agreement, Dean's 3 detectives, Hawk's group of police officers, and Holtz's group of forensic department employees finally received full salaries for half a year as bonuses for their special contributions. Everyone left happily. It was great to get money without getting into trouble. After Dean and others left, Amin gave an order. Those elderly people were dispersed and taken to the bus, and someone sprinkled a lot of gasoline around and ignited it. The flames rolled, turning the night into a fiery red. With a background of the fire. After taking a few photos, the bus left and forced the elderly to various nursing homes in Los Angeles. And when the flames almost destroyed all the traces here, those firefighters who had been waiting for a long time also joined the battlefield and extinguished the flames at midnight that day. An inconspicuous piece of news was played in a loop on the TV station. A fire broke out in XX retirement apartment. After the fire department dispatched rescue in time, the fire was put out long ago. There are no casualties at present. Who watches the news at midnight? Those who see it will not know how many corpses and souls are lying under this short line of words. On the other side, after Dean and others returned to downtown Los Angeles, a group of people simply went to a strip bar to party, picking up half a year's salary for nothing. It would be unreasonable not to celebrate. Dean deliberately poured wine. After a group of people had a good time, they came to a temporary hotel nearby drunkenly and opened more than a dozen rooms to rest. It was late at night. Dean left the back alley of the hotel, climbed over a wall, and went directly to an inconspicuous house in the next community. This is the temporary safe house he prepared for himself. This thing sounds high-end, but it is actually very simple to prepare. Find a few willing homeless people, rent some houses with their identities, settle the rent in cash, and then hide some water and food. Dean prepared such places near several strip clubs in the city. They were used and discarded, and replaced regularly. Even if something really happened and the owner of the house felt something was wrong, few people dared to report it. On the contrary, weapons were more troublesome. Dean had only been in this world for about 2 months, and had been busy solving cases and handling miscellaneous matters. Until now, he had not built an underground channel belonging to this world. Originally, Bay was a good guide. But this guy lost contact after the Lincoln Farm explosion, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. The weapons in front of Dean now were all assembled by him at a high price through online slang, and the parts were delivered at a high price. Among them was a semi-automatic rifle, CZ-805, which used 5.56mm bullets and was equipped with a 100-round drum magazine. The total weight was less than 15 pounds, which Dean could easily control. This is an uncommon rifle model in the United States, produced in the Czech Republic. Dean easily got the assembled parts through the internet. The quality was not excellent, but it could barely be used. Some time ago, after realizing the limitations of the pistol, he has been practicing rifles. Although the effect cannot be said to be very good in a short period of time, with a gun feeling brought by the proficiency of the pistol, he is barely equivalent to the veteran level within 100 meters. Coupled with his physical fitness and reaction speed, ordinary soldiers can't beat him at all. In addition to the CZ-805 and 3 full drums, Dean also prepared 2 Glock 19s, regular versions, with 15 rounds of full magazines. The power is average, but the performance is stable, and the key is that it is easy to get. Put on a cheap gray sportswear and long boots. Dean put the weapons and a white gentleman mask into the backpack, drove the shabby second-hand pickup truck parked outside the door, and rushed to the target location. The person behind Mrs. Haas is not a politician or a dangerous place like Carmen Manor. It is just a Catholic archbishop. He has a prominent status and a wide network of people. But there is no protection around him. So Dean didn't prepare a bulletproof vest. This thing is strictly regulated in the current American civilian market. It is much harder to get than a gun, and it is easy to be lured. Strictly speaking, with the 2 pistols in his hands, Dean has enough confidence to kill through the poorly guarded residence of the Grand Master, and he may not even need to fire a gun. As for bringing an extra semi-automatic rifle, it is completely because after the last attack on Carmen Manor, Dean suffered from a serious fear of insufficient firepower. The feeling of being suppressed by the hail of bullets and not daring to raise your head is really uncomfortable. Except for women. He doesn't like being suppressed. I just don't know how much experience points he can get this time. Dean is looking forward to it. Chapter 110: A Wave of Fat. Catholicism is the largest religion in Los Angeles. It has a great influence in the surrounding areas. With more believers, there is influence and money. Therefore, most Catholic priests live a wealthy life. Although there are ascetics, they do not include Archbishop Braunhagen. Except for some major ceremonies and participating in the baptism of children from wealthy families. Most of the time, Braunhagen lives in a small manor outside his city. This is actually a strange phenomenon in many large cities in the United States in recent years. The rich go out, and the poor gather in the city center. Apartments have become the residence of the poor. Villas and manors are the favorites of the rich. The powerful divide people into different levels through these rigid conditions. But this just facilitates Dean's actions. As the Archbishop of Catholicism in Los Angeles, Braunhagen has a lot of information on him, which has been leaked on the internet. There are even fanatical believers who will update his schedule every day, just like chasing stars. If this unlucky guy doesn't die, who will die? In fact, if Dean didn't want to keep a low profile, it's not difficult to kill such an honorary public figure. 2 o'clock in the morning. Everything is silent. Dean's pickup truck also came to the town near the manor where Braunhagen was located. He put on a mask early, with 2 Glock 19s on his waist, a CZ-805 on his back, and various magazines hanging on his legs. He shuttled through the woods and touched the largest manor outside the town. According to online information, Archbishop Braunhagen lives in poverty, living in a manor built with the help of believers, growing vegetables by himself, and only 2 old friends who have been with him for many years. But Dean knew that this was all nonsense. Braunhagen, but every year can squeeze at least more than $20 million of oil and water from the bones of those lonely old people. Such people, if they don't enjoy themselves, they will not be able to live up to their beastly hearts. After walking in the dark for about 10 minutes, the outline of a manor shrouded in the night appeared in front of Dean. In fact, the manor here is more like a small farm. The periphery is blocked by a fence. Fruits and vegetables are planted inside. But not many people know the situation inside. With the moonlight, Dean noticed that red and green lights flashed from time to time in the fenced plants outside the manor. This is a laser sensor light, not a very sophisticated thing. It can only serve as a warning. But this also shows that the manor is not as simple as it is said on the internet. Dean sprinkled some stimulating powder on himself, avoided the laser sensor lights, climbed into the farm, and followed the paths on both sides of the sky and the earth to touch inside. There was a faint snoring sound coming from the dark fields. These should be some sleeping dogs. Passing the second line of defense, Dean walked carefully for about 500 meters and finally saw the real manor in front of him. It was a large double-story attic. It looked a bit old. Under the moonlight, the attic was a little lonely and empty, very much like the classic wilderness haunted house in horror movies. Dean first walked around the attic, and finally determined Braunhagen's room by opening and closing the doors and windows. He grabbed the bulge outside the attic with his bare hands and lifted himself up. He came to the window of the master bedroom on the second floor. Dean could only see a person lying inside through the window, but he couldn't tell whether the person was Braunhagen himself. But it was harmless. Kill him and see if he would give experience points. Then he would know whether the person was Braunhagen. Dean reached into his pocket, took out a thin wire, inserted it into the gap between the windows, and gently hooked it a few times, and then he opened a small gap in the locked window. Then he took out a thin tube about half a meter long from his back, dipped some metal powder in a plastic box, pointed it at the figure on the bed, and pulled the mechanism. A cold light flashed. The person on the bed seemed to be bitten by a mosquito. He subconsciously touched the part where the needle was stuck, and continued to sleep soundly. It was confirmed that the other party was hit by the needle. Dean waited patiently. This is actually a blow needle. In the past, most people blew into the thin tube with their mouths. But when the DNA test came out, the primitive mouth-blowing method was retired on the spot. Blow needles have also changed with the times and replaced with simple mechanisms, which can create a good penetration effect within a distance of 10 meters. The contaminated powder is a mineral toxin. Mineral toxins have the advantages of simple storage, quick effect, easy extraction, stable properties, and high-cost performance, and are the first choice for assassination. After waiting for about a minute, the person who was originally sleeping on the bed suddenly struggled up, as if his whole body was cramping, and it was like an epileptic seizure. After a few twitches, he fell heavily on the bed. Dead. Dean's face under the mask sank. There was no prompt in the panel. This is not Braunhagen. Just as he was about to enter the house to search and clear the place, the heart of the person on the bed stopped. Woo woo woo, sharp alarms sounded from all over the manor. Fuck. This person is also part of the manor's security. Dean listened to the shrill alarm and the manor without any movement. His eyes flashed fiercely. He kicked open the window from the other side, took off the CZ-805 with 100 rounds of bullets on his back, and began to search for Braunhagen's location. A thief never leaves empty-handed. Killing all the beasts here is also a perfect infiltration. Anyway, in Dean's eyes, Braunhagen and his lackeys were not considered human beings. Of course, if there was no harvest after more than 20 minutes, Dean would leave without hesitation. This place was remote. Except for a few small characters in the town not far away, the nearest police station was half an hour's drive away. 20 minutes was the cordon in Dean's mind. In the attic, the alarm was blaring. Although the possibility of being transmitted to the town was small, Dean, who was angry and embarrassed, still blew up these alarm devices one by one. As a poor killer, he simply went all out and turned on the lights in the house and searched quickly. The attic had only 2 floors. In a few minutes, Dean roughly checked all the rooms. There was no one. In addition, Dean found traces of human life in the utility room on the first floor. Looking at the clothes and ornaments, they were similar to the pajamas of the person who died on the second floor. But the bed in the utility room was surprisingly luxurious and out of tune with the surrounding environment. Dean guessed that Braunhagen usually lived in the master bedroom on the second floor, but when he went to bed, he changed beds with the servants. What about him? Why didn't he sleep at night? Braunhagen's whereabouts outside have never been concealed from the believers in the town. Every day, someone posts his farming on the internet, which means that he really lives here. Since it is not on the attic in the open, that means there is a dark room under the attic. Dean thought of the many surveillance lines that needed to be arranged, rushed out of the house, scanned the exposed lines outside, and rushed to the kitchen behind the attic. At this moment, in the basement, an old man in his 50s frowned and looked at the masked man in the camera who rushed to the basement entrance. He sighed, took a set of tattered priest robes from outside the bed and put them on, stood in front of the cold guns hanging on the wall, and prayed devoutly, "Great Lord, the believer Amadoka will offer you a lost lamb. May your great Holy Spirit protect me outside the wall." Fierce gunshots have already been heard. The other party has discovered the entrance and is destroying the mechanism. The old man was unmoved. After praying devoutly, he grabbed a large rotating spray gun in front of him, which was as thick as an adult's arm, and casually hung a large bullet string on the wall that looked like a string of garlic around his neck, and walked calmly towards the entrance of the tunnel. He had killed countless people for his master throughout his life, and his hands were covered in blood. A mere intruder. Killing him was like killing a dog. This is also the main reason why Archbishop Braunhagen, who had done so many bad things, dared to live in the manor with 2 old servants. The vigilance that could not be avoided was one aspect. The protection of a down-and-out punishment night was also a very important aspect. Bang! A muffled sound, accompanied by the violent destruction of the connection. The disguised iron door slammed heavily into the underground passage. Dean didn't even look at it, but put the gun into the tunnel and pulled the trigger to sweep randomly, trying to cover all areas at the end of the tunnel. No mistakes in one poem, one post, one content, one book, one forum, 1619. Dang dang dang, the crisp sound of shells falling to the ground continued. Only after the magazine was emptied did Dean put on a new drum magazine and jump into the tunnel. At the end of the brightly lit tunnel, there was an old man with a thick frame, supported by an exaggerated shotgun, covered with bullet holes and blood stains. He stared at Dean, who jumped into the tunnel with his eyes wide open, looking like he was not going to stare at him. "Dean, I really hit the unlucky guy." He was cautious and didn't care whether there were fish or not. He thought of blowing it up first, but he didn't expect that a fish would automatically take the bait and wait for him at the other side of the tunnel. "Don't say it." The old man looked mighty, and the shotgun was probably powerful. Once the other party fired a gun, in the narrow tunnel, people would become thieves. Dean touched the soil of the tunnel and confirmed his thoughts. He was relieved from his originally uneasy heart. There should be no other exits in this place, and the possibility of hiding self-destructing explosives is not high. This is his experience. Tunnels are places that are either used for escape or to hide private places, and both require strong privacy. In ancient times, nobles and wealthy people could kill construction workers. It is much more troublesome in modern times. The key is that Bronhojan's identity cannot do this. Although he is the Archbishop of the Catholic Church in Los Angeles, he is more like a socialite. He has great influence and wide connections, but he no longer has the status he had hundreds of years ago. Otherwise, he would not risk being ruined and eating the bones of those old people. He needs money to maintain his social connections and status. So this underground secret room should be used more to hide secrets. Reality is not a movie. Not every underground passage is full of traps. This thing is not so simple to build, and it is easy to accidentally hurt one's own people due to disrepair. Since someone is guarding the passage, it means that the passage is unlikely to have traps. Dean walked along the wall and quickly walked to the old man who died with his eyes open. After looking at him twice, he focused his attention on the front. The passage he passed by was more like an entrance corridor. Further inside, there was a small compartment of only about 5 square meters. A bed and a surveillance camera on half of the wall almost took up all the space. Outside the compartment, there was another switch door. There was a lot of noise outside, but there was no reaction in the compartment inside. I don't know if the people inside were scared or the sound insulation here was too good, so the people inside had no idea what was happening outside. After a simple search, Dean didn't find the key. This thing should be open at ordinary times. Only when someone goes in can this heavy-looking door be closed from the inside. This made Dean more interested in what was inside. He carefully observed the structure of the compartment door. After all, he was a man with a stealing L1 skill. Although he was not proficient, he also had a certain understanding of the structure of door locks. This door can be broken. Dean raised his foot and was about to kick at the connection position of the door. He seemed to think of something, grabbed the dead body leaning against the wall, dragged it close to the compartment door, and kicked it hard. Bang! A violent collision sound echoed in the narrow underground space. Dust scattered. Obvious cracks appeared in the area where the door and the wall were connected. There's hope. Dean got excited. With the help of ancient Thai boxing, he concentrated his strength on the connection point with his feet. After more than 10 kicks, there was a muffled sound of click. The thick compartment door tilted inside. Dean didn't hesitate. He grabbed the corpse beside him and used it as a shield. He pulled the trigger in his hand in advance and rushed in. The next moment, bang bang bang, bullets collided. Violent gunshots echoed endlessly. The large corpse in front of Dean was trembling from the beating, and a woman's scream came from the compartment. Someone was shot. Dean didn't care about these. He dragged the corpse back to the compartment, and at the same time, the muzzle of the gun followed the direction of the scream and splashed it like raindrops. Compared with pistols, rifles are more important to be fast and accurate, accompanied by precise strikes. The screams lasted less than 2 seconds before they stopped abruptly. There was no movement from the counterattack inside. Dean listened for a while in the thick smell of gunpowder, thought about it, picked up the huge spray gun hanging on the corpse, dragged the corpse with his left hand, held the spray gun with his right hand, and walked back in. In this small space, everyone is equal in front of the spray gun, even if the other party is wearing a bulletproof vest. He was undoubtedly too cautious. In the small room, a terrified old man was curled up under a strange-shaped operating table, holding a pistol with no bullets, desperately pulling the trigger at Dean. On the operating table, a naked corpse that had been dissected for the most part had been beaten to pieces. Under the table, there was also a female corpse lying in a corner, without a breath. Seeing that the other party was no longer a threat, Dean glanced around and habitually determined the environment, but saw red lights flashing in the 4 corners. It was clearly 4 high-definition, uncensored cameras covering the entire room from front to back, left to right. Fuck. Dean felt something was wrong. He threw away the corpse in front of him, raised his gun and fired 4 shots in a row. After blowing up 4 cameras, he rushed to the old man angrily and smashed him hard on the corpse on the operating table. Tell me, what were you doing just now? It's over, it's all over. The old man smiled miserably, and in contrast to his previous terrified attitude, he grabbed the gun in his hand fearlessly. Dean pulled the trigger subconsciously. Ta-ta-ta, blood splattered everywhere. The next moment, a message appeared in Dean's mind. The old man's slaughterhouse case was solved, experience plus 5,000, L9 L12, attribute points plus 3, skill points plus 3. This time, the experience points gained did not disappoint Dean. adding the experience points from the previous upgrade. This time, he was promoted 3 levels in a row. It can be called a wave of fat. Gains are gains. But when he saw the cameras that were blown up by him in the corner, Dean felt a little uneasy. This scene seemed to have been heard of somewhere before. Whatever, do whatever you want, I'm wearing a mask anyway. Dean suppressed his uneasiness, looked at the breathless Brownhagen with some regret, and turned to leave. Originally, he was thinking that Brownhagen had made so much dirty money, and he would see if he could borrow some to help him spend, which would be considered as helping him to accumulate merit in the eyes of God. As a result, this old man deliberately sought death, and his instinctive reaction was too fast. He simply cleaned up the traces and destroyed the monitoring equipment. Dean drove back to the city. At the same time, on an extremely rare encrypted live broadcast network platform, as the live broadcast went black, the blood-red barrage jumped quickly. It's a bit late to come back. Today's 3 chapters are 13,000, and the update has been completed, including Mrs. Haas's character note. It is actually 15,000 updates. Before 12 o'clock, there is another chapter to be updated. There is an additional chapter, and brothers can read it tomorrow. The dog thief is going to eat first. Chapter 111. This skill is really good. Second time. This is the second time something like this has happened in Los Angeles. In just 2 months, we have lost an elder and a specially appointed director. We must take revenge. In front of the table. Multi-person network communication. The mixed mechanical sounds gathered in the small secret room. A pair of dark brown eyes looked at the handsome face on the computer, and he hesitated for a moment, but finally shook his head, pressed the button on the table, and made his own voice, "Shut up. All activities in Los Angeles will be temporarily stopped. I will deal with this matter." He seemed to have a very special status among these people. Even if they were reluctant, the avatars representing the communication dimmed one by one to show their respect. This meant that they agreed to the man's proposal. Alice, a faint sigh echoed in the secret room. The man clicked the mouse, moving it across the photo of the handsome man, and finally stopped at a pale mask. He stared for a long time, and finally sent out a command through the encrypted channel. Target number 1, codename Gentleman, height between 180 and 195, strong and powerful, average shooting skills, reserved personality, suspected to be a veteran, connected with Brownhagen, and may be related to the exposure of the retirement home. Verify the possible candidate as soon as possible. After sending the command, the man clicked back to the previous photo, and for an unknown number of times, he carefully read the information of the person in the photo, and finally stopped at the other party's hotel booking record. With the help of the organization's large number of peripheral personnel, he easily got the details of what happened in the Los Angeles retirement home. The person in the photo not only looks like the masked man who broke into Brownhagen's residence, but also killed the previous 13th elder, the Butcher. Although this was originally the Butcher's own expansion, he took the initiative to participate in the game. But it cannot be denied. The young man named Dean in the photo slapped their organization in the face. If it weren't for thinking of some unpleasant things. The man snorted coldly, and finally picked up the satellite phone on the table. "Master. Go to the Goat Inn and confirm if the customer in room 201 is in the room now. I'll call you back in half an hour." The man calculated the distance between Brownhagen Manor and the small hotel and agreed. The phone was hung up. The man hid his body in the shadows and lit a cigarette. As the red dot flickered, his thoughts flew, and I don't know what he was thinking. Boom on the deserted road. A shabby pickup truck. The motor made a roar that was almost squeezed to the limit. Dean couldn't help but scream under the stimulation of his adrenaline. The little worry in his heart before. Under the stimulation of this speed and passion, it disappeared long ago. Under the strong nerve reaction. Even if the speed of this second-hand car is increased to the limit. For Dean, it can be easily mastered. So although his driving skills are only ordinary L2, with a blessing of physical talent, even some old drivers may not dare to be as crazy as he is now. The journey that originally took at least 40 minutes was completed in just over 20 minutes. Back to the city. Dean slowed down the car. This car is definitely not worth having. It's easy to deal with. There's a strip bar next to it. There will be kind people who will help take it away. But for safety reasons, Dean picked up a spike from the car and destroyed the 4 tires one by one before he opened the door and turned to walk towards the rental house. The car can be given, but the tires must be changed. He quickly changed his clothes. Dean picked up the recorder beside him and rewound it quickly. Next to the recorder, there was a mobile phone with a hold. To be precise, he also hid a mobile phone with a hold in his room in the hotel, and made some inconspicuous little mechanisms. In this way, no matter if someone knocks on the door or sneaks in, he can find out. From the beginning to almost this time. Except for the slight electronic noise. Dean didn't find anything unusual. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that no one came to disturb him tonight and found that he was away. Otherwise, it would be at this time. Knock knock knock. A vague knock on the door sounded from the recorder. There was also a drunken female voice. FKYOU, open the door, Tom, you bastard, open the door. After that, there was noise and abuse. It seemed that the people around were awakened by the woman's noise. Dean looked at the time. He found that it happened before he entered the rental house. Fuck. He quickly changed his clothes, hid his weapons, and then picked up the strong perfume and wine spray bottle beside him, sprayed himself, and rushed out. When Dean climbed back to the room along the wall, the noise outside the door was still there. He rubbed his eyes hard, brewed his emotions a little, then opened the door and said viciously, "You don't sleep, do you want to try my fist?" FK. A man who looked stronger than Dean was about to trick the screaming woman in front of him back to his room, but was disturbed by Dean and punched her directly. Dean pulled along his fist and kicked the man's foot at the same time, bringing him to the ground and pinning him to the ground. This is a Krav Maga technique. Pressing the man down, Dean opened his bloodshot eyes. "I hate it most when others disturb my rest. If there is such a thing again, I promise you will regret it." The man wanted to be tough. But he felt something cold and hard against his waist. His heart skipped a beat and he begged for mercy. "I'm sorry, I was also woken up by that woman. I'm in a bad mood. I'm sorry." He looked in the direction the man pointed. A petite blonde and blue-eyed cow, reeking of alcohol, was mumbling words like Tom and bastard, and seemed to be very drunk. Dean cursed in his heart, got up and let the man go, walked to the woman, supported her, and prepared to take her back to her room to rest. This place is next to the strip bar. All the people who come and go are carnivorous men and women. This woman is good-looking and has a good figure. She can even arouse the impulse of some people with special fetishes. Being raped is nothing. If she gets sick, it will be really miserable. He is different. He is kind-hearted. He is also healthy. How could he know? As soon as his hand touched the woman, Dean immediately found something wrong. This woman's muscles tensed up for a moment. Thinking of her being the first to knock on his door, Dean's eyes turned cold, and he directly carried the woman up. In the envious and jealous eyes of the man next to him, he took her back to the room and closed the door. FK, dead white face, if I didn't bring a gun today, I must have taught you a lesson. The man who suffered a loss went back in anger. He returned to the room. He felt the hot breath of the woman on his back. No mistake, one post, one content, 1-6, one book, one bar, take a look. Dean smiled and said, "Lucky, I slept well, and there is a woman sent to me." The woman's drunken murmur paused slightly, and her breathing became more rapid. The next moment, a sense of weightlessness came over her. She was thrown onto the bed. It was over. The woman had a premonition of what was going to happen next. She quickly let out a cry, pretending to be confused and awake, looking around, and looking at Dean, who had taken off his pajamas in a somewhat foolish way. She was stunned for a moment, then curled up at the head of the bed and screamed, "Who are you? What are you going to do? Don't come over. If you come over again, I'll scream." "What?" Dean was full of doubts. "Didn't you say I'm your Tom?" "Huh?" The woman looked at the sincere Dean and wondered if she had really said such a thing when she pretended to be drunk. The next moment, Dean had already pounced on her and pressed her under him. Woo, a few tearing sounds. Everything is self-evident. More than an hour later, the woman covered her tattered clothes and limped out of the hotel. She took out her mobile phone in fear and called. Half a while later, an electronic voice came from the other end. "Barbie, you disappoint me." The woman's face was pale, and she explained hurriedly, "I want to report the situation, but no need." The other end sneered, "You screamed so loudly, I heard it downstairs." "Okay, Barbie, no need to say, I have already sent the results back. You take care of yourself. I hope you will not appear on the purification list one day." Beep beep beep. Before the woman could explain, the phone was hung up. FK. The woman angrily and horrifiedly smashed the phone to the ground, but attracted the attention of two drug addicts who were rubbing their hands on the ground at the corner of the street. The night wind was cold. The woman hurriedly hugged her hands to her chest to cover the spring light inside, picked up the phone, ran to a car on the street, and left here. After a while, Dean walked out of the shadows and returned to the hotel. This woman is actually a member of the Lucifer game organization. He remembered. The layout of the secret room of Braunhagen does look like recording or live broadcasting some bloody autopsy videos. If I remember correctly. At that time, there was a female extra next to Braunhagen. She was killed by a stray bullet without saying a word. So Braunhagen is also related to the Lucifer game organization? But why did they come to him? Dean paused on his way upstairs. Although he killed Bill, if he wanted to retaliate, he would have done it long ago. So it should have nothing to do with the previous things. Then there is only one truth. The people of the Lucifer game organization suspected that the masked man was himself. The face can be covered. But hide and so on are not easy to hide in a battle. Because it is easy to get yourself killed. Here comes the problem. People of his height are not uncommon. As soon as Braunhagen died, the other party immediately came to the small hotel to test whether he was in the room. This shows that there are other factors. Thinking about the only connection between himself and Braunhagen is Mrs. Haas's retirement home. Thinking about it this way, the reason why Braunhagen intervened in Mrs. Haas's business and carried it forward and squeezed those old people dry, I am afraid that there is also the intervention of the Lucifer game organization. The people of the Lucifer game organization are paying attention to these things. So when Braunhagen died, I was involved in the incident and my body shape matched that of the gang, so I was naturally the first suspect. Fortunately, I didn't use a pistol this time, and my speed was pretty good. Dean smiled. Not only did I clear my suspicion, but I also got a skill for free. After a big fight with that woman. Not only did he smile, but a skill he had accumulated for a long time was upgraded again, mastery level. After years of hard practice and reflection, you have mastered everything, enough to make iron trees bloom and stones gush water. You are more sensitive to the health of the opposite sex. You can accurately identify a woman's true reaction without asking her kimoji. This skill is really good. Dean was still a little proud of this. After all, this was the top level he had reached with his own efforts and talent. Fortunately that woman left early, otherwise Dean snorted coldly, walked into the bathroom with an invincible loneliness, and washed off the traces of battle left on his body. After taking a shower, he took a deep breath, came to the mirror, and said silently in his heart, Panel. Detective Panel, Character, Dean Level. 12, 1000, 2200, Spirit. 11 Strength. 13 Speed. 15, Limit, Stamina. 9 Skills, Pistol Mastery, Ancient Muay Thai, L3, Torture, L2, Blow Needle, L2, Emit, Click to open. Attribute Points. 3 Skill Points. 5 Completed Cases. 10, Details are omitted. Looking at the panel attributes that are so luxurious for the first time, Dean covered his mouth and laughed at the sky. Protagonist, Gaga reward thanks to the book friend Knight of Glory for the reward of 3,000 book coins, thanks to the boss. Dean, thanks to the book friend Guji waiting for you to return for the character reward of 30,000 book coins, thanks to the boss. Dean, thanks to the book friend Knight of Glory for the character reward of 500 book coins, thanks to the boss. Thanks to the book friend Flying Over Optimism for the reward, thanks to the boss. Chapter 112 Huge Improvement, Good Things Come One After Another. 3 Attribute Points. 5 Skill Points. This is the first time that Dean has been so rich. After so many attempts, Dean has basically understood the strengthening effects of various aspects of physical fitness. But he has not tried the mental aspect. Give it a try. His mind moved. Attribute Points. 32. Mental. 1112. Accompanied by a cool feeling, it surged into his head. Sleepiness surged. Dean wanted to resist, but he couldn't resist his instinct. His consciousness sank more and more. He had to lie on the bed and fell asleep. Time passed. A lot of strange and surprising, long-forgotten memories turned into illusory dreams and kept emerging. The fear, helplessness, human struggle, surrender, venting, intrigue and deception of the previous life. The happiness, warmth, drastic changes, depression, and stubbornness of the previous life were in the undetectable area. Under the stimulation of the mysterious power, the tiny nerve veins in Dean's brain were constantly activated from the dead silence. I don't know how long it took. Dean suddenly opened his eyes and touched his waist at the first moment, and then his palm paused in midair, remembering that he was improving. He took out his mobile phone and checked the time. About half an hour had passed. He had not been asleep for long. At this moment, Dean noticed that many memories of his past life that he had deliberately forgotten resurfaced, and the memories of his predecessor that he thought had merged were also much clearer. My brain seems to think a little faster, but it also seems not to be. Dean couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had not taken the initiative to improve his mental attributes. At present, it seems that in addition to making his previous memories clearer, the direct changes provided are not significant. Of course, it may also be because the improvement is too small. Suddenly, Dean noticed that there were a few more prompts on the panel. Reviewing the past to learn the new, you have a slight understanding of the knowledge learned in micro-expression analysis and have reached a critical point. Comprehended skills, at chess school, micro-expression analysis L1. Note, this skill can be combined with at chess school, psychological analysis L1 to form a special skill, at chess school, mind reading L1, reviewing the old to learn the new. Is this a hidden benefit of improving mental attributes? Dean smiled faintly, and his heart moved. The next moment, the psychology and micro-expression analysis skills in the panel disappeared, replaced by a new skill, at chess school, mind reading L1. Under the mysterious power, all kinds of knowledge and experience in Dean's mind merged into one, forming a thinking instinct, subconsciously analyzing the other party's current psychological state based on the current information, people's expressions and actions. This is the advantage of the panel. What others have learned will be different depending on the state. But Dean's performance has been very stable. However, L1 level mind reading is still a little bit worse. For this kind of thinking instinct, whether it is cognition or experience, there are many deficiencies, and it is not necessarily accurate. If you face someone who is good at hiding, you may be misled. So it can only be used as a reference. With 5 skill points in hand, Dean was not in a hurry to improve his mind reading skill level immediately, but was ready to continue to improve his mental attributes to see the effect. Attribute points. 21. Mental. 1213. Still a cool feeling surged into his head. But this time, in addition to feeling very comfortable and relieved, Dean did not feel sleepy. A few minutes later, Dean took a deep breath and felt that his already smart head was even more relaxed this time, as if a layer of shackles had been removed. Whether it was thinking, calculation, logical thinking, etc., there was a significant improvement. He didn't know whether his IQ was high or not, but he was sure that his brain and hardware had become stronger, and he must have greatly improved his rote memorization and other aspects. It seems that 13 points of mental attributes are the difference between ordinary people and geniuses. No wonder when it was upgraded to 12 points before, it felt like the change was vague, just an extra benefit of activating forgotten memories. Dean touched his chin and found that he seemed to have improved his control over his body and his perception was more acute. Illusion. Dean got up from the bed, put on his clothes, and hung the gun bags on his waist and chest. The next moment, he drew his guns with both hands, as fast as a shadow. Dean was overjoyed. Not only did he have a more subtle control over his body, he could also do 2 things at the same time and had a keen sense. He realized that his nerve reaction speed had not been fully tapped before. It was like a computer. The hardware was powerful, but if the operating software was poor, it would still not be able to run some demanding games. Now that the mental attribute is high, it has a double bonus. If the skill is added, it is a triple bonus. This is undoubtedly terrifying. Dean suspected that he could instantly complete aiming, calculation, locking, and emptying the magazines of the 2 guns in 0.1 seconds. If this was placed in the cowboy revolver era before America, he would definitely be the most legendary sharpshooter. Dean's interest increased greatly. After trying various things in the small room and satisfying his desire, he breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to upgrade the last attribute point to the mental attribute. The next moment, his legs softened and he sat back on the bed. The excitement faded. Dean then realized that his body was filled with fatigue. If he didn't burst to the limit, he rarely felt this way. After all, 9 points of endurance were not low for ordinary people, and it was barely enough. but it was consumed overnight today. Now, the brain was active. Like ordinary people who had been tired all day, fatigue was inevitable. Dean shook his head. Ordinary people rarely experienced battles. Once he experienced a battle, he might need to devote all his energy, and the increased speed of his mind would shorten his burst time. Increase endurance. Dean calmed down and added the last attribute point to endurance more rationally. Attribute points. 10. Endurance. 910. Changes are not mentioned. Dean's originally tired body was rejuvenated. My breathing is longer. Dean touched his stomach, which was a little hungry due to the accelerated digestion, and focused on his skills. There is no mistake in the content of the first post. Take a look at the book forum. He now has 3 most practical skills: Pistol Mastery, Ancient Muay Thai L3, and Aka's School Mind Reading L1. The first 2 are the main combat skills. The latter is not only very helpful in solving cases, but also makes Dean more comfortable in daily life and social life. Good steel is used on the blade. Pistol Mastery has reached its limit. Dean focused on Ancient Muay Thai and Mind Reading, and was ready to think about which one to improve first. The next moment, he was stunned. It seems that the level has been improved to a certain extent. This time, the panel followed his thoughts and actually had more prompts. Ancient Muay Thai L3 Ancient Muay Thai Mastery consumes 3 skill points. Fixed parts of flesh and bones are strengthened, and strength is increased by +1. Aka's School Mind Reading L1 L2 consumes 2 skill points. Cognition is slightly improved. Thinking experience is slightly improved. This is very comfortable. Dean's already good mood became even better. Knowing the effect of skill upgrades in advance can also avoid wasting skill points and use the hard-earned skill points more cost-effectively. However, Dean was still a little surprised that Ancient Muay Thai would increase the strength attribute. No wonder this skill, starting from L3, consumes more skill points than the pistol skill. Considering that strength involves the strength of flesh and bones, the panel is still very scientific. One consumes 3 skill points, and the other consumes 2 skill points. Dean didn't think much about it and upgraded them respectively. After a familiar and personal memory infusion, Dean touched his tougher and stronger body, and took a last look at the current panel values with a happy mood. Detective Panel, Character, Dean Level 12, 1000, 2200, Spirit 13 Strength, 14 Speed, 15 Limit, Endurance, 10 Skills, Pistol Mastery, Ancient Muay Thai Mastery, Aka's School Mind Reading L2, Omit, click to open. Attribute points. 0 skill points. 0 completed cases. 10. Details omitted. After one night of accumulation, I went back to the time before liberation. But the strength I improved was real. In one word, awesome. To upgrade to the next level, I still need 1,200 experience points. Dean could only lie on the bed with a sense of unfulfilled desire and force himself to sleep. The next day, after a night of hangover, everyone said goodbye and returned to work. Dean crossed his legs lazily and flipped through the book Micro-Expression Analysis that Anthony left for him. This is the secret knowledge that has been passed down for many years in the ACHA school, and it is obscure and difficult to understand. But flipping through it today, Dean felt comfortable like a fish in water. After reading it several times and thinking about it, he could remember the knowledge and have a superficial understanding. This can also be regarded as a disguised improvement in IQ. Dean couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Learning is still very fulfilling, compared to him who is full of energy. Harry and Robert, at this moment, are like dead dogs, slumped in their workstations, with heavy dark circles under their eyes, as if they have kidney deficiency. Hey, did you steal last night? Daisy came over with an unhappy face. And why did the higher-ups send out a document saying that the 3 of you won the Special Contribution Award and received a half-year salary bonus? This is not fair at all. Dean and the other 3 got nothing. That's half a year's salary, tens of thousands of dollars. Why is this happening between Robert and me? You have to ask Dean. Besides, the Special Contribution Award is hush money. Believe me, Daisy, you don't want to know what happened. Harry said weakly. Hearing this, Daisy wilted. Dean also put down the book in his hand in astonishment. You didn't sleep well. What does it have to do with me? You slept from 3 a.m. to more than 4 a.m. Do you think we can sleep alone hugging the quilt? Robert's eyes were full of resentment. Yes. Harry was even more indignant. The key is that you called the girl yourself. but didn't call us. Dean, you are not a brother at all. Ah, Dean's eyes turned, and he smiled and said, I was wrong. I should have let you two sleep in the same room, so you won't be lonely. By the way, it's 10 o'clock now, why hasn't the deputy captain come yet? The deputy captain asked for a few days off yesterday afternoon. Now there are only 4 of us left in the 4th squadron. Daisy must have been a little depressed after she knew that she had missed tens of thousands of dollars. Asking for leave? Dean suddenly realized it must be Mrs. Haas's matter that caused a great blow to the old man, and he was ashamed to come back for a while. That's all. Just take the opportunity to consolidate his position in the 4th squadron. When Meng En is discharged from the hospital, he will be promoted naturally. Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear. Afternoon. Meng En, who is disabled but strong-willed, still maintains his elegance. Accompanied by a woman of average appearance but intellectual temperament, he came to the 4th squadron with his right hand hanging. Captain? Who is this? Dean glanced at the other people who were sleeping like pigs, quickly put down the book in his hand, and went to meet them. This is my wife. Mon glanced around the office, whispered awkwardly to the woman behind him, then winked at Dean and walked towards the meeting room. Dean's mind quickly flashed through the changes in Mon's tone and expression before and after Mon entered the door, and a thought naturally emerged in his mind. There is something good. This is the effect of Ach's school mind reading L2. When a person is not prepared, the psychological state of the other party can be identified more accurately. I just don't know what the good news is. Dean gave Mrs. Mon an apologetic smile and followed quickly. Chapter 113 Promotion Promise, Training Camp. Close the door of the conference room. Sit down. Dean pretended to be puzzled and said, Captain, you didn't recover from your injury and went to the detective bureau. Is there any trouble with yesterday's case? That case is now taken over by the security bureau. It has nothing to do with us. Meng En shook his head and said with emotion, it's just that the situation of the 4th squadron has been very bad recently. I'm not here, and they are also very lazy. Thank you for your hard work during this period, Dean. The guys are just exhausted. They are not like this usually. Dean said nice things without asking for money. Meng En nodded. He likes Dean's character of sharing profits and taking care of teammates. There are many capable people, but there are few people who know how to repay kindness. After a long period of observation, although Dean is ruthless and the cases he handles have a high mortality rate of murderers, he is not stingy and is very good to the people around him. This kind of person. You promote him and feel at ease. This is why Meng En chose to ask Dean to go with him even though he was unsure in his heart during the trip to Lincoln Farm. Trust is a long-term feeling, not a momentary decision. Thinking of this, Meng En said seriously, Dean, actually I came here to ask you 2 things. First, I promised you before that you help me and I help you. I, Meng En, always keep my word. Your qualifications are too shallow, so I recontacted the FBI training camp and plan to have you go there for training next week. In addition to helping you avoid the aftermath of this case, it can also be regarded as deepening your qualifications. When you come back, I will first verbally promote you to the acting detective chief of the 4th squadron. After you have been in the job for half a year, you will be promoted to the real detective chief. After listening to Meng En's plan, Dean nodded with satisfaction. The detective chief is a position above the detective and has the power to lead a team. There are 4 squadrons in the robbery and murder division, with 50 or 60 people. The youngest detective is 28 years old, so Meng En's sincerity is not low. Dean's impression of him has improved a lot. Mun glanced at Dean, and seeing that he had no dissatisfaction on his face, he continued, Second, if you have time, you can learn social etiquette. Social etiquette. Dean thought he had heard it wrong. Haha, do you want to be a low-level detective for the rest of your life? Mun laughed and said with some envy, there is a big shot who is very interested in you after looking through your information. I guess he will invite you to his banquet after you are promoted to detective chief. He said with a hint of meaning, strictly speaking, now you and I are both his people. If nothing unexpected happens, he will take office as the mayor of Los Angeles next year. At the same time, the family of that gentleman will replace the family status of former Councilman Snart and become the largest political force in Los Angeles. Mun's words seemed to treat Dean as a real confidant. Dean's face showed intention and uneasiness, but he didn't think so in his heart. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. Strictly speaking, If it weren't for him and Anbati who killed the main members of the Carmen family, it wouldn't be the turn of the people behind Mun to take advantage. So, he would not treat himself as someone else's appendage like Mun did. But it was a good thing to have someone above him, which could reduce a lot of unnecessary troubles, so Dean did not show any special reaction. As his strength grew stronger, Dean became more and more confident. Even if he could not make it in the detective department one day, he could still make a good living whether he joined Anthony or switched to other violent departments. At worst, he could still make a living in another country. The detective panel was not the American police panel. There were no restrictions or mandatory requirements for Dean. It was just a tool given to him by God. It was a hypocritical gesture. Mun looked at the time, stood up and said, "Okay, Dean, get ready. Someone will contact you at the training base on Monday and take you to temporarily join the previous training team. Farewell to Mun." Dean had just returned to his position. Harry and others who were woken up immediately surrounded him. "Dean, why is the captain here?" "The captain plans to let me go to the FBI base for training next week. You will lose me for a while." Dean smiled. "This is really bad news." Harry covered his heart mischievously, as if he couldn't bear the blow. Robert was also depressed and said, "It will probably be Christmas by then. If a case occurs, I'm afraid it will be very troublesome for us." Daisy was also a little disappointed. She wanted to take advantage of the approaching Christmas to get a big Christmas gift from Dean, a little local tycoon, and give it to her new female companion. Dean didn't think so. "Guys, don't be like this. The world will not stop running without anyone, not to mention that there is still the deputy captain. Meng-En actually has a good vision. Lawrence has rich experience in solving cases. Harry knows people from all walks of life. Robert has strong execution ability and good combat power. Daisy is proficient in computers and excellent in intelligence collection." Except for Phoebe, Dean didn't see her advantages. The others. The advantages and disadvantages are obvious. As long as someone leads, they can cooperate well and have the potential to become an elite squadron. So my temporary departure will not have much impact. Harry curled his lips. "Deputy Captain." "Forget it, Dean. How long will you be away?" "A week or 2 weeks, I'm not sure, but I'm joining the team, so it shouldn't last too long." Everyone had no choice but to accept this fact. After get off work, Dean returned home and told Sheila the news. She was making handmade cakes. When she heard what Dean said, her originally happy face fell immediately, and she said unhappily, "No. Dean, you must turn down this training." "Why?" Dean looked at Sheila in confusion. This was the first time he saw Sheila talking to him in a tone that could not be refused. In fact, it was not just him. Sheila usually communicated with Thompson and Sinclair in a negotiating tone, and would not use her mother's identity to command them. Seeing Dean was puzzled, Sheila got even angrier. "Have you forgotten that Christmas is your birthday? Your grandpa spent a lot of time to choose a pony for you for your wish last year. Your eldest brother and second uncle also specially ended their trips and said that they would attend our annual family gathering on time. As a member of the family, you must be there on that day." Dean suddenly realized. No wonder his mother spoke in this tone and often made some cakes and desserts recently. He almost forgot that Christmas was his 22nd birthday. Sheila is a very traditional Italian woman who cares about every family member very much, so the annual Christmas has a great weight in her heart. It's not because of Christmas, but that day is a rare gathering day for the family. Seeing that her children are getting older and older, they will eventually leave her one by one. Sheila attaches more and more importance to this day. Dean looked at his stubborn mother in her hands full of cream, and suddenly felt his nasal cavity blocked, and mist climbed up his eyes for some reason. This feeling is very strange. He has never experienced it before. Seeing him stunned, Sheila's tone softened, with a little pleading. "Dean, on Christmas Day, I hope you can eat the cake I made by myself." Haha. Dean sniffed and laughed. Regardless of Sheila's hands full of cream, he hugged her tightly and said affirmatively, "Don't worry, Mom. Even if those instructors stop me, I will definitely beat them and show up at the family banquet on time." "You are not lying." "No lie." "Then why don't you get out of here? You are so strong that I can't breathe. And when can you bring a girlfriend home?" Listening to his mother's chatter, Dean secretly wiped his eyes. So this is the taste of being touched. It's quite wonderful. A few days later, early in the morning, with his family reluctant to let him go, Dean carried a small backpack and got on the car that came to pick him up from the training camp. This chapter is too short. Chapter 114 Death Highway, Skinning Brothers. On the way to the training camp, Dean looked at the scenery outside the window and felt a little bored. The driver was an expressionless bald black man with fierce features. He was the kind of man who could blend into the Somali pirates with an AK-47. The two had spent more than an hour together from the time they got in the car until now, but they had only said 2 sentences. One was to verify their identities. The other was that Dean asked several times how long it would take to get to the training camp. The other party's answer was always, right away. Hey, do you mind if I smoke in the car? The black man didn't even turn his head. Beep, the car window opened automatically. Okay, that means it's okay. This guy didn't even look at him or nod. Dean leaned against the car window depressed, took out a cigarette, lit it, looked at the scenery outside, and took a deep puff. He found that his second-level mind-reading skill was useless in front of the person in front of him. Because you can't analyze anything useful from a sculpture. This guy is very professional. Just then, outside the driveway, an inconspicuous small tree quickly passed by Dean's eyes. Dean's pupils shrank slightly. He exhaled a puff of smoke and pretended to be casual. Dude, are you sure we are going to the base? Why do I feel like we have driven almost 200 kilometers? Half an hour ago. They have been here. Found it. The bald black man, who had been expressionless, fell down and looked at the time next to him. You have a good observation ability. Open the partition above your head. There is a drawing board on it. If you can draw a route map, then your permission to enter the camp will be approved. Does this thing still need to be assessed before entering the camp? Dean took down a small white drawing board with a grid from the top of his head, the kind of drawing board that children play with. Haha. The black man laughed and parked the car to the side of the road. He said in a kind tone, it's not necessary, but who told you that you are Anthony's student? By the way, Dean, that's the drawing board I bought for my daughter. You should be gentle with it. Hearing the black man's words, Dean wrote and drew on the drawing board, and asked curiously, is Anthony famous in your group? Of course. The bald black man nodded as a matter of course, Mr. Anthony is a special employee of the FBI. He has taught many excellent students. And many of those people have now retired from the front line and become new training instructors. For example, me. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Massa, a trace tracking expert in the training camp, and also your senior. Dean shrugged. Well, I met a guy from the security bureau before, and he also recognized me. Now it seems that Instructor Anthony sent my information to you. Yes, we have an internal security group, helping each other. This is also a means of self-protection. Massa sighed. Many times, for some purposes, our lives are worthless, so we must learn to unite so that we can have more choices when we are threatened. But you don't open a back door for me, man, I doubt your words. Dean smiled and handed over the drawn map. Memorizing terrain routes is his instinct. Life in the sewers in his previous life taught him a lot. Of course, it was difficult for Dean to do it as easily as it is now. At most, he could only remember some obvious terrain features. But now he clearly knows how many turns Massa made, how long it took to drive on each section of the road, how many roads he changed, and other details. This is the benefit of having a higher level of mental strength. Massa took the drawing board, looked at it, and replied, I'm sorry, I also want to take care of you, but Sir Anthony won't let me. You will understand later, this. Suddenly, he paused and uttered a swear word, FK. Did you install a positioning navigation? Massa took out a map of Los Angeles from the side with some disbelief, compared the route, and was surprised to find that the driving route drawn by Dean was not only basically the same as the one on the map, but also about the same length. Dean exhaled a puff of smoke leisurely. If you cover my eyes, maybe I can draw more accurately. Well, those who can be accepted as formal apprentices by Mr. Anthony are all perverts. It's a complete waste of your talent for you to stay in the detective bureau. Massa muttered a few words and handed a box to Dean. The previous people have already started the second phase of practical training. Here are the materials. What is the first phase of training? Some basic things, such as criminal psychology, information science, traceology, etc. Of course, I can't teach too much, just let them have an impression, so that after they leave, they will know how to learn by themselves. Short-term training mainly trains vision and ideas for solving cases. Dean felt a little pity. He learns things very quickly now. If he can learn again, it is estimated that it will be easy to add a few more skills to the panel, which will be convenient for improvement when needed later. But the dragon-slaying sword is in hand. There is no rush. Open the box. There is a stack of photos and information inside. There are men and women, old and young in the photos. There are 3 or 5 people together. There are also more than a dozen people together like family photos. Each photo has a number, and those files are the detailed information corresponding to these photo numbers. There are a total of 13 photos in the box, with a total of 73 people. Dean quickly flipped through the information and soon found the common points. First, these people all disappeared during the trip on Route 66. Second, no matter how many people there were, there must be one person among them, either a police officer for many years, or a soldier who had just retired, or even a retired member of the Navy SEALs. Third, the area where these people lost contact was located in the Talia Mountains. The information of the Talia Mountains was also specially marked. It used to be a holy place for gold diggers. Many people panned for gold in the rivers there during the development of the West. Now there are also some tourists who like to try their luck. As for Route 66, Dean knew it himself. Route 66 is the mother road of America. It has witnessed the prosperity of the American West and symbolizes the dream and the realization of the American dream. This road was removed from the American road map 15 years ago and fell into disrepair. But its unique historical status makes it a check-in point for many car travel enthusiasts. There are too many elements in it. Several words immediately emerged in Dean's mind: hunting game, hunting in no man's land, and fatal bends. These are all famous highway murders that occurred in the early years. Rich in material and empty in spirit. Many young men and women in America will be unable to resist the impulse one day and take a trip that they can go and die at will. Because they forget that no man's land is dangerous and disorderly. Some perverts saw the opportunity and joined the feast. They either did it for money, or they were tired of hunting wild animals and regarded their own kind as prey, or they took a fancy to those youthful and naive girls and prepared to take them back to the wooden house in the wilderness to imprison and play with them. In short, until now, those wilderness roads in no man's land are constantly committing crimes that no one knows about. And those victims, after several years, will be added to the annual list of missing persons and become a string of cold data. No mistake, one post, one content, 1619, one book, one forum. Take a look. Inside the police station. These travel roads are generally called death roads. There are too many dead souls on the road. So, the FBI has listed a case of missing persons on the road as a practical teaching for trainees. Thinking of the practical courses that Anthony taught him before, Dean couldn't help but wonder. Was it Anthony who led these FBI instructors astray, or were these training bases leading Anthony astray? Have you finished reading? Massa took out a bottle of cold beer from the small refrigerator under the seat, bit off the cork, and drank it happily, in order to pretend. Along the way, he was so suffocated. Dean threw the box aside. I've read it. This should be a hunting game. The murderer should be a group of people. They selected prey through some channels and then committed the crime. In view of the randomness of the travel of these missing persons, I suggest focusing on checking the motels near the Talia Mountains and the hotels in the small towns. They should have set up outposts in these places to select prey, and there must be official personnel involved. Cough, cough, cough. Massa was choked. He coughed until tears came out, and it took him a long time to catch his breath. He looked at Dean with the eyes of God. Dude, are you really only 22 years old? They spent almost half a month to find out this information, and then they fished for the perverted gang that was defeated. But in Dean's mouth, it seemed as if you had participated in it personally. In fact, I still have about 10 days before I officially turn 22. Dean shrugged. For a continuous case like this, there is too much information to refer to. If you look at the problem from the essence, you will find the criminal characteristics of the murderer. There is no challenge. And it will take too much time to go back and forth, which is not interesting at all. Is there a case that is more interesting but not too time-consuming? Why? Because my dear mother hopes that I can eat the cake she baked on Christmas Day. I swear that even if it rains knives, I will rush back on time. Massa rolled his eyes and gave Dean a thumbs up. Okay, Your Excellence has conquered me. I admit that you are qualified to choose cases. After speaking, he took out a black satellite phone and dialed it. A moment. Massa put away his phone and said in a relaxed tone, "There is a case that fits your statement, but it may be dangerous. Are you sure you want to change it? Tell me. There is a pair of crazy skinning brothers who are currently wanted by us. They like to saw people into pieces with an electric saw, then cut off their faces, air dry them, sew them into clothes, and wear them on themselves. The police have been chasing them, but there are too many uninhabited areas in America. In the end, they killed a family of 6 while fleeing, took the owner's guns, and hid in the Hager Mountains. It is a hunting ground, and earlier, it was also a stronghold of some bandits, and the terrain is very complicated. Originally, if such people don't run out again, we usually seldom continue to chase them. But they didn't know how to live or die. On the way to escape, they tortured and killed the young son of a rich man who ran away from home." Massa smiled. The rich man offered a reward of $5 million, hoping that on December 21st, when his son was buried, the heads of the 2 brothers would be placed in front of the tombstone to repent. My friend originally wanted to ask me to handle this case alone, because I am an expert in trace tracking. Dean, are you interested? I can take you and teach you trace tracking. Dean became interested. How will the money be divided then? According to the merits. Massa said indifferently, anyway, the tracking depends on me. I will take $2 million alone, and the rest you two can discuss it yourself. Are you so sure that you can find the 2 brothers? As long as they are in the mountain area, even if they hide in the mud, they can't escape my eyes. Massa was extremely confident. It's a deal. Dean is preparing to take his family on a luxury trip after Christmas, just in time to replenish his wallet that is about to be shrunk. Then let's pick up my friend first. Massa made a strange cry, stepped on the accelerator, turned 180 degrees, and drove Dean away in this deserted road. I'm not sure if I can come out to Ardmore before 12 o'clock. You can watch it tomorrow. Brothers, good night. Thanks for the reward. Thanks to the book friend Knight of Glory for the reward of 6,666 book coins. Thanks to the boss. Congratulations on your promotion to the 2nd league. Thanks to the book friends Good Night Dream and Healthy and Happy 2022 for the reward. Thanks to the 2 bosses. Dean, thanks to the book friend 20181220175734599 feed for the reward. Thanks to the boss. Chapter 115, The Poor FBI, The Bloody Scarecrow. Dean was still very curious about the FBI, a magical department that could intervene in any violation of federal law. Massa was not stingy and simply popularized some internal information of the FBI. The FBI is well known both at home and abroad, but the treatment is actually hard to describe. It has many internal departments, but generally speaking, employees are divided into 19 levels. AD, A1 is the lowest, D4 is the highest, and D level is the supervisor level. As a trace tracking expert, Massa is now a guide at the training base, but his level is equivalent to C1, the field supervisor of the FBI regional branch. This level is not low, but Massa's annual salary is only about $70,000. This is because he is affiliated with a prosperous place like Los Angeles, with additional subsidies, so he can reach this level. Deduct about 26% of state and local taxes. Well, the final salary is about $53,000. It is not as high as the salary of an ordinary city patrolman who goes out on field duty and works overtime. Can you believe it? This is the salary of the field supervisor level of the regional branch. If some illegal workers work hard to wash dishes and deliver food after get off work, they may earn more than Massa in a month. As for the newbies, it is even worse. Before the level is promoted, the average salary in the first year is about $30,000. It is not as good as the income of some illegal workers. When Dean heard this, he almost thought Massa was joking. Think about the FBI trainees who followed Anthony in the detective bureau. They were dressed in suits, sunglasses and earphones. They were very cool and awesome. Who would have thought that they were actually a group of poor people who earned less than illegal workers? Dean didn't know how the FBI in his previous life treated them in 2000. But in this parallel world, they are so miserable. Of course, salary is salary. Some incompetent poor people were deceived by the high-profile background of the FBI, and then they found that something was wrong and ran away because they couldn't stand it. But there are also people who have made a name for themselves and made money in various ways through this platform. Massa is such a person. He spoke excitedly, spitting out of the car, and said with a straight face, If I could not make extra money by using the FBI platform and identity, I would have run away long ago. For example, if I use my current identity to teach, the starting salary is $50,000. Massa added, hourly wage. So high. Dean was a little surprised. Massa chuckled, then sighed, but it's not easy to find such a sucker. Most of the time, I still accept some rewards like today. Unspoken rules. Almost the same, just like Sir Anthony used his identity to open more than 20 prisons throughout the United States. Massa shrugged, otherwise, who would be willing to take the money from selling flour and risk selling white powder? Dean was speechless. This is the reality of the world. By the way, Massa seemed to have thought of something and reminded him, Dean, my friend is Patton. He is an active field officer and a member of the counterintelligence team. He is sensitive and serious. When you meet him, don't ask him about the internal situation of the FBI, otherwise he will definitely investigate you privately. So perverted. Although Dean thought he was clean, he didn't want to be secretly stared at. Understand, professional habits, people in the counterintelligence team basically have some psychological problems, and they like to pry into other people's privacy. If he wasn't strong in force, I really don't want to cooperate with him. Dean. You should have said it earlier. Who can be as strong as me in single force? Dean grabbed Massa's wheel and lightly stepped on the brake. While Massa was confused and unable to resist, he stopped the car on the side of the road. Your behavior just now is very dangerous. I need an explanation. Massa, a former FBI auxiliary logistics staff, who seemed fierce but was actually a scumbag, wanted to get angry, but when he thought of Dean's strong body, his tone softened involuntarily. Dean didn't waste any words, staring into Massa's eyes and said seriously, you track, I kill, I'll give you $2.2 million. This is a joke. A coin flew from the car window to the top of his head. Dean didn't even look at it, took out his gun and fired 3 times. Ding ding ding, 3 consecutive crisp collisions, connected into one, drowned in the gunshots, and interrupted Massa's words. Massa's eyes shrank. What a fast gun. He didn't even see where Dean took out the gun. But the gun was fast, and there was a bird. Dean put down the pistol, stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and a broken and twisted steel coin fell right into his palm. Massa looked at the coin in Dean's hand, which had at least 3 marks of gunshot, blinked, and stretched out his hand to rub it, to make sure that all this was real and not an illusion. He opened his mouth wide, pointed at the coin, and then pointed at the pistol on Dean's leg. He wanted to say something, but found that with his cultural level, it was difficult to express his inner emotions at the moment. Lacking words, he could only give a thumbs up. Shit, how come? Translated, it roughly means, fuck, so awesome? Dean pretended a little, smiled faintly, and threw the coin into Massa's hand. Massa, believe me, we don't need your friend who likes to snoop on privacy. You track, I kill, and you can get an extra $200,000 than before. Touching the twisted coin that was still emitting warmth. Massa nodded heavily, picked up the ugly black satellite phone, and called again. Hey, Patton, my good brother, it's like this. No, I didn't lie to you, my bitch is really going to give birth. You are my good brother, I really didn't lie to you. Okay, I'll treat you to a meal when I come back. You actually use this excuse. It's too perfunctory and nonsense. Massa said indifferently, I'm just giving him a way out. Patton knows that her brotherhood is worthless, at least not worth $200,000. This is the world of adults. Well, I hope we won't run into your good brother Patton on the way back. Dean rolled his eyes. Since in Massa's eyes, that Patton is not worth $200,000. Presumably in the eyes of that Patton, Massa's life is not worth $5 million. Massa showed a cunning smile. Dean, guess why I called you? Because the amount of the bounty this time is too large. Patton is not trustworthy. But if you, Anthony's student, are here, he dare not do it. Believe me. In half an hour at most, he will know that you and I have joined forces. As long as he doesn't want to die, he can only pretend that nothing happened. Dean silently took out a cigarette and lit it. Damn. These old foxes are really calculating. His little cleverness is really no match for this group of idiots before he accumulates enough experience. But it's okay. Facing such people, he can also choose to pull out his gun directly. The Hager Mountains are located more than 100 miles west of Los Angeles. The terrain is complex. In the cowboy era, It was the base of some bandits. Now it has become an open hunting ground for wild hunters. There live some wild deer, rabbits, various birds, snakes and other animals, as well as carnivores such as black bears and mountain lions. By the way, mountain lions are not uncommon in the suburbs of Los Angeles. Every autumn hunting season, around October and November, there will be many people who are reluctant to spend money or find it unpleasant to hunt in fixed places. They refuse to go to special hunting grounds to hunt, but bring their own unnumbered black guns and sneak to the Hager Mountains to have a taste. It is now mid-December. It is not ruled out that the two will encounter some such wild hunters during the search of the mountains. These people are also potentially dangerous. Considering certain risk issues. In this operation, Dean and the others are not going to use weapons with numbered backups. On the way, Massa temporarily left for a while. When he came back, there were two more simple backpacks in the car. It includes a set of infrared thermal imaging devices, a set of military night vision devices, a semi-automatic rifle, a Glock 19, an M1911, several refill magazines and enough food and water for 2 days. As for tents, they are completely unnecessary. Because sleeping in this thing, it is easy to be attacked. Do you like to use M1911? Massa looked at Dean, who was constantly disassembling the pistol and checking the performance, and asked curiously, I thought you detectives like to use pistols like Glock 19 with more bullets. I just shoot accurately, which does not mean that every shot can be fatal. Some animals have very strong vitality. Even if they are shot in the head, they may still have the power to fight back. Dean picked up a bright white bullet. 11.43 mm steel core bullets will not have such a situation. These little guys can ensure that the unlucky people kissed by them will be transparent and cool from front to back. In fact, it is more comfortable to use a rifle in the mountains. It is powerful and can be fired quickly. Ordinary bushes cannot be used as cover at all. But Dean has decided to treat other firearms as the only attack feature of the vest of white masked gentleman. As a 5-star detective in Los Angeles, he will give others the impression that he is only good at pistols and hand-to-hand combat, and rarely touches long-handled weapons. Looking at the cold steel core bullet in Dean's hand, Massa did not say anything more. The strong do not need to be taught to do things. They only believe in themselves. Including Massa, the same is true in the field of trace tracking. At 12 o'clock in the afternoon, the two finally arrived at the outskirts of the Hager Mountains. The location they chose was exactly the direction where the Skinning brothers entered the mountain. Dean looked up at the weather and frowned slightly. Massa, I feel it's going to rain. Massa stuck out his tongue, flicked it twice, and said confidently, no, the humidity is not enough, but the temperature is estimated to be only about 10 degrees now. At night, the temperature in the mountains will be very cold. The Skinning brothers may make a fire to keep warm. Hide the car and divide the equipment. Massa took a deep breath, his temperament changed, and he became a little more stern, and reminded, no mistake, look at the content of the first 6 to 9 book bar. Dean, the Skinning brothers are just perverts, not fools. They have at least 2 semi-automatic rifles, a chainsaw, and a shotgun, with an unknown number of bullets, and they are good at setting traps. Are you sure you want to go in with me now, kill them, and exchange for green US dollars? Don't talk nonsense. Don't forget to teach me how to track traces. Okay, let's high-five and swear not to harm each other. Although I don't trust this thing, life always needs a sense of ritual. Dean. He felt that Massa was actually a little nervous, and now he was taking the opportunity to distract himself from his nervousness. This gave him a little ominous premonition. Is this guy really reliable? After high-five, Massa held up a semi-automatic rifle, pointed at the wide mountain range ahead and said, it's hard to search such a vast mountain range inch by inch, let alone 2 people. Even a battalion of soldiers would find it difficult to search without missing anything, so we have to use our brains. For example, thinking and observing. Traces are actually information. It depends on your observation and thinking. Everything has its own state that conforms to natural development. Once this state is broken, it means traces left by outsiders. Through these traces, you can know what happened here that led to the current state, and speculate on the possible whereabouts of the outsiders. Dean seemed to understand. Massa laughed, just remember it first. I will teach you the idea of wilderness tracking now. The first step is to think about where the prey may be now. Near a water source. Massa nodded, not necessarily near a water source, but as long as they want to live, They will definitely leave traces near a water source. He pointed to the outer edge of the empty mountain range. This is the Southwest Highland Mountain Plain and Basin landform. The water sources are concentrated in mountain streams, lakes and mountain tops. For safety at night and a wide field of vision, it is very likely that the Skinning Brotherhood will hide in those high places. So we searched those hills first. Yes. Massa nodded. First lock the place where the prey appeared and determine the time they left, so that we can proceed to the next step more safely. Next, the two began to track. Dean noticed that while Massa was walking, he used his eyes to observe from near to far, from left to right, and then from right to left in a systematic Z-shaped observation, like a scanning machine. He tried to learn from them, and was surprised to find that, with this method of observation, the originally messy scenery, as long as the area between two parallel lines is slightly superimposed, can cover all the subtle details of the scenery from near to far, instead of being at a loss at first glance. I've learned it. Although Dean was not used to this way of observation, he still forced himself to get into the state. Gradually, Dean found that when he glanced over, the originally normal scenery actually had a vague sense of layering. If he closed his eyes, he could easily restore it in his mind. Although this has a lot to do with his high spirits and physical fitness. But it also shows that Massa's skills are very powerful. Time passed. Walking to a low-lying area, Dean suddenly looked at the slope more than 10 meters away. There was an inconspicuous depression there, which looked like a footprint that had slid down. Dean wanted to call Massa, but he just glanced at that place and turned away, and thought, pay attention to the reflection of the footprints. That is the accumulation of water caused by the rain. The water is shallow, but still bright, which means that the person who left the mark is no more than 10 hours old. Look at the grass roots around, which are obviously lower. Once this thing is pressed by a heavy object, it will probably stand up again in about 8 hours, so I guess that it was around 5 in the morning when a wild hunter sneaked into the mountains to hunt. I hope this unlucky guy won't run into the Skinning brothers. Dean thought about Massa's words briefly and reacted, so, in order to track traces, you must also have a good understanding of the environment, plants and animals. Yes, this is the second most important thing in tracking traces, understanding the aging time of the environment and various objects. Massa continued to move forward, pointing to the spider webs on the side of the road and said, the small spiders usually spin their webs in the evening. Through the damage of the spider webs and the time when you find them, you can roughly lock the time when the prey passed by. Look at the plastic bottle in front. It has been thrown here for about half a month. And the stone, the left side is dry, the right side is wet and stained with mud, and the mountain wind here usually blows from the east to the west because of the rain. This means that someone kicked it, and it has not been more than 5 hours, otherwise the wet side of the stone will be semi-dry. Dean was completely convinced. This is not trace tracking at all, it is completely a humanoid radar plus a humanoid encyclopedia. And he finally understood what Massa started to ask him to remember. Only accurate observation plus understanding of the local environment and topography plus understanding the changing forms of various objects in different environments and time will equal effective information. It's just like a surgeon seeing a patient. A great doctor. Just by looking at your scar, he can probably tell what kind of injury you suffered at the time, how serious it is, and how long it has been healed. Massa is the same. He can easily distinguish the forms of various traces, and then lock the time, state, and even number of prey passing by. In this case, unless you can fly, otherwise as long as you leave traces, you will inevitably be caught up in the end. No wonder Massa is so confident. I want to learn this skill. Dean made up his mind. Others need years of accumulation plus talent plus experience to reach Massa's level, but he only needs to get started, and he can become the top expert in this field by adding points. Hill after hill was climbed. Because of the rain, every time he climbed a hill, Massa could quickly determine whether there were people passing by recently, so the two made very fast progress. Unfortunately, most of the traces were left by the stupid wild hunter who entered the mountain today. The other party fired at least 7 or 8 shots along the way. But Dean and the others did not find any traces of the prey's death. This means that the stupid wild hunter is a rookie. Massa looked at the sky, took out a sip of water, and then gloated, I didn't find any traces of the wild hunter leaving. This guy can't go out today. Mid-December is not a good time to go into the mountains. Those carnivores are very aggressive at this time in order to store enough fat. Dean doesn't care about the life and death of others. He frowned and said, "Let's hurry up and continue while it's still light. I noticed that there are many more traces of wild deer around. There may be a water source nearby. We may get something there." Massa looked at Dean in surprise, surprised that he got started so quickly. He nodded, stood on a high place, picked up the bulky infrared thermal imager in his hand, looked towards the west, and showed a happy expression. "Dude, you are right. In addition to more than a dozen deer over there, there are also several human-shaped shadows. This should be a wild hunting group. Let's go over and ask, maybe we can get something." "I hope so." The two of them had a simple meal to replenish their energy, and then they moved along the back of the mountain and moved towards the mountain in front. When they got closer, they found that there was a pine forest in front of them. The gap in the forest was a small oval lake. A group of small wild deer were drinking water vigilantly by the lake. The gaze extended. Outside the tents, wooden stakes stood, and 4 bloody scarecrows swayed in the wind, as if welcoming the arrival of Dean and the others. Many of the addresses and names in this book are made up, so please don't take them too seriously. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Bloody Art, Shot. According to the thermal imaging, those people should be in those tents. Why do they put some scarecrows outside? Do they think this can prevent wild animals? Massa was startled by the blood-red scarecrows swaying in the wind. From a distance, this thing looks like a row of blood shadows calling souls here. Dean has good eyesight. After squinting and looking at it, he exhaled a breath of white cold air and tightened his clothes. "Massa, that's human skin." Human skin. Massa tried to see clearly, but his eyesight was not as good as Dean's, so he had to hold the rifle in his hand. "Let's go. Whether it's human skin or not, at least we may find useful traces." The two walked down the hillside on the back, disturbing the group of wild deer drinking water, scaring them to flee to the other side, rippling the lake, and startling a group of birds that had not yet migrated. "I really want to shoot these fat little deer." Massa licked his lips and his eyes scanned the surroundings faster. He was alert to some traps and early warning devices that might be inconspicuous. It was getting closer. Massa suddenly pulled Dean. "Stop, there's something wrong with the bushes ahead." He pulled Dean down and pointed to the brown rock layer next to the bushes. "Do you see the loose oil under the rocks? In this U-shaped terrain, the mountain wind is very strong halfway up the mountain, and this oil on the edge cannot be left. Someone stuck it in the back to cover it up." Dean approached carefully, and sure enough, in the inconspicuous mud, he found a straw rope that was not thin, but the color matched the color of the ground. Extending along the straw rope, with the bushes as the center, the straw rope connected 7 or 8 scattered rocks in front and behind, similar to a simple spider web structure. What kind of mechanism is this? Dean was puzzled. The bushes were half a person tall, and the inside was sparse, and there was nothing unusual. It should be something like steel balls. Massa took a deep breath and pulled Dean back. "Pay attention to the angle of those rocks halfway up the mountain. As long as someone steps on those ropes, it will drive the mud that fixes the rocks, causing the rocks to roll down and trigger the mechanism in the bushes." After saying that, he pulled Dean to a large rock, picked up a rock, and threw it accurately at the bushes. The next moment, snap, a slight sound. 7 or 8 straw ropes tightened in an instant, bounced off the rock, and pulled a sparking thing similar to a bicycle ball disc to a height of about 1 meter. A slight sound of bang. Dense black balls shot in all directions. Dean looked at a thing that hit the rock in front of them and broke apart, and laughed. "Massa, this looks like mud balls." Massa took a closer look and found that these black balls were really very low-quality air-dried mud balls. Some of them even turned into scattered fragments in the air and fell with the wind. This mechanism is aimed at the area from the legs to the abdomen, but it is filled with mud balls, full of a kind of mischievous taste. This looks like a greeting between friends. Can you tell when the mechanism was set? I can't tell exactly, but it was between early morning and now, because as soon as night falls, the rope will automatically trigger the mechanism due to thermal expansion and contraction. This thing is actually very sensitive. Massa exhaled a breath of cold air. "Man, believe me, this is not a prank, but a way of greeting. Guess why the other party set the mechanism here when the hillside is so wide? Because it is relatively flat here and the view is wide, people will subconsciously choose this route as long as they want to go from where we came down to the camp in front. This is a very simple subconscious self-suggestion. Dean replied. Subconscious self-suggestion refers to the instinctive choice of behavioral consciousness. Just like most men like big bear women, when they see such women, their eyes will subconsciously look over. Because such women are conducive to the growth of offspring, it is a choice and attraction that follows genes, not because men are lustful. It seems that you are also good at psychology. Massa gave a thumbs up and praised generously. The third key point of trace tracking is psychological deduction. He stood up and took Dean to the ineffective mechanism and explained, this mechanism seems to be just a non-lethal prank, but it is actually a means of psychological pressure. If it is some ordinary police officers who go into the mountains to track the Skinning brothers, guess what kind of psychological state they will be in after they are hit by the mechanism? Just like a frightened rabbit, it will be suspicious and suspect that every bush and grass has a hidden mechanism. If there are some small deterrent means on the way back, the pursuers will have a psychological collapse before encountering the Skinning brothers. Yes, but these means are useless for professionals like me. Instead, they will expose that they are wandering nearby and have not gone deep into the mountains at all. Massa threw down the very light disc and smelled the residual gunpowder on it. Based on the degree of combustion of gunpowder when it is damp, this mechanism should have been placed this morning. Calculating the time, maybe when we arrive at that camp, we can see the idiot who entered the mountain earlier than us. The idiot he was talking about was the fool who had entered the mountain a few hours earlier than the two, left many traces in front, fired at least 7 or 8 shots, but did not catch any prey. The two stopped discussing and approached the camp by the lake more carefully. It might be due to the limited materials. Until Dean and the others walked 5 or 6 meters outside the temporary camp, they did not find any traps. At this distance, they finally saw the true appearance of those scarecrows. On the rough cross wooden frame, 4 bloody human skins were stuffed with weeds, and their heads were wrapped in rags and hung in a row, swaying in the wind, like 4 large blood-red sunny dolls. The blood on the human skins had dried up. The blood spots on the ground were scattered back and forth, which meant that after the human skins were peeled off, the people who did it couldn't wait to make them into straw dolls and hung them here. Massa was very interested in these human skins. After he made sure there were no traps around, he stepped forward to take a look and exclaimed, "This is definitely the method of the Skinning brothers. These human skins are cut open from the back, along the fat layer, with that kind of very thin knife, without any mistakes, completely peeled off. This requires not only strong skills, but also patience. Human skin is very thin, and it is extremely difficult to handle it without damaging it." Massa continued to tear off the cloth covers tied to the heads of the scarecrows. Inside was a propped-up human head, but the face position was empty, only filled with straw. The visual impact of this scene was very strong. The sense of incompleteness and loss. It was strange to give these scarecrows an indescribable, evil and crazy artistic atmosphere. "I finally know why the two brothers like to take away those faces every time they skin them," Massa murmured. "They think they are creating art. This is good news. Perverts who pursue artistic sense are often paranoid. I bet they are nearby." Dean is not interested in the art played by perverts. He scanned the surroundings and found nothing unusual, then walked towards the 4 tents scattered together in a circle. When Massa used the infrared thermal imaging device, he said there were several living people inside. But there were several peeled human skins hanging outside. Dean was very curious why the people in the tent were not dead yet. He got closer. A faint smell of blood and another indescribable smell rushed into his nose, and at the same time, there was a very subtle sizzling sound that entered Dean's keen ears. The sound and smell all came from the tent on the left. Especially the sound, which was very strange, a bit like the feeling of grilling sausages and then the oil bursting out of the meat. Dean walked to the left and was about to unzip the tent when he suddenly thought of the mechanism in front of him, so he walked aside and patted Massa, who was still observing the artistic scarecrow. "What's wrong? See if everyone is in the first tent on the left." Massa showed embarrassment on his face. "Sorry, I rarely see this kind of thing that is mixed with evil and has a sense of horror, so I am a little absent-minded." Dean nodded and said nothing more. In fact, he knew that Massa was thinking about how much he could sell these human skin scarecrows. Yes, this thing can be sold for money. And the price is not cheap. In the black market of Los Angeles, there are people who specialize in auctioning and selling such items. They are all weapons of some perverted murderers, personal belongings, and beloved items of victims. Some collectors have a very fanatical collection habit for these things. As long as you give these things special meanings, there will be no shortage of buyers. No mistake, one post, one content, 1 book, 1 bar. Take a look. Massa took out a bulky infrared thermal imager and first observed the surrounding mountains. After confirming that there were no animals nearby, he checked the tent in front of him with confidence. Dean, 4 human figures are sitting in the 4 corners of the tent, forming a circle, motionless, which is quite strange. The heat they show is too strong, even through the tent, it is obvious. I suspect there is a surprise waiting for us inside. Don't worry about the surprise, just burn this tent. Dean always likes to be simple and rough. No matter if you have a mechanism or not. Burn your tent. Do it right away. The two shouted a few times, and when they saw that the person inside did not respond, they took 2 burning woods and threw them on the side of the tent. Not long after, 2 small holes were exposed. What came out together was a hellish scene and a strong smell of meat. Massa, an experienced old FBI agent, was stunned for a few seconds before he cursed in a low voice, "FK, I guess I won't touch barbecue in the future." In the large tent of about 10 square meters, 4 humanoid creatures without skin, with melted fat and oil, stood on the ground with their feet, their hands raised together, showing a 1 posture, hanging by ropes, revealing that they had been hollowed out and filled with charcoal fire that was still roasting flesh and blood. There was a constant sizzling sound of grease splashing from their bodies. The ground of the tent was dripping with a thick layer of solidified yellow-white grease, making the surrounding air full of a strange mixed smell of half meat and half grease. This is why Massa felt that the 4 people inside had too much heat. How could they not have heat inside their bodies? It was like a scene in purgatory. Massa really didn't have the courage to go in. After Dean confirmed that there was no trap in the tent, he looked at him with contempt, stepped on the corpse oil on the ground, strode to the corpses, and reported to Massa the details he saw. The layer of the corpses near the outside is coal, and the inside is charcoal. The fire is well controlled. The Skinning brothers must have spent a lot of time on it. The internal organs of the 4 people were hollowed out, and the sternum was completely removed. The limbs were not moved. I guess they were worried that the coal would burn through the hands and feet of the corpses and destroy the current coordination. How many layers of coal are there? 2 layers. It has burned to the outermost layer. It is red and close to the skin and flesh. It has not been completely burned. Bring one over to show me. Dean glanced around the tent and found a small pair of tongs next to a small oven. He clamped a piece of coal on the outermost layer and brought it outside. Massa looked at it for a moment and said with certainty, "This is natural coal from the west. It is very durable. It takes about 3 hours for a unit to turn red. So Brother Peeler was still here 6 hours ago. Let's go and check the other tents." The 2 checked the other 3 tents in the same way as the burned tents, and found the missing internal organs of the 4 people and the blood on the ground. These 4 people should be planning to camp here for a while. Not only did they bring a lot of daily necessities, but they also had an assembled barbecue grill and several bags of coal and wine. It is estimated that they were planning to have a barbecue party directly after hunting the prey. As a result, the 4 people were attacked by Brother Peeler. I became the main material for the barbecue, and the carefully prepared coal also accompanied them in another way. There are no signs of shooting. Brother Peeler should have used cold weapons to kill the 4 people when they were not prepared. The supplies were turned over, and no firearms and ammunition were found. Brother Peeler regarded these hunters who entered the mountain as prey to replenish supplies. After an investigation, Dean came to a conclusion. On the other side, Massa also found an important clue. "Dean, come here." Dean walked over with a bad smell and found Massa lying in front of a very shallow blood footprint, as if he had seen a peerless beauty. "What information does this footprint give you?" "A lot." Massa pointed to the outline of the shoe print. "This place is some distance away from the camp. Normally, the blood stains on the soles of the shoes have dried up. But there is still a shoe print with a deep center and shallow surroundings. This means that the owner of the shoe print was carrying a heavy load at the time. The edges of the shoe print are irregular and blurred, which means that the load made his center of gravity unstable. Generally, only when a person struggles violently will this happen." "Are you saying that the Skinning brothers carried someone away?" "Yes, and it should be the unlucky guy who entered the mountains this morning. He was caught by the Skinning brothers. Fortunately, He did not become a member of the Scarecrow, but was taken away as a snack. Dean whistled, "Tisk tisk, a little dessert after dinner. It seems that we are lucky. They should be preparing for entertainment activities after nightfall. This is indeed good news for us. I have guessed where they are hiding." Massa dropped his backpack and carefully checked the rifle in his hand. After making sure he was in good condition, he took Dean and quickened his pace towards the pine forest. Half an hour later, the two of them went out from the leeward side of the mountain and saw a faint blue smoke rising. Massa curled his lips and said, "These two bastards are so confident. They not only stayed outside the mountain range and hunted those hunters to replenish their supplies, but also made a fire so openly." Dean was puzzled. Were they so arrogant that they could easily escape the police blockade? The next moment, Dean felt an itch on his back and shrank subconsciously. A gunshot rang out in the wilderness. Dean felt his back and shoulders, which were not covered by a bulletproof vest, went numb, and his clothes were torn, and he felt the pain of flesh and blood being torn. Damn! He dodged too quickly. Dodging the bullet turned into catching the bullet. Fortunately, it only rubbed his arm and tore a piece of flesh. Dean. Massa finally reacted and wanted to throw Dean to the ground, but he only felt a huge force coming and knocked him aside. When he came to his senses, Dean was like an angry wolf, leaping and galloping towards the direction of the shooting with great agility, approaching at high speed, leaving only a receding back view to Massa. Massa looked at the blood spilled on the ground and began to doubt his life. How could this guy run so fast after being shot? Is he an animal? Chapter 117. How do you know I'm a pervert? The surrounding scenery, like a three-dimensional solid, appeared in Dean's mind, and then his body instinctively exerted force, borrowed force, and exploded in the most appropriate way, turning the originally rugged mountain area into flat land. The wind was howling. Dean didn't feel any pain at this moment. He only felt the heat all over his body, and his heart was beating violently at a speed far beyond the usual speed, like a high-pressure water pump, compressing blood and stimulating it to all parts of the body, continuously bringing him energy. Bang bang bang, bullets shot out from the top of the mountain. Either they fell in front of the crazy approaching figure or on the side. Under the rapid speed change in bullet avoidance movement, the threat of this single-shot rifle was reduced to the lowest. FK, what kind of monster is this? On the mountain, a pair of eyes were shocked and terrified. He gritted his teeth, quickly changed the new magazine, and prepared to try to kill the opponent again, but the figure was no longer in his sight. The opponent went into the woods. Thinking of the opponent's speed like a cheetah, the man's scalp was a little numb. The man who was shot in the arm by his gun was definitely not in the hunting range of his brothers. Realizing that he had caused big trouble, the man dropped the gun in his hand and ran to the other side with his bare hands. He couldn't hit anyone even if he shot at him. He had no intention of confronting the pervert head-on. And they had a backup plan. There was another rocky area not far away. That was the trap area set by him and his brother. This was originally prepared for the police officers who might chase him, but no one came, so they used it to play with the captured prey and to kill time in the mountains. As long as the other party followed him without knowing whether to live or die, he must treat this bastard who scared him well. Escape. Zizzy, the intercom on the man's chest made a sound. "Brother, why did I hear a gunshot? Is there fun coming again?" The other end of the intercom with noisy current could be heard faintly, crying and screaming. The man panted violently and said in a hurried tone, "There are two men, one of them is chasing me, I'm ready." FK. A cave. A man wearing a layered leather mask heard his brother's screams on the other end of the intercom, and quickly dealt with a woman in his hand, grabbed the semi-automatic rifle beside him, and hurried away. On the other side, Dean grinned and forced a man who was holding a broken leg and screaming to the side of a big rock, "Shoot, why don't you shoot?" This was the first time he was shot since he came to this world. Although it was just a scratch. But for this man who took his blood, Dean was ready to treat him well. "Dude, this is just a misunderstanding. I thought you were perverts who have been hunting us, so I shot. I have no ill intentions." The man endured the pain of the broken leg, hoping to delay a little time. His big brother will definitely come to save him. Who knows? Dean looked at him puzzledly. "How do you know I'm a pervert, man? Question mark. The next moment, Dean smiled and grabbed the man's other leg, twisted it hard, and with a click, he put the other's right calf on the other's left shoulder. It doesn't look harmonious this way. Dean grabbed the man's left calf that was kicked away, and twisted it onto his right shoulder amid the man's heart-wrenching screams. Then, like a murderer, he grabbed the man's hands, hugged his twisted legs, and crossed his fingers together in the man's desperate eyes, twisting them hard. After doing all this, after making sure that the man's head was not injured, Dean was satisfied to tear off the man's clothes, stuffed his mouth, and threw him on the stone, so that when the other brother of the skinning brother came over, he could clearly see the miserable state of his brother. Now it was his turn to fish. As the saying goes, killing is not enough. Dean rarely has this kind of bad taste, whether facing a target or an opponent. He prefers to kill the opponent cleanly and neatly to avoid a rollover. This is the most basic professional quality. This pair of brothers broke his principle today. Walked to a position that is easy to observe. Dean sat down a little tiredly and checked his wound. The wound was not big, the thickness of a thumb, and a little blood and flesh were rubbed off, which did not even affect his movement. But recalling the feeling at that time, Dean fell into deep thought. The opponent was originally aiming at the heart position on his back. Under the effect of the bulletproof vest, even if he was hit, it would only leave some bruises at most. But at that time, Dean felt an itch on his back, and subconsciously shrank his body. This shrinkage actually brought the side of his shoulder that was not covered by the bulletproof vest up and took the bullet. The problem lies in the itchy back. Dean touched his chin. He had heard some more mysterious sayings in his previous life. Some people who have been born and died for many years have a sixth sense of death like wild beasts. Once someone uses a gun to aim at a fatal position, they will feel it. Dean in his previous life was half believing and half doubting this statement. But he just experienced this situation. Dean shook his head. He couldn't figure out now whether he really felt itchy on his back just now, or because his spiritual attributes had improved to a certain stage, so he had a keen perception like an animal. It was really hard to explain. Anyway, Dean tried to point the pistol at himself, and there was no reaction at all. Suddenly, there was a small clicking sound from behind Dean. Dean's expression remained unchanged, and he leaned against the rock where he was hiding, motionless. His position could cover the entire area where the bait was, and block the view and attack path behind him. Even if the opponent knew he was here, he would have to fight back unless he dropped a bomb. After the sound, it disappeared. The surroundings returned to silence. Only the cold wind that came with a gloomy sky blew through the pine needle forest in the distance, making a rustling sound. Dean's breathing became weaker and weaker. He seemed to have merged into the rock behind him, silently watching everything in front of him, quietly waiting for the prey to react after the test was over. Click. There was another sound of small stones falling to the ground, coming from the other side. Dean jumped up suddenly. He was in the air, and he had two more pistols in his hands. According to the principle of triangulation, he repeatedly pulled the trigger at an uninhabited slope behind him. The bullets hit the bare rocks, splashing sparks. Stone powder was rising. A black muzzle of a gun was thrust forward, trying to fight back. The next moment, a huge force was heard, and the gunshot left the man's hand. He looked at the deformed muzzle of the rifle in astonishment, and was surprised to find that a bright white bullet had hit the muzzle. "Hey, men, look at the camera." He turned his head and looked back. Bang, 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 a dozen bullets were fired out, piercing the flesh and blood of his limbs from top to bottom, like a tailor sewing. The man was about to scream. Dean grabbed a stone and smashed it hard on the other's mouth, suppressing his scream. The face is a little deformed, but it shouldn't affect the reward. He dragged the man who had turned into rotten meat and threw him next to his brother who had fainted from the pain. Dean took out a morphine injection from his waist and gave each of them an injection. Not long after, the man whose limbs were broken by Dean and twisted into a human basketball woke up. He looked at his state in a daze, his face changed greatly, and he saw a familiar voice beside him, humming weakly, and he became even more desperate. Extreme perverts are a minority after all. When facing death, there are still unknown tortures. No mistakes, one post, one content, 1619, one book, one bar. Only when people see it will they truly know themselves. The person in front of him is like this. He can peel off the skin of a living person steadily while talking and laughing, but now facing Dean with a smile on his face, he can't muster up the courage to curse. He shrank his head in fear on his folded legs. "You don't kill us, what do you want? I appreciate your art, but it's a pity that you don't welcome me. As a punishment, I want to take away your spoils." "What?" The man raised his head, wondering if he was hallucinating. Could it be that this man is really a pervert who likes to torture and kill others for fun, as he said? Thinking of his own situation and his big brother lying on the ground like mud, the man thought he understood. He licked his lips and said hesitantly, "Okay, in the direction of the setting sun, about 1 kilometer away from here, there is a very old pine tree. Our residence is in the cave behind the tree." "Very good." Dean nodded with satisfaction and said kindly, "You have 1 minute." After that, he whistled and walked towards the place the man said. Until Dean disappeared from the man's sight, he didn't understand what Dean meant by his last sentence. Until 1 minute later, the pain-killing effect of the potion disappeared. The man howled again. He hoped that he could faint. But under the calming effect of the potion, not only did he not faint again, but he became more sensitive to the tearing pain coming from his whole body. On the other side, Massa followed the traces deliberately left by Dean and chased after him breathlessly. Even his body, which had been trained for many years, was a little overwhelmed at this moment after crossing mountains and ridges in a short time. "Take a short rest." Massa grabbed the semi-automatic rifle in his hand and groped forward. He looks fierce, but he is actually very afraid of death. In addition, his ancestors had good hunting skills, so he infiltrated the FBI's logistics and climbed up with his shamelessness and excellent skills. But he rarely experienced head-on combat. Suddenly, Massa sniffed his nose. There was a smell of blood. He followed the smell and touched over, but the scene in front of him shocked him. Under the long trail of blood, 2 motionless figures were lying under a huge rock. One of them had a large amount of blood under his body, his limbs were rotten meat, full of bullet holes, his cheeks were sunken, and his chest had no rise and fall. He should have bled to death. The other one was even more miserable, with his feet folded and crossed on his shoulders in a weird shape, his hands wrapped around his arms, his fingers interlocked, his knuckles twisted and deformed, and the man's face was even more distorted and hideous. It seemed that he died of pain. "Is this the skinning brother?" Massa licked his black lips, leaned forward, and after careful observation, he finally determined that the man who was shot more than 20 times was caused by the Lorlock 19 and Dean's M1911 with steel core bullets. He killed the two in a very cruel way. But where is Dean? Massa looked around and found the traces of Dean's departure. He wanted to continue to follow, but after thinking about it, he found a place to sit down and quietly lit a cigarette. "Teacher Anthony, you really found a ruthless apprentice this time." At this moment, Dean, who was being muttered by Massa, was flipping through the information in his mind. Serial skinning case solved, experience value plus 1500, L12 L13, attribute point plus 1. Skill point plus 1, this case is not very dangerous, and there is no need to solve the case. There are 1500 experience points. How many people have these two perverts killed? Dean is ready to go back and study these. After walking around the cave, he looked at the numerous tools neatly arranged in front of him with interest: skinning knives, iron sticks for fixing skin and flesh, chemicals for removing excess fat, and thin pliers for removing bones from the inside. The tools here are much richer and more delicate than the secret bases in some slasher movies. In addition, a girl whose back skin has been cut open is lying on a blood-stained stone platform, motionless. I don't know why this unfortunate girl is here. What a pity. Under the stone platform, there are two sets of clothes that look evil and disgusting, faces of people with closed eyes, men, women, old and young, are all cut into neat ovals and fixed on the surface of the clothes by unknown methods. If you look from a distance, you might think that these are just dark non-mainstream patterns printed on them. But as the cold wind in the cave surges, those light faces tremble. Even a man as generous as Dean felt his scalp tingle when he saw this scene. He subconsciously avoided his gaze, fearing that those faces would suddenly open their eyes and meet his gaze. Ahem! Just then, a faint cough came from deeper inside the cave. Is there anyone else? Dean took out his pistol and walked over in confusion. After receiving the information from the panel about the case being closed, he simply glanced inside. It was dark, with only a pile of stones. No one was seen at all. Following the sound, Dean pulled away the stones and found a bloody man buried underneath. It seemed that he had sensed a movement. The man tried to open his eyes and said hoarsely, "Sally, Sally." Dean felt sad. Could the Sally mentioned by the other party be the girl on the stage outside? He glanced at the other person's deep wound that was fatal enough to see the bone, sighed in his heart, squatted down, and said softly, "I am Detective Dean in Los Angeles. Are you okay?" Buddy. Detective. The man seemed to have taken a panacea, his eyes opened as if shining in the darkness, and his voice was no longer weak and dying. Mr. Detective, have you seen a 15-year-old girl with blonde hair? Yes. Is there a cute little pig tattooed on her shoulder? Yes, that was tattooed on her by her mother before she died. Is Sally okay? Fortunately, we have sent her to the hospital. She is just unconscious. That's good, that's good. The voice gradually weakened and finally fell into silence. For a long time, a sigh broke the silence here. Dean ignored the blood and carried the man's broken body to the front of the cave and put him next to his daughter. He gently helped the girl put on her clothes, covered the wound on her back, and put her in her father's arms, then took the man's arm, wanting him to hold his daughter and leave. Dean paused and pinched the blood-stained sleeve on the man's arm. There was something in there. Chapter 118 Treasure Map. What is this? Dean looked at the parchment scroll in his hand, a little surprised. Under the man's sleeve, there was an inner pocket, which was sealed with a button. The parchment scroll was taken out by Dean. On it was a very simple map, somewhat similar to the small lake where the scarecrow was located before. On the map, there was a string of irregular numbers. It looks a bit like a treasure map. By the way, I remember that there was a group of bandits hiding in this mountain range during the cowboy era. These people seemed to like hoarding gold. Dean's eyes lit up and he put the parchment scroll away. This was his reward for a moment of kindness. Anyway, whether it was useful or not, it was at least interesting. Because of the discovery of the parchment scroll, Dean searched the cave again and found a bag of scattered US dollars, which added up to about 10,000 US dollars. Mobile phones, video recorders, watches, etc., a lot of things. However, most of these things had no electricity, only a pink video recorder, which turned on with a press. Dean suspected that this video recorder was the thing of the girl on the stage. I wonder if there are any clues to the treasure map in there. He first called Massa and asked him to come over, then with some anticipation, he picked up the video recorder in his hand and started playing it. After a moment, he took out the memory card of the video recorder, crushed it, and then threw the video recorder back into the other electronic devices. There was not much content in it, but it also allowed Dean to figure out the whole story. The girl's father went into the mountains to look for treasure and did not return overnight. The girl was worried, so she drove over with a gun, and she was also looking forward to hunting prey on the way. Yes, the young girl on the stage was the crappy hunter that Dean and the others had discovered earlier. There was no subsequent process in the video, but the ending was right in front of us. What a sinful land. Dean found himself a little sentimental today. He rubbed his face with both hands, walked out of the air cave, silently lit a cigarette, and waited for Massa to join him. It was getting dark. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Massa rushed over with a smile. I'm glad that you are okay, Dean. We both made a fortune. Dean pointed to the cave entrance. There are some loose banknotes in here. If possible, help me bury the father and daughter on the stage. Are there victims here too? Massa walked in curiously, and then exclaimed, FK, this damn thing scared me to death. He was surprised at first, then happy, and ran out with 2 human face suits on the ground. I was worried that you would damage these 2 clothes. Are they valuable? Yes, the Skinning brothers slaughtered at least 40 or 50 people to make these 2 damn things. Look, you can find human faces from children to adults, from men to women. If you take them out to sell, I will let them go if the price is less than $500,000 US. Don't you need to hand it in as evidence? Massa sneered, let the evidence go to hell, Dean, you don't know how messy the water is here. If we hand these things in, these things will appear on the black market the next day. It's better for us to sell them directly instead of letting those bastards get a bargain. Dean shook his head, but I'm going to burn them, including those scarecrows. Dude, did I hear you right? Massa's voice rose when he heard this. These things, if we add the tools in the cave, we can get at least millions of dollars extra, millions of dollars. In the face of interests, Massa was a little anxious. If you are worried about the mission, we don't have to care about those damn things. We risked killing the Skinning brothers, and the dead souls rested in peace, and these things are all the spoils we deserve. You shouldn't have the idea of wasting them. Dean's eyes turned cold, looking into Massa's eyes, and said seriously, I said, all the bodies, all burned. Massa swore. When he was seriously focused by Dean, it was as if a wolf stood up and stared at his throat with fierce eyes. As long as he dared to say no, the wolf would rush up and bite his throat without hesitation. He lowered his head, not daring to look Dean in the eye, and whispered, "Dean, I know you killed all the Skinning brothers, but I'm short of money. Reason: my daughter has leukemia. I have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars every year to maintain her normal life." Dean was silent for a moment, patted Massa on the shoulder. "I understand you, but if there is a choice, there is no need to make such money. Take those tools away, and deal with everything here. Then give me $2 million. Dean. Dean waved his hand and turned to leave. Night fell. Harry played a rock DJ and stopped the car in front of Dean. "Wow, Dean, didn't you go to the FBI for training? Why did you come to such a remote place?" "It's over, so I'm going home." "So soon?" Harry's face was filled with worry. "Dude, don't tell me you're eliminated. I heard that those bastards love to do these things the most." Dean was about to reply, but he noticed Harry's lower body and couldn't help showing a strange look. "I'm fine, I've completed the training, but I guess you're in trouble." Harry followed Dean's gaze and screamed, "FK, I was just about to play the game of Santa Claus riding an elk with my girlfriend, but I got your call, and I forgot her at home." This kid, who was playing very fancy, was wearing a pair of elk pants on his lower body. He took out his mobile phone in panic, and found desperately that there were more than 30 missed calls and more than 50 unread messages on it. Harry, who was listening to the exciting music all the way, didn't notice these at all. Seeing this, Dean laughed out loud with gloating, and his originally gloomy mood returned to normal. Back to the city. Dean said goodbye to Harry with a bitter face, bought a new set of clothes to change into, and sprayed some perfume on his body to cover up the possible odor before returning home. At home, his mother Sheila was hugging Sinclair to watch a soap opera. Seeing Dean, she pinched Sinclair's cheek. "Baby, am I seeing right? This handsome man in front of you is really your second brother." Sinclair's eyes also lit up. "Wow, Dean, you look so handsome in a formal suit, like a Hollywood star. At my graduation ceremony, can you come to be my dance partner? I will definitely be the queen of the night. Although I like your compliments, don't you want to give me a hug when you see me back?" Dean opened his arms and pretended to be wronged. There was a commotion. His mother, Sheila, was a little worried and said, "Dean, didn't you say you would go out for training for a while? Why did you leave this morning and come back in the evening?" Dean sighed. "Mom, I don't want to be like this either, but staying there puts too much pressure on others. For the physical and mental health of others, the instructor had to let me come back. By the way, where's Thompson? Thompson usually likes to study some strange things. He was going to show him the parchment. I went on a date." Sheila pouted and said a little aggrievedly, "I feel that the day when you leave me is getting closer and closer." "Don't be like this, Mom." Sinclair patted his forehead and said speechlessly, "Thompson quarreled with Mom for the first time today because of his girlfriend. I had a hard time coaxing Mom." "Good guy." Dean laughed a little. Sure enough, the problem between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is innate, regardless of country or race. But seeing Sheila, who is always strong, look sentimental, Dean hugged her and comforted her. "Mom, don't worry, when Thompson comes back, I will help you teach him a lesson." After watching TV with the two of them for a while, Dean returned to the room and prepared to strengthen. Panel. Detective Panel, Character, Dean Level. 13, 300/2400, Spirit. 13 Strength. 14 Speed. 15, Limit, Endurance. 10 Skills, Pistol Mastery, Ancient Muay Thai Mastery, HS School Mind Reading L2, Trace Tracking L1, Omitted, Click to open. Attribute Points. 1 Skill Points. 1 Completed Cases. 11, Details Omitted. Dean, with 13 points of spirit, is no longer the same as before. Just simple learning and practice. The skill of trace tracking has already been mastered. Of course, Massa's good teaching is also a very important reason. Trace tracking L1, after learning and practicing, your observation ability has been significantly improved, and you can quickly find inconsistent traces in your field of vision, but your understanding and experience of object changes are still very scarce, and you cannot get too many clues from the traces. It has been a while since I got the panel. Dean has discovered that there are also relatively large differences between skills. One is a skill like a pistol that is more inclined to body memory. After mastering a skill, you can often rely on your own hard training, without skill points, and you can also quickly improve to at least L3 level. For example, Dean's rifle has reached L1. This is because he practices alone and has no famous teacher to teach him. 1 is a skill like mind reading and trace tracking, which is more inclined to experience and knowledge. After Dean's spirit is raised to 13 points, it is not difficult to get started with this skill, but if you want to continue to improve, you must spend a lot of time to practice, study and learn. For this type of skill, Dean prefers to use skill points in exchange for quick success. Another type is a skill like ancient Muay Thai that will strengthen the body in some aspects. Dean will not consider this for the time being. Close combat is only to make up for weakness. Enemies that can be solved with guns. Dean rarely chooses close combat. Trace tracking belongs to the second skill type. Self-study and improvement require a lot of time and energy, but it is very helpful for solving cases. So Dean did not hesitate. He added skill points to trace tracking. It is not as good as mind reading. It only needs a few skill points to upgrade directly. Skill points disappear. A large number of objects will have different states of experience and knowledge in different environments and time, which are instilled and integrated. After Dean thoroughly digested it, he found that when he looked at things, in addition to having a more layered and three-dimensional sense, every time he saw something, his brain would subconsciously analyze what the thing had experienced, the owner's usage habits, and the frequency of the thing being used. This feeling is very strange and disturbing. Imagine. One day you are interested in exchange skills with others, but as a result, some professional terms about depth, wear and tear, and tightness appear in your mind. Is it a bummer? Fortunately, with the help of the fused memory, Dean regained the initiative of thinking after trying a few times, and was no longer affected by the subconscious memory. After adding skills, only attribute points were left. After chasing through the mountains, Dean became more and more aware that endurance had become his shortcoming. At present, 13 points of spirit are enough for the time being. So Dean did not hesitate to add this attribute point directly to endurance. Strengthening his over 11 points of endurance made Dean feel a lot more relaxed, as if his sports car had finally replaced the motor that could barely match it. In short, it's not bad. 9 o'clock in the evening. Dean, who had eaten and drunk enough, sat lazily on the sofa, enjoying the leisure time of watching dramas with his family. Click. The door was pushed open. The three looked over and saw Thompson holding a backpack and covering his face. Haha, Thompson, are you doing performance art? Sinclair laughed. Sheila also covered her mouth and laughed. Baby, don't be like this. I have forgiven you for quarreling with me because of a woman. Dean took a quick glance and knew what Thompson had experienced. He said with a smile, little brother, did you have a fight today? Dean, how did you know? Thompson put down his backpack in surprise, revealing his bruised face. Man, the one standing in front of you is the best detective Dean in Los Angeles. Dean boasted shamelessly, and then tempted, although I don't know what you have been through, if you can do me a favor, I will teach you how to get back at me. Just like the previous pickup girl. It works better than that. Deal. The two brothers went upstairs with their arms around each other's shoulders. Looking at the backs of the two men, Sheila had a look of relief on her face. Sinclair, Thompson has also started to learn how to fight. He has really grown up. Tisk, he lost. Dean and Baker have never lost in fights before. Now there are various versions of their legendary stories circulating in the school. The mother and daughter began to gossip about what happened to Dean and his elder brother Baker in school. As for Thompson being beaten, this is just an embellishment of adolescence. As long as you don't use a gun, there is nothing to be surprised about. Upstairs. After Thompson applied the potion with a grin, he took the parchment roll in thought. Dean felt that this was not something that could be solved in a short time, so he was ready to leave first. As soon as he turned around, he heard Thompson confidently say, Okay, Dean, I already know what's on it. So fast. Dean was a little surprised. There was only a string of inexplicable numbers on the parchment roll. Thompson had a slightly proud look on his face. Dean, this is just an encryption method of the alphabetic code. The numbers are the keys. You are still missing a door. Door. Yes, similar to the corresponding books, or some text information, and then apply these numbers to those information books, and you can get the secret that the treasure owner wants to tell you. Thompson said with some disdain, this thing was considered advanced more than 100 years ago, but now, when I was 9 years old, I didn't play with it anymore. It's too easy to crack. He thought that what Dean had in his hand was just an old-fashioned treasure decrypting toy. Dean shrugged. Okay, but this is a real treasure map. If you can help me decipher it, I can give you some after finding the treasure. Thompson agreed doubtfully. Okay, you need to tell me the background story of this treasure map. Because in order to facilitate the deciphering of future generations, the owner of the treasure usually chooses some circulated books related to the treasure as the door. Of course, some treasure maps passed down by families are only known by themselves. This treasure involves Dean concealed the source of the parchment roll, and simply told the legend of the robbers in the Hager Mountains. Wow, the treasure of the bandits in the cowboy era. Thompson put himself in the role and sat down at the computer desk impatiently. I seem to have heard the story of there in a chat room on the internet that specializes in chatting about the history of Los Angeles in the past. A moment. Thompson exclaimed, Dean, come here quickly, take a look at what this is. Dean took a closer look. On it, it was a parchment roll with a similar style to the parchment roll in his hand, but the map and numbers were different. How many copies of this thing are there? On the top of the picture, a line of large and bold font was specially added, the biography of the Duke of Tulip. Dean, this must be the door, I have this book. Thompson rushed to his bookshelf excitedly. Dean touched his chin thoughtfully. Things seemed to be getting interesting. After a while of searching, Thompson finally found the biography of the Duke of Tulip at the bottom of the bookshelf. The two brothers gathered under the desk lamp and began to decipher. Thanks to the book friend Knight of Glory for the reward of 18,000 book coins. Thanks to the boss, is this the exclusive title of this month's extra chapter? Thanks to the book friend being a salted fish on the other side of the coin for the reward of 5,000 book coins. Thanks to the boss, congratulations on your promotion to the helmsman. Thanks to the three book friends Quiet Ugly Man, Red Blood Cellular, 2002, and Goodnight Dream for the reward. Thanks to the three bosses. Updates to be added this month, Sanjiang updates. 10 updates for monthly tickets. 4-2 equals 2 being a salted fish on the other side of the coin. 1 waiting for your return with wine. 1 glory of the night. 22 try to get everything done this month. Panel data, character, Dean level. 13, 300/2400, spirit. 13 strength. 14 speed. 15, limit, stamina. 11 skills, pistol mastery, ancient Muay Thai mastery, trace tracking L2, at chess school, mind reading L2, omitted, click to open. Attribute points. 0 skill points. 0 completed cases. 11, details omitted. Chapter 119, The Truth Behind the Treasure, a new case. A long line of copied text appeared in front of the two. This is just a small treasure, but it will lead you to a huge fortune of 120 tons of gold. The treasure is located near Hager Lake in the Hager Mountains. At midnight, stand on the east side of the lake and look at the bright moon in the lake. It will lead you to the treasure. Tagar Morgan Dean, is this a real treasure? Yes, but it has nothing to do with you. I won't let you get involved. Dean showed his little brother what it means to cross the river and destroy the bridge at the speed of light. Thompson's bruised face was full of grievances. But you promised. Dean smiled. I just told you that I can give you some after I find it, but I didn't say I would take you with me. Don't be like this. At worst I don't want you to teach me how to deal with multiple girlfriends. Take me, Dean. I have an accurate crossbow and can help you. Thompson wanted to struggle. For people of his age, the adventure treasure hunt that he has only seen in movies is undoubtedly more attractive than a girlfriend. The younger brother's pleading may be useful in front of Sheila, who is hard-mouthed and soft-hearted. But Dean is not easily persuaded. He has made a decision and will not change it easily. If there was no photo on the internet, Dean would not mind taking the younger brother to broaden his horizons and see more things that his peers have no chance to touch. But the photos on the internet made Dean realize that this matter may not be as simple as it seems, and may even be dangerous. In this case, Dean does not want the younger brother to get too involved in this matter, nor does he want him to see his cruel appearance at that time. In Dean's heart, it is best for him to always be reliable and warm in front of his family, rather than cold and cruel. This is the same mentality as some dog authors who do not like to tell the names of their novels to people around them. The younger brother who was preparing to revoke was forcibly suppressed. Dean returned to the room with satisfaction, took out his mobile phone, and called Anthony. The call was connected. Anthony's hoarse voice was a little tired. "Dean, I'm glad to receive your call. How is your micro-expression analysis going recently?" "Not bad. I also learned mass as trace tracking, by the way." "Haha." Anthony chuckled and didn't care. These things are not easy to get started with, and they are also difficult to practice. Accumulating experience requires time, even for geniuses. So he just thought Dean was joking. "Okay, Dean, I'm in trouble now and don't have much time. Do you have anything else to do?" "Teacher, I want to ask you, do you know Tagore Morgan?" In the West, surnames were actually exclusive to the nobility. In Dean's previous life, the Morgan family was a huge double family spanning North America and Europe. It was so huge that it was difficult to cover up. But in this parallel world, Dean didn't find anything special about the surname Morgan. After all, they are two worlds. So Dean didn't delve into it. Tagore Morgan. "Dean, are you sure it's Tagore Morgan?" Anthony was a little excited when he heard the name. "Few people know this name. Dean, where did you know it from?" "Really no." Dean subconsciously sucked his saliva. "Doesn't that mean that the 120 tons of gold is also true?" The price of gold fluctuates every day. Now the price of 1 ounce of gold is about $870. 120 tons is almost equal to 4,232,875 ounces of gold. Many national banks of small countries do not have such a huge gold reserve. This is a fortune of nearly $4 billion. Even if the purity is not enough, this is enough to make many people crazy. So, Dean told Anthony the details of how he found the treasure map, and also told him what he found on the internet. The reason why he asked Anthony for advice was not because he had no channels to check the information of Tagore Morgan, but because he wanted to use Anthony to find the hidden person on the internet. People should know themselves. For money. Dean's idea has always been that it is best to have it, but if you don't have it, you can think of other ways. Safety is the most important thing. "How could I know?" Hearing Dean's words, Anthony laughed hoarsely. "The pictures on the internet are the ones used by our family to fish. Dean, I'm glad that you trust me so much. This has saved you from danger." Dean rolled his eyes. "I knew there was something wrong." There was a pause on the other end of the phone. Anthony continued, "Tagore Morgan, strictly speaking, is my grandfather. He is an unknown archaeologist who likes to conduct archaeological research in various countries. More than 50 years ago, Grandpa Tagore accidentally found an encrypted diary in the second-hand market in Germany. The diary came from a declining German aristocratic family. He decrypted the diary and finally found the treasure of 120 tons of gold. The secret of the treasure is about a group of German soldiers who were defeated in World War II and stored a batch of gold in the Sahara Desert base. But unfortunately, Grandpa Tagore was very dissatisfied with the owner of the family at that time because of some things. So he took this opportunity. He deliberately set up his own small treasures in many places, and left a part of the key to open the military base in the treasure. After doing this, he sent this matter and 1/9 of the key back to the family. Speaking of this, Anthony couldn't help laughing again. His grandfather is really funny. You can see it, but you can't touch it. Hey, just playing. So, mentor, your family deliberately spread that picture on the internet to fish. Yes, thanks to the development of the internet. Anthony went on to tell Dean something that made his scalp tingle. The former head of the family knew the place where my grandfather had stayed for a long time, and because he had one of the treasure maps as a clue, he made about a dozen baits that he didn't know whether they were right or wrong, and spread them in chat rooms and websites that paid attention to these mountains and rivers. Once a user tracks the person who spread the picture or pays too much attention to the picture, we will find the other party's network IP and then find the other party to confirm. This method is very effective. In just a few years, we have collected 8/9 of the keys, and we only need one more to safely take away the gold without triggering the base's self-destruct device. When I returned to the Commonwealth, I heard people in the family chatting that they had found the last person, but they were still confirming it. I guess that person is the unlucky guy you found. Dean was glad that he made this call, but his excitement seemed to be poured with a bucket of cold water. Well, excitement in vain. And he also realized that the Morgan family of Anthony's mentor, even if it did not have the influence of the Morgan family in his previous life, should not be underestimated. Okay, the secrets have been shared. Dean, as a reward for your trust in me, After the family gets the gold, I will apply for the family to give you a bonus. Maybe not too much, but a few $1,000,000 is definitely no problem. Is it okay?" Dean didn't expect there would be a little sweet treat. Yes, the biggest significance of this gold to the Morgan family is actually that the former head of the family wants to respond to Grandpa Tage. The two of them are now old and still fighting. We, the younger generations, also have our own development and don't care about the gold. We just treat this matter as a pastime. Okay. Not only is the person in question still alive, but he is also fighting with $4 billion. Sure enough, the Morgans are all big dogs. Dean and Anthony agreed that after he got the last key fragment, he would let Anthony call someone to get it, and avoid some misunderstandings later. After hanging up the phone, Dean simply calculated the wealth he could have now and in the near future. He still had $380,000 in cash, $2 million from Massa, the value of the small treasure in the mountains was unknown, and the several $1,000,000 promised by Anthony was rounded up to tens of millions. In just over 2 months, he would become a multimillionaire. Not bad. Dean happily laid down to sleep. The next day, it was raining heavily outside. Dean collapsed on a chair in the living room, leisurely watching the raindrops falling in the yard, enjoying a rare vacation. Massa hadn't dealt with his training yet, so Dean was not in a hurry to return to the detective bureau. Just then, a strange phone call came in. Dean answered with some doubts. "Hello, this is Dean." "Hello." A somewhat nervous voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'm Camille, that, Mr. Dean. Do you remember the lucky coin before?" Lucky coin? Dean suddenly realized, and at the same time, the image of a chubby girl playing skateboard and wearing hip-hop clothes appeared in his mind. Last time he saw his little brother huddled in the community flower bed, looking like he was hurt by love, so he gave his little brother some practical exercises and told him how to pick up girls. After that, he didn't pay attention to this matter. Unexpectedly, it was almost a month later. That girl actually contacted him. Mr. Dean. "Oh, sorry, I remembered my lucky coin again. It was the last thought my grandma left me, but it was lost by a reckless girl, and I missed the final farewell confession with the goddess afterwards. If that girl wasn't sweet and cute, like my first love, I don't think I would forgive her. By the way, Camille, why do you have my phone number? Is there anything?" Dean had nothing to do. He flirted with the other party and prepared to make an appointment with the other party and treat her to a good meal as an apology. The other end of the phone. After hearing what Dean said, the girl touched her hot face subconsciously and said with some stammering, "Well, Mr. Dean, I am the girl who lost your lucky coin. During this period, I have been looking for your lucky coin near the flower bed, but I have not found it. It may have rolled into the sewer. Is there really such a real person?" Dean couldn't help but feel ashamed of what he had done. He was going to ask the other party out and apologize for his behavior. Well, it's over. This may be God's will. Just like I missed the farewell of the goddess. If possible, when you are free, please treat me to something, and I will forgive you. Tomorrow, I will go home from college tomorrow. The school is preparing for winter vacation. We will meet and talk then. Camille seemed a little nervous and hung up the phone in a hurry. College student. Dean's eyes lit up, whistled, and picked up Thompson's book on decryption again and started reading. Sheila, who was cleaning nearby, came over and said, "Dean, why don't I remember your grandma leaving you any lucky coins?" Dean shrugged and said, "Mom, this is just a way to pick up girls. You should be thankful that you met Dad, otherwise you would be deceived when you are young because you are so naive. Then I will stuff the liar's mouth with Gundam bullets myself." Sheila clenched her fist domineeringly and gave Dean a contemptuous look. He is very knowledgeable when it comes to picking up girls. But he is almost 22 years old and has never brought a girlfriend home. What a waste of his good genes. The second day after returning home, it was still raining heavily. Every year when winter is approaching, the weather in Los Angeles is not very good. Massa called Dean and said that he had dealt with the matter in the mountains and had sent the training score results to the detective bureau. This score will be included in Dean's file. As for the reward money, Massa said that it will be in Dean's bank account within 3 working days. On the other side, Camille, who called yesterday, called again and apologized that there was a missing person case on her floor of the university dormitory. She needed to cooperate with the police's inquiries and would go home in a day or 2. In response, Dean said nonchalantly that he would contact him then. In the afternoon, The rain gradually stopped. Dean was still lying in the old position, enjoying the leisure time. But Sheila said unhappily, "Dean, you have been home for 2 or 3 days, and you are not willing to help me with the housework." Dean looked at Sheila with a confused face. "Has my mother changed her mind? I am your most beloved second son. How can you bear to let me do things?" Facing the impatient mother, Dean took his gun with a confused face, drove to the street, called Harry, and prepared to ask him to come out to have fun, and by the way, discuss the topic of whether he would be disliked you if he stayed at home for a long time. "Harry, come out, let's go have some fun." There was some noise from Harry's side, and there was also the roar of machinery nearby. "Dean, I was just about to call you. We found a female corpse in a miserable state at the garbage disposal plant. It's a bit difficult to deal with. Can you come over?" Another new case. Dean, who had just gained the skill of tracing trace, had his eyes shining. After asking for the address, he immediately drove over. Treasure background: Project Eagle, not related to the movie, just introducing Anthony's family. Chapter 120: U-shaped female corpse. Los Angeles is a big city. The amount of domestic garbage generated every day is very huge. These garbage also support many companies specializing in garbage recycling. These companies will arrange garbage trucks every day to tilt the contents of the garbage cans in the responsible areas to the back of the garbage trucks through the equipped mechanical arms, and then directly compress them into cubes and take them back to the garbage disposal plant. The place where Harry found the female corpse is a garbage recycling center here. When arriving, Dean noticed that this recycling center is actually a simple open-air iron warehouse. On the flat ground of the warehouse are rectangular garbage compression blocks about 3 or 4 meters high. Harry and others are busy standing in front of a garbage cube. "Hey, guys, what's going on now?" Dean walked over enthusiastically and greeted everyone. Robert looked surprised. "Dean? Did you go for training?" "I finished the training," Dean briefly explained and looked at Harry, who was sweating all over. "Hey man, tell me, why did you call me here? What problem did you encounter?" "We are indeed facing a big problem now." Harry wiped his forehead, smiled, and pointed at the garbage cube in front of him and said, "Robert and I are exhausted. Now we need a strong man to separate this pile of garbage." Looking along his field of vision, Dean found that the edge of the garbage cube was a distorted and deformed slender palm. Looking inside along the palm, he could also see some sharp broken bones piercing the flesh and blood. "Is this the female corpse you mentioned? Was she crushed by the compressor?" "Almost." Holtz, who was standing nearby and helping with his eyes, explained, "The staff here found this broken and compressed arm when they were dealing with the garbage brought back last night, so they called the police. We can only confirm that this is a girl. She probably fell into the trash can for some unknown reason, and then, without anyone knowing, she was compressed into a large cube by the crusher along with the garbage. This situation is actually not uncommon. In winter, some homeless people may sleep in trash cans to keep warm. If they sleep too deeply or have drunk alcohol before, they may be sent into the compression crusher along with the garbage. For details, you can refer to the example of sending a piece of meat into 2 steel rollers and being pressed into a lump by mechanical pressure. In short, it is horrible. Dean looked at the new clothes he had just bought, then looked at the pile of garbage, and rejected Harry's invitation to pick up garbage without hesitation. He pulled Holtz aside and asked, "Can we determine the time of death of the female corpse now? And where is the driver of this garbage truck?" "The driver was frightened and is smoking there now. In addition, I need Harry and the others to get the woman's body out so that we can determine the time of her death." Holtz said hypocritically, "To be honest, I would rather she was thrown into the garbage bin by someone, otherwise the death process would be too painful." "Then you should go up and help, so that her body can rest in peace as soon as possible, instead of verbally assisting." Dean gave Holtz a middle finger. He could see at a glance that the other party was insincere. Because for a forensic doctor like Holtz, he had seen so many tragic scenes that he had long been numb. People with strong empathy could not stay in the forensic department for long. The garbage was compressed very tightly. It was very difficult to separate it. Dean estimated that Harry and Robert would have to work for at least half an hour to separate the female corpse, so he walked towards the sloppy man sitting on the edge of the platform. "Hello, I'm Detective Dean. I want to ask you something." "Ah." The sloppy driver was stunned for a moment, then he said cautiously, "Mr. Detective, I have told your colleagues everything I should say." I really don't know what this is about. Dean smiled and comforted him. Don't be nervous, buddy. I just want to ask, does each of your garbage trucks have a fixed route? How many days do you collect it? The routes are fixed. I am responsible for 3 routes. I collect one every day and collect it every 3 days. In summer, because the garbage smells strong, I will be more diligent, usually every 2 days. When you were collecting garbage last night, did you notice anyone asking for help? The sloppy driver's pupils shrank slightly, avoiding Dean's gaze, and said with certainty, no, we have had a tragedy before, so whether it is collecting garbage or starting the compression crusher, we must make sure that no one is there. I suspect that someone stuffed a female corpse into the garbage dump, so I didn't notice it. Lie. Dean did not expose the other party. After a brief chat with the other party, he got up and left. This guy lied. But it shouldn't be a big problem. For this kind of case, the idea is actually very clear. Generally speaking, few young girls would sleep in a trash can, so she was most likely dumped there by someone. Next, as long as Holtz confirms this, they can follow the route of the trash can and determine the source of the female corpse, and then proceed to the next step. Of course, it would be even better if there was an ID on the female corpse. After a busy period, a twisted corpse that was difficult to describe in words appeared in front of everyone. Because of the compression pounder, the flesh and bones of the corpse turned into a rubber-like material, which looked deflated and broken. And because of rigor mortis, so it maintains a compressed and fixed shape, which looks weird and scary. Holtz came up and made a simple analysis. The body is flat and it is difficult to tell its original appearance. Judging from the rigor mortis, she has been dead for more than 12 hours. The specific cause of death needs to be determined after an autopsy. Crushed to death. Dean added, the driver collects this pile of garbage every 3 days, plus the time he spent tilting these garbage cubes, which means that the woman was crushed to death by the compression crusher on the garbage truck while she was alive, and she should have been awake at the time. No mistake, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. After seeing the condition of the body, he denied the guess that the girl was dumped by someone. This was the information provided to him by the trace tracking. Hearing this conclusion, Harry and Robert, the 2 tough guys who carried out the female corpse with their own hands, shuddered on the spot. Looking at the current shape of the corpse, you can tell how painful the other party's death was. Holtz looked at Dean in confusion. Dean, I can understand your previous conclusion, but how do you know that the other party was awake at the time? Harry and Robert also looked over curiously. They also wanted to know why Dean came to this conclusion. Dean smiled faintly, because I saw the other person's death. Tisk. X3. This answer treated them as fools. The twin assistants beside Holtz chuckled and said, Holtz said you went to the FBI training base for further studies. It seems that the FBI has started to teach psychic skills now. Yes, I not only know psychic skills, but also mind reading. For example, I can see that you are very interested in me. Dean blinked his eyes and watched the 2 sisters hide behind Holtz. Then he pointed at the corpse and explained, the female corpse is in an inverted U shape, which means that she was facing the compression crusher with her feet rolled in first, and then her face was facing the ground and was completely compressed. If the other person was a corpse at the time, you will see a relatively complete corpse, not a corpse with twisted hands and feet now. This is because the other person was running away at the time. But the garbage around her restricted her movements, and finally, under her wailing and struggling, her twisted and hideous appearance was completely frozen in her current form. But, in this case, how could the driver not know there was someone inside? Robert hesitated and said, we asked the driver, he strictly followed the procedures, and only after getting off the car did he control the mechanical arm to dump the garbage into the garbage truck. If the woman was awake, he should have heard and seen it. That's because he lied. Dean pointed to the wet ground outside. It was raining heavily last night. Man, if it were you, would you be willing to leave your clean driver's seat, go out on the rain, and then come back to make your seat wet? This Robert is dead. He realized that he asked a stupid question. And look at the garbage truck parked in front. With this heavy compartment structure, if someone is unlucky enough to get into the garbage truck, it will be difficult to attract the driver's attention even on a sunny day, let alone raining. Dean picked up a cigarette and lit it, and concluded, although the garbage bin is large, it is easy for an adult to get out. So this woman must have fainted in the garbage bin for some reason, and happened to meet the driver who came to collect the garbage, which eventually led to this tragedy. FK. Holtz looked at Dean in surprise. Is the FBI training so powerful? It's only one day, and I already feel like I'm going to be unemployed. It's not the FBI that's powerful, it's me. Dean smiled faintly. Okay, Harry and Robert, go change your clothes and come with me to find the garbage bin that the girl was in. As for Holtz, I hope to get the exact cause of the girl's death. If the identity can be confirmed, it would be even better. No problem. Everyone agreed. Seeing everyone busying themselves under his arrangement, Dean felt very happy. With the blessing of the two skills of mind reading plus trace tracking. Solve the case. One word. Cool. Thanks to the book friend Hate the Nagging Person for the reward of 10,500 book coins. Thanks to the boss. Congratulations on your promotion to the helmsman. Thanks to the book friend Eugene for the reward of 1,500 book coins. Thanks to the boss. Thanks to the book friends 20180605213217840 feet and Red Blood Cellular 2002 for the reward. Thanks to the two bosses. Thanks to Kduan. Book friend Jen rewarded 1,666 reading coins. I still have readers of Kduan. What a surprise. Good night. Chapter 121. The identity of the female corpse is revealed in the wheelchair case. According to rigor mortis, the time of death of the female corpse is about 12 to 16 hours. At this time, under normal circumstances, no one would report a missing person. So Dean did not ask Daisy to check the missing cases in the district, but took Harry and Robert to search along the route of the garbage truck. This route is mostly apartments. This kind of apartment has a garbage pipe fixed outside the building, which is convenient for residents to throw garbage into the garbage outlet directly inside the building without going out. This also facilitates the search of Dean and the other two. Not long after, the three of them had already searched 3 blocks. On the way to the 4th block, Harry covered his nose and complained, FK, someone actually threw pet excrement into the garbage pipe, it disgusts me. Robert's face also turned a little blue. It is not certain whether the female corpse had any external injuries before entering the trash can. In addition to checking the marks in the trash can, they also have to look into the garbage pipe to see if there are obvious deformation marks, blood stains, etc., to prevent the female corpse from being thrown directly into the garbage outlet from the corridor. As novices, this kind of thing was naturally done by the two of them. Just now, Harry just leaned into the garbage pipe, and a red bag came down the pipe and hit him in the face accurately. It was a bag of fresh dog poop. Dean snickered, Harry, when this case is solved, I will write your sacrifice in detail in the report, so that everyone knows your contribution to solving the case. No. Harry rolled his eyes, I would rather not have extra credit, and I will never allow this matter to be told by others. While talking, the three of them came to a student apartment outside the campus. This is the 4th garbage collection point of the garbage truck. It is a student apartment of a garbage community university. I heard that their private lives are pretty bad. I wonder if there are any good things in the garbage can. Harry raised his eyebrows. He lives nearby and knows everything about the things here. Robert rolled his eyes. Harry, sometimes I really suspect that you were a male teddy bear in your previous life. I really hope that you won't be hit in the face by a few small umbrellas filled with essence later. Stop talking nonsense. Dean interrupted the conversation between the two and pointed to the wide concave alley in front. Let's make a quick decision. There are 7 or 8 garbage recycling points behind. I don't want to be busy in the rain later. The three of them sped up. The garbage bin was thick and blue. It was 4 meters long, 2 meters wide, and about 1.5 meters high. It collected 2 garbage pipes from the apartments on both sides. Before the two climbed in, Dean glanced inside the box and stopped them. Someone went in not long ago. The amount of domestic garbage collected from the 2 apartments was naturally not small. Just over 1 night had passed. There was already a thick layer of garbage in the box. But some places inside had obvious conical depressions. Under normal circumstances, the garbage slides down by gravity and will appear in a loose interval state. Once compressed, it means that it has been compressed by garbage and heavy objects, and the conical concave traces are exactly the 2 feet of a person. After Dean briefly explained, he said, if a homeless person went in and carefully searched for useful supplies, it would appear that the surroundings were high and there was less garbage in the middle. This is their search habit. And the garbage bags would not be so complete. In the current situation, The person who went in is more like looking for something with a purpose, and it is not actually in a physical form, otherwise he would not turn over the garbage and make it everywhere. These are the speculations that naturally came to his mind after he saw the things in the trash can after tracing traces plus psychological deduction. Harry looked at Dean with a confused face. Sorry, Dean, what you said is a bit confusing, I don't understand it. Robert nodded. I don't understand what you mean either. Okay, let me put it bluntly, someone checked the traces in the trash can before us. Did you find that the situation in this trash can is very similar to the situation left after we searched the other 3 trash cans before? The two nodded. Got it. Harry glanced around and reacted. I remember, there was a serious incident here, and the victim seemed to be a Chinese girl. A patrolman came to understand the situation. I talked to them when I got off work. It seems that some colleagues from the branch came here to check the traces before us, but what is the situation at the training base for the guard daughter? Robert, a man who has always been serious, looked at Harry with a gossipy look on his face. He seemed to have a tendency to be assimilated. Harry chuckled and said obscenely, there are a lot of female students here who use the identities of future female nurses and female caregivers to find rich sugar daddies online to support their luxurious and dissolute college life. If you are interested, I will give you a few secret community websites. There are many college students waiting to be adopted. Dean rolled his eyes. Let's talk about this after get off work. Harry, go in now and see if there are any special traces in the trash can. Robert, call the branch and ask if they have received any reports from this school. The deceased was also a young woman. This made him think. Harry turned over reluctantly and jumped into the trash can. Just as he was wearing gloves and squatting to search, he suddenly heard a movement above his head. He looked up and his face changed. FK, stop. Almost at the same time, a woman's scream came, attracting Dean and Robert, who was holding a mobile phone, to look at the trash can. A pair of slender thighs with disproportionately large thighs protruded from the garbage pipe and hid Harry's raised face. When he was attacked by the bigu, he seemed to open his mouth and yell at the intruder. Dean shrugged. Okay, Robert, no need to call, we can directly question the person involved. Because the screaming woman was wearing the standard police pants issued by the police station, it should be a colleague from the police station. After checking the trash can, there was no harvest, so she simply hung on a rope and went down the garbage channel to check the inside of the pipe. It seemed that the woman's voice alarmed the people upstairs. A white man, from the 4th floor window, looked out of his head, saw the scene below, and shouted loudly, LAPD, bastards, what did you do? Arlene, are you okay? A moment. Harry had a clear slap mark on his face, and squatted beside the trash can with a depressed look, smoking a melancholy cigarette. This was the price he paid for breathing the fragrance of the sea at close range. It shouldn't have been like this. Coincidentally, Harry had just kicked off the policewoman's colleague. Now he didn't even dare to get close to the policewoman, and could only hide aside awkwardly. Dean, the white male police officer who came downstairs, and the embarrassed Chinese female police officer learned about the situation here. In fact, they did not come for the wheel-tip case that Harry mentioned. Because the female victim, for some unknown reason, took the initiative to give up the prosecution, and the school smoothed the relationship. The case was over before it even started. They came here this time mainly for a missing case. Missing case? Dean's eyes were strange. Camille, who he wanted to call out to apologize before, seemed to have told him that she might go back in 2 days because a classmate was missing. No mistake, just look at the content of the poem, posted it, read it in 169, book, and forum. But the other party lives in a middle-class community and should have a good family background. There is no reason to go to a school that is basically equivalent to a fake university. Dean felt that he was overthinking. The male policeman thought Dean was curious about the missing case, so he gave a detailed introduction. Yes, this is a missing case. A girl named Sophie disappeared 3 days ago, but she often stayed out all night before, so no one cared. Until the winter vacation was approaching. The dormitory manager couldn't contact her, so he realized something was wrong and called the police. The Chinese female police officer next to her added, there are some problems with the case. Sophie packed her luggage 3 days ago and told her roommates that she was going to Europe for vacation. Then she went out at night and never came back. I remember there are a lot of cameras in this school, right? Robert interrupted. The male police officer nodded, yes, But someone maliciously blocked the camera in the corridor before Sophie disappeared. We only saw her get into a car in front of the gate of the apartment building. But it rained heavily that night and the vision was blurred. We couldn't find a license plate. So we suspect that this is not a simple missing case, but a murder case. We are about to hand over the case to you after checking the pipes. Then why did you check the pipes and trash cans? Dean didn't expect that there would be another case before one case was solved, and he immediately became interested. He now has the dragon-slaying sword in his hand. He can't wait to get more cases to test equality. The Chinese female police officer looked embarrassed. This is my selfish desire. I was responsible for the previous wheel-tipped case. The female victim was a Chinese student studying abroad. She was threatened by the school. I couldn't bear it, but if I want to help her, I must find useful evidence. Rape cases at American University. In fact, the number is very scary. This is related to the accommodation environment here. Men and women live together. Of course, men and women are not on the same dormitory, but on the same floor. The male and female dormitories are often next to or opposite each other. People here like to have parties, drink some wine, play some exciting games, and many things happen naturally. But because many Asian students are forced to join these parties because of some ideas of integrating into the group, they are not as open as the male and female animals in heat here because of their concepts. This will lead to violent forced incidents. And such things often end up with no results. Even the victims will be laughed at by their classmates and called bitches who can't let go. Maybe it's because they are all Chinese. The Chinese female police officer in front of her felt pity. She originally wanted to find useful clues in the trash can, but the trash can had been cleaned last night, so she went into the pipe again, hoping to find something. This method is stupid. But the other party is not a bad person. Although Dean is a bad person, he does not reject good people. In fact, my grandfather and father are also Chinese. Your name is Alan, right? Give me the contact information of the victim, and I will handle this matter. High or low, it is also a case. A mosquito leg is also meat. Okay. Alan showed a happy look on her face and told Dean a number. Dean is a detective, so it would be much easier for him to operate than a patrol officer like her. The white policeman next to him was obviously interested in Arlene, so he quickly stopped Arlene behind him, took out a photo from his pocket, and changed the subject. Detective Dean, this is a photo of the missing student Sophie. Dean looked down and his pupils shrank slightly. The clothes on Sophie were the same as those on the female corpse, found in the garbage dump before. How could this be possible? Sophie got on a car and disappeared for 3 days. The female corpse appeared in the garbage bin and died last night. These two people are actually the same person? Dean hurriedly asked, Arlene, did you find anything in the pipe before? Arlene shook her head, no, but speaking of it, when Bieber was rummaging through the garbage bin before, he found that the turbid rainwater at the bottom of the garbage bin was a little red, which seemed to be blood. Bieber shrugged, actually, this is normal. Students here often bring little rabbits back for dissection. They expect to be admitted to the medical school as a graduate student after graduation, although this is basically impossible. Dean didn't care about these. After seeing the two off, he called Holtz, and then called Harry and the other two to jump into the trash can and clean out all the garbage inside. Not long after, the blood in Arlene's mouth appeared in front of the three people. The blood was very light. And because of the dirt at the bottom of the trash can, it was difficult to find the blood color inside without careful observation. This should be the blood stains on the garbage that were washed into the bottom of the trash can by the rain, and finally became what it is now. But this also left a breakthrough for Dean and the others. Holtz came quickly. Dean, are there any new discoveries? Yes, some bloodstains were found, but it is not certain whether they are from the victim. In addition, a girl disappeared from this university 3 days ago. The clothes she wore before she disappeared were the same as those on the female corpse. We must determine whether they are the same person. Very good breakthrough. Holtz praised, jumped into the trash can, and began to extract physical evidence. On the other side, Sophie's parents also received a phone call from Daisy and rushed to the detective station. As long as the identity of the female corpse is confirmed, there will be a direction for a breakthrough in this case. Chapter 122 There must be something hateful about a pitiful person. In order to ensure the accuracy of the test, Holtz extracted the DNA of the missing girl, Sophie's mother. Forensic Science Department. Holtz and two female assistants were busy. Dean leaned against the cold wall and fell into deep thought. If the female corpse found in the garbage disposal center is really Sophie, then the idea of solving the case will be different from before. According to the current information, Sophie got into a car with an unclear license plate and left on a rainy night 3 days ago, and has not appeared since then. So why did she appear in the trash can in the evening 3 days later, and was finally crushed to death, and couldn't even ask for help? Thinking of this, while Holtz was busy, Dean grabbed one of the twin assistants, Dora. "No, I'm the younger sister Vimy, and my bear is bigger than my sister's." Vimy straightened her ammunition-filled breasts and threw a wink at Dean. "I'm sorry, you two look so much alike, Vimy. Did you find anything special about the previous female corpse?" Vimy thought for a moment and nodded. "We have only conducted a preliminary autopsy so far. The female corpse was between 19 and 22 years old, with flesh and bones shattered all over her body. Only a dozen small umbrellas and some wet wipes were found on her body, and no other items. However, her lower body was bruised, indicating a long and frequent sexual life. Half of her tongue was cut off and then sewn together, which made her unable to speak. The lumbar spine of the female corpse was also cut off by a sharp scalpel, cutting off the surrounding nerves. To put it simply, before her death, she was in a state of being unable to speak effectively, her lower body was paralyzed, and she was slightly dehydrated. I guess her physical strength was also very poor." Hearing this, Dean suddenly realized, "You mean, there are professionals who made Sophie unable to speak and move?" "Yes, the method is very professional and precise. Even my sister and I are afraid that we can't compare with them." With a little fear in her eyes, Vimy added, "And the gaps between the female corpse's nails are very clean, which proves that she didn't struggle when she was in the trash can." "Do you know what this means, Dean?" "She was anesthetized, and it was a precise anesthesia that can make the deceased wake up after being dumped into the garbage truck, and then watch herself being crushed in despair. Yes, the murderer is cruel. He calculated the route and arrival time of the garbage truck and did it on purpose. We were already testing the blood composition of the deceased. But you called us over. It's not finished yet. Then you go ahead. After this case is over, I will treat you sisters to dinner." Dean raised his eyebrows at Vimy. Vimy didn't have time to speak. Dora, the elder sister, came over and licked her lips and said, "Dean, are you sure you want to invite both of us sisters?" "Yes, if I invite only one, I'm afraid the other will cry, but I'm a good man." Dean said righteously, "As a good man, I will never let a beautiful lady shed tears on a beautiful night." The two women understood immediately and continued to work with a smirk. Holtz, who had always been treated as an invisible person, saw Dean flirting with his two twin female assistants in front of him. He couldn't help but feel sour and muttered, "You damn scumbag, you will definitely regret having sex with two future female forensic doctors, I swear." He was sure. The more happy Dean is now, the more miserable he will be after he annoys Dora and Vimy. Holtz looked forward to Dean's regretful look after he became the last eunuch in Los Angeles. It's a pity. He doesn't know what the mastery level of Audi 72 styles is. Afternoon. It's almost time to get off work. Holtz finally took 2 reports and threw them to Dean. One is the DNA match result between the female corpse and Sophie's mother, and the other is the DNA match result between the DNA extracted from sewage and Sophie's mother. The former is easy. The latter is the key to consuming time. "Thank you, Holtz, you've worked hard." Dean looked at the results on the 2 reports and was shocked. The results showed that the female corpse was the missing Sophie, and the last place she appeared was in the trash can. Holtz curled his lips in the face of thanks and said sympathetically, "You're welcome. I just want you to have more time to enjoy the pleasure of being a man before you regret it." "Dean?" ? On the other side, the blonde assistant also came over with a report. "Dean, we detected a mixture of sedatives and muscle relaxants in Sophie's blood. The amount is not small, and it was injected twice, which is enough to make an adult in a state of corpse standing up for 48 hours, but unable to sleep. Is that so?" Dean glanced at the blonde assistant's chest before thanking her. "Thank you, Vimy. You and Dora, wait for my call. Maybe tomorrow night, I will close the case and invite you to dinner." He has basically determined the psychological characteristics, identity characteristics, and behavioral characteristics of the murderer. Vimy chuckled, "You are very accurate this time. I am looking forward to your dinner." Saying goodbye to everyone, Dean returned to the office. Daisy seemed to have gone out and was not there. Harry and Robert were huddled in front of the computer, discussing something with a lewd look on their faces. Dean walked over and saw that it was a charity exchange and adoption website. The charming, young and energetic female students posted their photos under the post, with their requirements for sugar daddies. Below was a group of philanthropists, actively responding and discussing. Very harmonious and positive energy. At least the price was clearly marked, and both parties were willing. Dean looked at it with a critical attitude for a while before speaking out. "Guys, have you got what I want?" The two lewd men were shocked. Especially Robert. The veteran with thick eyebrows and big eyes stammered and confessed, "Dean, you are back. Harry and I are using these websites to study the psychological characteristics of girls like Sophie." Harry was much more calm. "Don't be so hypocritical, man. You just said that you like a sophomore girl majoring in natural sciences. This is charity, not shameful." Dean's face sank. "I don't care about your charity, I only care about what I tell you to do." Imperceptibly, Harry and Robert have begun to get used to following Dean's instructions. Harry quickly took out a printed document. "I have roughly figured out Sophie's social circle and her usual personality by asking Sophie's parents, classmates, and roommates. It's very confusing. She seems to have some special stamp collecting hobby. Her ex-boyfriends are spread across all departments of the school, adding up to a total of 38 people, and almost every boy in her apartment has slept with her. So complicated interpersonal relationships." Dean frowned. "Yes." Harry nodded. "She is the sweetheart daughter of the website we just visited. She has a good reputation and many philanthropists have enjoyed a short but happy time with her. But Sophie's parents don't seem to know this. According to them, their daughter only had one boyfriend in high school. She had good grades and could have gone to a better university, but because of her boyfriend, she had to go to this crappy school. Is her first love also in this school?" Dean found the key point. Under normal circumstances, a girl is willing to give up the visible future for a man, which means that at that time, she really loved the other person. How could such a person become like this now? And the ex-girlfriend becoming the school bus can easily stimulate Sophie's first love and retaliate. Harry sighed. "I also think there is something wrong here, so I coerced and bribed the roommate of Sophie's first love boyfriend, who is a loser." After they entered the school, they attended the welcome party for seniors, but Sophie's first love boyfriend was fooled away by a group of bastards, leaving Sophie behind. She was very beautiful, but after being forced to drink, something happened. Afterwards, Sophie's first love boyfriend was afraid of that group of boys and did not dare to speak for her. He became a coward. Sophie may have been stimulated by this and gave up calling the police. After that, she began to collect stamps of men, and often took photos of the stamps and gave them to her first love. The reason why there are so many cases of rape between students at American University is that in the eyes of those students, they are adults and have the right to enjoy freedom and independence and handle all their own affairs. So calling parents and calling the police will be looked down upon by people around them. It's a very strange idea. But the fact exists. However, Sophie's actions will further stimulate her first love. The school cannot keep secrets. As you can imagine, the other party is almost socially dead. Dean suspected that he had NTR attributes because he insisted on not dropping out of school. Dean temporarily listed Sophie's first love boyfriend as one of the suspects. He turned to look at Robert. "Hey, where's the information you collected?" Robert's job was easy. He took the information he got from the police station in Arlene and said, "The female victim is named Yang Di, Chinese, and enrolled in XX school 2 years ago. 4 days ago. Because the winter vacation is coming. Her floor held a party to welcome the holiday. No mistake, the party turned into a silver party. Yang Di wanted to leave, but was stopped by several boys. Her parents are working illegally here and are applying for green cards. It is also because of this reason that she did not dare to go against the school's wishes after being gang raped and gave up suing the group of students who hurt her." Hearing this, Dean sighed slightly in his heart. The moon abroad is very dirty and not that good. This is just a paradise for the rich. For the poor, it doesn't matter where it is. Dean shook his head and suppressed his distracting thoughts. This case is easy to handle. Physical evidence and witness evidence are not difficult. As long as Yang Di's worries are resolved. If she takes the initiative to sue, the case can be solved directly. This is equivalent to free experience points. So Dean asked casually, "Who proposed the party?" Is there a list of boys who participated? If so, let Holtz extract their DNA, and I will deal with Yang D and apply for a warrant. Just say hello to Mon N. As long as Yang D sues, Mon N and the Chief Justice will say a word, and this case will be easy to handle. What Robert said made Dean want to punch him. After Robert flipped through the information, he read, "One of the hosts of the party is Sophie, the victim we have found so far. She likes to hold such purposeful parties and watch those girls fall. Sophie is very popular with boys, but some girls hate her. In their school, many girls who are looking for sugar daddies have changed their personalities after attending parties held by Sophie." After speaking, Robert explained the previous events again, "So Harry and I really looked at those websites to solve the case." Get lost. Dean grabbed the information in Robert's hand. "Such important information, why didn't you tell me first?" Robert's face was full of grievance. "Sophie has offended too many people. Yang D's relatives should not kill people because of this matter. That's because you don't understand the meaning of chastity to Chinese girls." At this point in time, the atmosphere in China is far less open than Dean's previous life. This means that Yang D may have the intention to kill Sophie. Dean scolded Robert and quickly flipped through the information in his hand. After a while, he fell into thought. Yang D majored in pharmacy, and her studies were very good. She was the kind who could get scholarships, and she rarely communicated with the classmates around her. She spent most of her time in the library. She wanted to be admitted to medical graduate school after graduation. And she has been working hard for this. This is the current situation of most poor international students. They are much more hardworking, diligent, and motivated than the Americans here, trying to seize every opportunity to leap their own class. In this garbage university, the average student may basically just eat and wait for death. But Yang D is different. This school may just be a stepping stone for the other party. She is really likely to master a lot of tedious medical knowledge through her own efforts and successfully pass the medical graduate school of a not-so-top university. So Yang D may be very familiar with human tissue and have superb anatomical methods now. Considering her subject of pharmacy and the incident of the wheel tip, she asked for a long vacation and had enough time to commit the crime. The original victim Yang D, in Din's mind, became the most likely suspect. In addition, in the information about Yang D, there is also a special note from Marlene in the branch. The person who put pressure on Yang D in the school is the professor of Sophie's pharmacy subject. The other party took the initiative to come forward and verbally threatened Yang D. This has to be suspected that this professor is also Sophie's servant, and through some transactions, he will help Sophie to come forward and settle this matter. This professor is also suspected because he is related to Sophie, and he also has medical knowledge. He is also capable of doing what Sophie experienced before her death. Dean put down the information and rubbed his forehead. Sophie's death was cruel. There is a high probability that the murderer and her have irreconcilable conflicts and hate her extremely. This was originally a good clue. He has a great grudge with Sophie and is proficient in anatomy and pharmacy. It is easy to lock the suspect in this way. But pitiful people must have hateful things. Sophie suffered misfortune, and then she gave up on herself, turned into a stamp collector, and became an accomplice of the group of boys, resulting in too many people who resented her. The only good news, there are not many people who are able to cut off Sophie's lumbar nerves cleanly and accurately configure the medicine. There are 3 suspects, just one for each person. Dean waved to Harry and Robert, whispered a few words in their ears, and drove to the home of the victim Yang D. Yang D's parents were illegal workers who came here in their early years. Because of this reason, Yang D only had money to study here after graduating from high school. But the place where they live is not good. Although it is not an apartment where illegal workers often live, it is also located in a community with poor public security. According to the address, Dean drove for more than half an hour before arriving at the small house rented by Yang D and knocked on the door. After a moment, the door was cracked and a face that Dean did not expect appeared. He recognized the other person. The girl did not recognize Dean and asked in confusion, "Who are you looking for?" Dean pointed to the camera above his head. "I thought you would confirm my identity through the pager before opening the door." The girl looked a bit like a junior high school student, and said embarrassedly, "The pager inside the door is broken, and you don't look like a bad person." Suddenly, the girl paused, looked at Dean in surprise, and after looking up and down, she hesitated and said, "Mr. Dean." Dean blinked. "I'm glad you recognized me, Camille." The girl who opened the door was Camille, Lucky coin. She actually appeared in Yang Di's home. Thanks to the book friend Knight of Glory for the reward of 6,000 book coins. Thanks to the boss. Thanks to the book friend Song of Songs I for the reward of 1,500 book coins. Thanks to the boss. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123. I like the little cutie who tells the truth. Camille was half surprised and half happy. So you look like this. The mask last time scared me. By the way, Mr. Dean, how come you are here? Could it be? She seemed to realize that something was wrong and subconsciously took a step back. Dean took out his police badge speechlessly. I am a detective from the Detective Bureau. I came to find Yang Di. Are you her classmate? Seeing the police badge. Hearing Yang Di's name. Camille breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, I am Yang Di's roommate. She is not in a good condition now, so I came to visit her. She thought Dean followed her and found this place. Now it seems that it was because of the disgusting thing that happened to Yang Di. Open the door. Camille pointed to the inner room. Yang Di's parents are working outside and will not be back until after 9 o'clock in the evening. Yang Di just fell asleep. If possible, Detective Dean, can you let her sleep a little longer? I'm not in a hurry. Dean glanced around the room, his eyes paused on a pile of iron cages in the corner, and then casually said, Camille, I thought you were a high school student before, but I didn't expect you to be Yang Di's classmate. Speaking of which, the reputation of that school doesn't seem to be very good. I can't help it. I don't like to study, and my family has no money. I can only get a college diploma. Camille is very open-minded, and pharmacy is also very interesting. I plan to take the postgraduate entrance examination and switch to veterinarian in the future. She looked at Dean cunningly. By the way, you just said that I look like a high school student, and you praised me for being sweet and cute on the phone. You don't like girls of 15 or 16 years old, right? This is a very dangerous thing. Although some states in the United States allow intermarriage. But Los Angeles is not included. The current law in California is, if an adult male has sexual intercourse with a minor between the ages of 14 and 17, it is illegal even if both parties are willing. Either go to jail or pay money. Every lawsuit is successful. Men who can't control their lower body are often blackmailed by young girls. Camille, you are slandering a young and excellent detective. Dean rolled his eyes, and I don't lack a partner. But you said before that you were going to confess your love to the goddess you have been secretly in love with for many years. Camille was a little unconvinced. That's teaching my little brother how to pick up girls. Dean stopped the topic. Since your classmate is sleeping, would you mind answering some questions for me? Camille sat down on the sofa, crossed her legs, revealing her slender thighs in thick white cashmere stockings. Ask, I have a good relationship with Yang Di, and I know a lot about that disgusting thing, so I should be able to give you some help. Dean organized his words before speaking. Because the school doesn't have a very good opinion of Yang Di, I want to get to know her first. They are talking nonsense. Camille's face showed disgust. It must be that old thing Atmani. He is old, but he ignores his family and has an ambiguous relationship with that bitch Sophie, so he slandered Yang Di like this. Atmani? Is he the professor who threatened Yang Di? Yes, I saw Sophie with my own eyes in Atmani's car, helping him bite. Camille paused, then added, by the way, Sophie is the mastermind who invited Yang Di to the silver orgy party. I was not there at the time, and Yang Di rarely interacted with others. He was not clear about these things. After being bullied by those self-degrading bitches, he followed them. When I returned to the dormitory, it was too late. Fortunately, that bitch Sophie disappeared. I really hope she died outside. She was obviously very unhappy with Sophie. Even in front of the detective Dean, she directly said that she hoped Sophie would die outside. Dean retracted his gaze that had been observing Camille's expression and posture. Sophie has used this trick on many girls. Almost. I have talked to Yang Di about this before. But she is too timid and dare not offend anyone. In addition, it was daytime and there were many girls around, so she thought nothing would happen. She didn't know that those bitches had encountered these things before, but they chose to degenerate and especially expected others to encounter the same things as them. It's as if they make others as unfortunate as them, so they don't have to worry about others looking at them with strange eyes. Camille became more and more angry, clenching his fists with both hands, and his childlike face was flushed as if he had drunk too much. Dean's eyes narrowed slightly. Camille was hiding and avoiding his questions. Dean stood up, and in front of Camille's surprised eyes, he looked straight at her flashing panic eyes and repeated, "Sophie has used this trick on many girls." Camille wanted to retreat, but behind her was the back of the sofa. Camille had no way to avoid it, so she could only close her eyes tremblingly and said in fear, "Don't do this, I'm scared." Because she was too close. The girl's unique sweet and sticky breath hit Dean's face, with a little heat, coupled with the girl's panicked look with her eyes closed. It was very tempting. Dean's eyes were only cold. "Since entering the room, you have used psychological hints on me no less than 3 times, tried to seduce me twice, answered my questions, and habitually used montage narrative methods. My patience is limited. Now tell me, your relationship with Sophie." After Camille knew that Dean was a detective, every word he said had a purpose. The first psychological hint, to remind herself that she and Yang Di have a very good relationship. The second psychological hint, Sophie has harmed many people and has many enemies. The third psychological hint, it is because of the previous 2 reasons that she hates Sophie and the people around her so much. After 3 steps of preparation, she used montage narration to face Dean's last question. Montage narration is a trick that some people will subconsciously use when they lie, through language narration, confuse time and space, distort facts, and reduce responsibility. The words are all true, but the meanings expressed are completely different. For example, the woman I like is married, I like other people's wives. I divorced her, she was with someone else, and I beat her, she divorced me, and was with someone else. This thing is self-taught, but those who can use it skillfully are often repeat offenders. Camille is like this. Although she answered Dean's question and did not tell a lie, but it gives people the feeling that she reminded Dean again, "The reason why I hate Sophie and others so much is because Yang Di is my good friend, they are mean, and I can't stand it." These methods are very hidden. An average detective, even Lawrence, who had a psychiatrist ex-wife, would probably be led by Camille to investigate the girls who had been harmed by Sophie. And he would not consider one question, what is the relationship between Camille and Sophie? Unfortunately, she ran into Dean. Dean smelled a faint smell of medicine from Camille as soon as he entered the door. Scanning the house, although he saw the clothes, shoes, and daily necessities of adult men and women, he did not see any details of the Chinese couple living here. It seemed more like it was used to scare thieves. In a corner of the empty living room, there were piles of iron cages. This kind of cage is generally used to hold mice or rabbits. This made Dean realize that Camille had something on his mind, and this was not where Yang Di's parents lived at all, but more like a secret base for 2 girls. Hearing Dean reveal his little tricks, the pitiful panic on Camille's face faded away, and her eyes met Dean's blue eyes with surprise. After staring at each other for a few seconds, she laughed and said, "Okay, I admit that Sophie also tried to trick me, and then I stuck a knife in her vagina, and those bitches let me go. Obviously, her previous appearance was all a disguise. This is a girl who knows psychology very well." Dean just looked at Camille, whose temperament changed freely, until her face turned pale and she turned her head away subconsciously to avoid looking at him. Then he reached out and pinched Camille's chubby little face. "Very good, I like little cuties who tell the truth. Pull away from each other. No mistake, 1 song, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look." Dean sat back in his seat. "Tell me, how did you kill Sophie?" Camille then noticed that Dean's left hand had a cold metallic pistol in it, aiming at her chest. She was scared and broke into cold sweat. Just now, she was very hesitant, wondering whether to take out the surgical knife from her pantyhose and stab Dean. But thinking of her perfect alibi in the case of Sophie, she hesitated again. Now it seems that hesitation saved her. Facing Dean's straightforward questioning, Camille bit her lip and said stubbornly, "I don't know what you are talking about. Sophie's disappearance has nothing to do with me, not to mention that I killed her." Seeing that she was still stubborn, Dean smiled and said, "I know that you did a lot of induction, such as the car before Sophie left, such as the extremely precise incisions, sutures, and drug configuration on Sophie's body." Every time he mentioned something, Camille's face turned paler. Although she was very smart, she was only less than 20 years old after all, and she didn't have much experience. Facing the pressure from an old pervert like Dean, she was also slow to react. She tried to hint to Dean. Dean also tried to use Camille as an experiment after discovering something was wrong, practicing psychological induction, destruction, and reconstruction. Camille was about to follow Dean's rhythm. There was a light sound. A Chinese girl with drooping eyebrows and triangular eyes glared at Dean, holding a pistol in her hand and pointing it at Dean. "No matter who you are, this is my home, get out of here." Camille was also awakened by the noise. She looked at Dean in horror. It was all psychological. She had already reacted, and Dean was just trying to guide her psychological state. "Camille, are you okay?" Camille shook her head. "Yang Di, I'm fine. In addition, Detective Dean, if you have evidence, come to me again with an arrest warrant, otherwise you are not welcome here. If you don't leave, we will call the police and file a complaint against you. We will also contact the media, saying that you discriminate against Chinese people, are indifferent to the murderer, but are pressing the victim tightly." "Camille, why waste time talking to him? Anyway, the doctor has prescribed me severe depression. If he doesn't leave, even if I shoot him, the judge will side with me." Yang Di's hand holding the gun was shaking badly, but he was still trying to threaten Dean. Unfortunately, the double act of these two people posed no threat to Dean. He lit a cigarette calmly, and put his feet on the coffee table. "You can try, which is faster, your gun or mine." This stupid woman, the safety of the pistol was not even on. "What do you want to do?" Camille stopped in front of Yang Di, and obviously noticed this. While speaking, she gestured to Yang Di. Dean is not blind. He strode in front of the two, snatched the gun from Yang Di's hand, threw it on the sofa, and was too lazy to continue wasting his time. He stated his purpose. "First, Yang Di, you must cooperate with me and testify against those who raped you. I will help you deal with them. Second, Camille, for the sake of knowing each other, I allow you to surrender and reduce the charge of murder. Anyway, you should have a great confidence that the chain of evidence is insufficient. In this case, why are you so timid? To be honest, Camille is not guilty of a heinous crime, and the deceased Sophie is not deserving of death. This case is a mess. It's absolutely absolute. Camille's method of killing was similar to time bomb. What really killed Sophie was the garbage truck, and Camille probably set up a lot of inducements. It would probably be a waste of time to solve the case honestly. In the end, it might not be possible to form a sufficient chain of evidence. Dean just wanted experience points. If Camille didn't agree, then he could only shoot the other party. At this moment, a police car came with the sirens. Dong dong dong, the doorbell rang. Yang Di, who was behind Camille, showed a happy expression and ran to open the door. "Mr. Policeman, this person pretended to be a detective and broke into a private house with a gun." She actually secretly called the police. Seeing this, Camille also breathed a sigh of relief. The patrolman who came. A bald strong man, a black iron tower, both of them had guns in their hands, and they looked safe. Camille was about to use the patrolman to escape with Yang Di, but saw Dean next to him greet the two patrolmen. "Hawk." "Dean." The bald patrolman paused with his gun. "Dude, it's you. Do you need help? Help me close the door." Hawk glanced at Yang Di's Chinese face, without any hesitation, and made an okay gesture. Under the desperate gaze of the two girls, he left with his companions without even entering the house. Before leaving, he was very considerate to help Dean close the door and say goodnight. Chapter 124. Camille, he is not bad. Ross's request for help. Looking at the door closed by two police officers, Yang Di was dumbfounded. Camille was also confused. Black police. Dean looked at the two girls who were standing there stupidly and smiled faintly. "What do you think of my proposal now?" "It is undeniable. These two girls have high IQs and careful thinking. They are excellent criminal rookies. But they are still too immature. They don't know the rules. They are always flexible when facing different people. He who knows the times is a hero." Camille immediately raised his hands and surrendered. "I can turn myself in, or I can tell you here how I designed Sophie, but if your chain of evidence cannot convict me, it is none of my business." "No problem, your conditions are reasonable." Dean was very generous. As long as all the criminals in the case are arrested and shot, he can gain experience points. As for whether the criminals will be convicted, it is none of his business. Seeing his companions admit defeat, Yang Di said with some embarrassment, "Detective, I have always wanted to sue those bastards, but my parents don't support me." Dean was puzzled. Didn't you say in your previous confession that the school put pressure on you? Camille rolled her eyes and hugged Yang Di. The school not only found Yang Di, but also found her parents, saying that they could help them with their green card application. It is actually very difficult for illegal workers to apply for a green card. Yang Di's parents chose to put pressure on Yang Di for this thing. Yang Di was too stupid to agree. If I were her, I would break off relations with such parents. Dean did not comment on this personal choice. Things went more smoothly than he thought. It was just a one-time understanding of the situation. With a powerful trace tracking and mind reading, he directly found the real culprit of the case, and even Yang Di's case, and saved her parents from helping her parents deal with the green card issue, and directly achieved the goal. This is very comfortable. Dean put away the gun, checked the time, and sent the twin sisters an invitation to dinner. Then he lay lazily on the sofa, crossed his feet, and no longer felt the pressure before. It's still some time before the evening. Camille, I'm curious about how you designed this case. In fact, my colleagues are still investigating the clues you deliberately left behind, but you just happened to meet me. Camille first sent Yang Di, who was worried, back to the room, and then sat down next to Dean and began to tell her story of the crime. Sophie had completely turned evil since she was heartbroken by her first boyfriend. She had promiscuous sex, dragged people into the water, and even became a pimp. Camille almost fell for it before. But she looked like a child, but she was not easy to mess with. When she found something wrong, she didn't wait for the group of boys to pour wine, and directly used a knife and fork to dig into Sophie's vagina, which shocked the group of scumbags and got away safely. She was not harassed again. So she didn't plan to kill Sophie. But Sophie touched Yang Di. They both had a dream of being a doctor, and often gathered together to read books, discuss the configuration of medicines, and dissect cute little animals, and then enjoy Yang Di's dishes that were different from the monotonous American dishes. The two were both teachers and friends, and even depended on each other. From that moment on, Camille decided to let Sophie enjoy the most painful death. Sophie had too many flaws. She had complicated social relationships and often had to go out. Camille first imitated the handwriting of Sophie's first love boyfriend and sent photos of Sophie and the school professor to the professor's wife. The letter stated that if the professor's wife did not want her enviable life to become a laughingstock of neighbors and colleagues, she should go to Sophie and talk as soon as possible. If she could not make Sophie leave her professor husband, then as Sophie's boyfriend, he would post photos of the two throughout the school and near their home. The professor's wife, for the sake of a good life, might turn a blind eye to her husband's chaotic private life, but she would never be willing to lose this life, or even bring shame to herself and her children. On the same day, the professor's wife drove her own car and called Sophie to the car for a talk. Camille didn't care about the details. She knew that Sophie would definitely not be in a good mood. She followed Sophie, who got off the car, and under the cover of heavy rain, she knocked her unconscious, then dragged her directly to the trash can behind the apartment building, quickly performed an operation on her, injected her with drugs, and then threw Sophie into the trash. Everything after that was just as she planned. After listening to Camille's story, Dean was still a little confused. How did you calculate the time when Sophie would wake up so accurately? You know, it's not easy. Camille smiled. Before I did it, I used my own body to do many experiments. After knocking Sophie down, I also injected the drug into her twice, so I can grasp the time when the drug loses its effect relatively accurately. In addition, when I was bored, I observed the garbage truck driver on this route and knew his habits and the approximate time of coming. As long as you master these, it is far less difficult to time it well than you think. In fact, I deliberately reduced the amount of the drug, just hoping that she can watch herself turn into rotten meat bit by bit, just like she watched others turn into rotten goods bit by bit again and again. Camille said it easily with a smile on his face, but the content of his words was very cruel. What's next? You should have considered the consequences of being discovered and made plans for the future, right? Dean was more interested in this childlike girl. This would help him understand the psychology of criminals. This is easier. Camille said confidently. Sophie already has many enemies, which will cause great trouble to the police investigation. I have also prepared two routes for the police. One is Sophie's first love boyfriend, and the other is the professor. As long as they investigate, they will find that they all have motives, time and ability to kill. Even if these are useless. Sophie also died in a garbage truck, and the scars on her body are difficult to lock me. Even if they finally lock me. Camille sneered. According to California law, it is difficult for the police to collect a complete chain of evidence, which is why I delayed Sophie's death. The most important thing is that I have prepared all the evidence of Sophie's crimes. Even if I am tried. During the trial, I will take out these things and detonate public opinion. Then the criminal record in my file will not only not become my shame, but will become my medal of honor. They will call me hero. After that, whether it is publishing a book or doing other things with a reputation, Camille will be smooth sailing. Dean looked at the confident Camille in front of him in surprise and gave her a thumbs up. You are the second smartest girl I know. I am curious why you ended up in this garbage school. Faced with a compliment, Camille was a little dissatisfied and frowned her beautiful eyebrows. Second? Mr. Dean, you mean, I am the second smartest girl you know? Yes, her name is Carola, and she is 13 years old this year. Dean thought of the 13-year-old girl taken away by Anthony, and his tone was affirmative. At least, he can suppress Camille in front of him. But if Camille is replaced by Carola, Dean will choose to draw his gun without hesitation, without giving the other party a chance to speak, and directly use physical means to get rid of the other party. 13 years old? I don't believe it. Camille clenched her fists. I have never met anyone smarter than me. If it weren't for my plan, do you think I would? She paused suddenly, but her big eyes were still unconvinced, as if she was saying to Dean, you lied to me, I don't believe it. Plan. Yes. Camille looked at Dean with disdain. Just hook up with you pedophile perverts, and then make an appointment to castrate them one by one. Anyway, it was all said, so she didn't hide it. Especially since Dean said he knew a 13-year-old girl. Since entering the room, he has looked at her legs no less than 50 times. How dare you say you are not a pervert? Bah. Scumbag. Dean rolled his eyes and said bluntly, I don't like Zaya Abanban. I hope you drink more papaya milk after entering the prison. Zaya Abanban, you lean back, I will even think you are bending over. No mistake in the poem. Post, content, 1. She leaped up and used a standard taekwondo whip kick to hit Dean's head. Wow, isn't this a gangster's excitement punch? I haven't seen a pair of pants with cartoon patterns in many years. As Dean spoke, his palm accurately grabbed Camille's calf that she offered to him. He stood up and carried this girl who was only 1.7 meters tall and weighed less than 100 kilograms. At the same time, his flexible fingers brushed across her legs and knocked away the scalpel hidden by her. Let me go, scum. Camille was hung upside down in the air, raised her fist, and hit Dean's thigh with all her might. But when Dean's fingers brushed past, a strange electric current surged. Numb and tingling. The girl's angry shouting became strange, losing the momentum of an angry puppy, and instead sounded like the whimpering of a kitten. Dean realized something was wrong and quickly let go. I hope to see you come to the detective bureau to surrender today. See you again if we are lucky. Goodbye. After leaving the door, Dean hit his left hand hard a few times. This damn skill instinct. Although Camille, a legal Lolita, is indeed very tempting, Dean doesn't want to provoke this kind of female pervert who plans to castrate others. Inside the house, Camille blushed, picked up her scalpel, and stabbed it hard on the sofa. This damn pervert. Creak. At this time, Yang Di opened the bedroom door, poked his head out, and said worriedly, Camille, are you okay? Did that bastard bully you? Camille quickly blocked the scalpel in his hand and shook his head. No, he is not bad. Let's discuss how to deal with the next thing first. By the way, do you have any extra pants here? Yang Di? After leaving Yang Di's house, Dean drove to the supermarket. He will meet the twin sisters alone in the evening. This is destined to be a bloody and fierce night. So he needs to prepare a box of oversized umbrellas to protect himself for the rest of his life, so as not to win the bid. Dean doesn't want to be on the American Dog Blood Recognition show one day. Just then, Harry called. Wow, Dean, I have a big discovery here. I found Sophie's blood in Professor Sophie's wife's car. Dean, well, I have solved the case. You and Robert can go back. No need to investigate. The murderer will surrender before the end of get off work. Okay, I got it. On the other end of the phone, Harry looked at the sky and hung up the phone silently. If it wasn't Dean who said this, he would definitely think that the other party was talking in his sleep in broad daylight. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. The dark clouds above Los Angeles finally dissipated. The sun shone through the clouds, dyeing the luxurious hotel suite master bedroom into a bright golden color. Dean lay on the bed, as if he had a nightmare. His expression changed, sometimes ferocious, sometimes comfortable. His strong hands grabbed the sheets tightly, as if he was enduring some unbearable pain. Woo! After a sob and choking sound. Sister Dora covered her mouth and retreated, and Sister Vimy couldn't wait to take over. A pleasant day. It started with the female captains blowing the charge horn. Just then, the noisy ringing of the phone broke the pink atmosphere in the room. Dean opened his eyes, frowned and picked up the phone on the bedside. After seeing the phone note, his brows disappeared. He answered the phone and said enthusiastically, "Hi, Rose, I'm glad you can call me. It seems that you have come out of the shadow of the last incident." "Yes, but I encountered something more unpleasant." Rose's voice sounded a little decadent, and her voice was a little choked. "FK, Laura, that stinky bitch, actually got together with my brother." While the victim found out that something was wrong. But it is rare for a rich second generation like Rose to be so innocent and cry after finding out that she was cheated. In the spirit of humanitarianism, Dean comforted, "Ross, I'm not very good at comforting people, but if you need to talk, we can go for a drink tonight. I should be a good listener." "No, I'm just a woman." After twitching his nose twice, Ross lowered his voice, "I don't want to disturb you when you are so embarrassed, but I have something urgent to talk to you about. If possible, can you come to my place now?" Dean looked up and glanced at Weemy, who was wrestling with his elder brother, and said apologetically, "Ross, although I also want to come now. But my good brother is fighting. He doesn't look very good now. I need to keep an eye on him. How about this, Ross? If you have anything, you can tell me first. I will come over after I deal with my brother's affairs. You are so good to your brother." Ross's tone was full of admiration and envy. "I wish I had a brother as good as you. Dean is so good to his brother." "But his brother? Let's not talk about it." Ruiz wiped his tears and continued, "It's not convenient to talk over the phone. I don't trust many outsiders now. If possible, please come over as soon as you have time. The reward will definitely satisfy you." "Okay. Nothing else to do." Dean agreed. He hung up the phone. Dean turned over, put on a tough holster for his lance, launched a counterattack, and killed the enemy, who fell to the ground and begged for mercy. A big battle. Finally, it came to an end at noon. Dean looked at the two sisters who were like dead pigs, ordered dinner for them, and drove to Ruiz's big villa in Los Angeles with the joy of victory. The experience points for the two cases of Camila and Yang Di have been credited. The total is only 800. There's still 1,300 experience points to upgrade to the next level. Dean is looking forward to a surprise waiting for him on Ruiz's side. I found that I shouldn't look at the writer group before writing. A bunch of idiots. Posting pictures every day. It has affected the things written by the dog thief. Exclamation mark. Chapter 125, RUOC, You Are My Retribution. Dean's only impression of Ross was that he was a big shot. Let's not talk about anything else. Just talk about his modified sports car. Dean asked the forensics department, and the bulletproof effect of the president's car was probably at that level, and it might not be as good as that. Because the glass of Ross's car was not thick. This means that the material is more advanced, and it is difficult to get it simply by money and power. So even though Laura came to him several times later and wanted to reconnect with him, she was rejected by the ruthless Dean. He didn't want to get into trouble. Ross didn't live in Laura's villa. It was just a birthday gift he gave to Laura. According to Ross's personality, even if he knew he was cheated, he would not take back the things he was given. To be honest, Dean has come into contact with many women, and now he is proficient in psychology, but many times, he still can't figure out some women's brain circuits. For example, Laura. She and Ross only got along for a year. Even if she is destined not to be Ross's legal wife, it would be great to be a lover, or leave after accumulating enough capital. She insisted on cheating. Now she will probably have to leave after being played by Ross's friends. Half an hour later, Dean came to the top wealthy area in the city where Ross was. He was in a happier mood now. Because Massa had transferred the bounty for killing the Skinning brothers last time. It was not $2 million, but $2.5 million. This made Dean's impression of Massa improve sharply. This is a man with a sense of propriety. Dean sent him a text message, saying that the two could still cooperate next time if there was a chance. Put away the phone. Dean began to scan the surrounding environment. This is his professional habit. There are single-family villas with a long distance between them, with high greening, complete entertainment and living facilities inside, and armed security patrolling with ferocious hounds at all times. For the rich people living here, those patrolmen are only qualified to patrol outside the community, and security is only to prevent some outsiders from entering. As for themselves, most of them have separate security. Just a simple observation for a while. Dean realized that the security here is very strict. Maybe he stayed too long. 2 skinny security guards with sharp eyes surrounded him. Dude, this is a private area. If you are not a resident, you are not allowed to approach. So cool? Dean frowned and took out his detective ID. Sorry, my friend asked me out. Besides, I am a Los Angeles detective, not a bad guy. Unexpectedly, the two did not even look at the detective ID in Dean's hand, but their faces became more vigilant. Outsiders entering here must have a pass applied for by the owner. Otherwise, even if you are a detective, we can't let you in. A faint tingling feeling enveloped his chest. This made Dean realize that as long as he made any unusual movements, the 2 security guards would not hesitate to draw their guns and form crossfire output against him, even if he revealed his identity as a detective. Okay, I'll call him. Dean shrugged helplessly and could only call Ross to ask someone to pick him up. Wait for a while. A very mini off-road vehicle rushed to the door. Ross, with red and swollen eyes, poked his head out. Thank God, Dean, you finally came. I almost collapsed. Dean shrugged. You put a lot of pressure on me, Ross. I'm just an ordinary detective. The experience just now made him have a clearer understanding of himself, and his somewhat impetuous heart calmed down again. But I don't have anyone I can trust now. Ross wanted to say something, but when he glanced at the security guard standing guard not far away, he realized that this was not the place to talk, and immediately opened the car door. Let's go inside. Thanks to Ross, Dean saw what a real rich person is. I won't say much about the luxury of the building. According to Ross's personal introduction, this villa, which he rarely stayed in, has 3 floors of space underground, with a full set of arsenals, resource reserves, backup generators, and underground communication equipment. Even if a disaster occurs, he can take emergency shelter here and live a very comfortable life. In addition, inside the villa, there are more than 20 male and female servants, more than 10 armed elite security guards, and a helicopter on the rooftop ready for action at any time. Dean even saw some hidden locations where some unspeakable heavy fixed weapons were placed. As long as there is a need, this place can be immediately transformed into a temporary fortress. This made him more aware that he was still a local dog. The reason he could talk to people of Ross's level before was only because Ross, a rich second generation, was more eccentric. Ross, however, seemed to be unaware of the difference in their identities. Not only did he enthusiastically take Dean to visit many places here, he also introduced him to all the servants and housekeepers here, and even the bodyguards. This way, next time Dean wants to come here, he won't have to go through so much trouble. To be honest, Ross, a dog owner, is really a good person. He's just a little silly. He's like a child who has not experienced much of the world. I don't know how his family trained him. Ross's character is obviously not a suitable heir. Ross's private study. Dean enjoyed the dessert and drinks brought by the maid. He looked at the tangled Ruiz and was a little speechless. Dude, to be honest, I just realized how inhumane you are. I don't think I have the ability to help you solve the troubles you find difficult. But I have nothing but money. Ruiz gave Dean a look that said you don't understand my difficulties, and then turned on the large LCD computer in his study. That's why I asked you to come. The screen turned on, and it was blood red. We will send you blessings tonight, ignorant idiot. Puff. After seeing these things clearly, Dean couldn't hold it in and spit out a big mouthful of drink. After coughing a few times, he complained, you entered the dark web without any protection. This thing. He was very familiar with it. This is the warning and intimidation of some organizations on the dark web. Most of them are because ordinary people who don't know the rules mistakenly enter, and because of some unruly words and actions, they attract warnings. In serious cases, those organizations will also seize their real IDs and brutally kill them to deter outsiders. Ruiz went in without hiding his ID, which was tantamount to running naked inside. Everyone knew that he was Zio Bay, which could easily attract some people with bad intentions to intimidate and threaten him. Ruiz was relieved when he heard Dean recognize these things. This is why I called you here. Because of some things, I angered some people inside. Even if I offered to pay for a private settlement, they were unwilling and issued a warning to me. I couldn't tell my family about this matter, so I was worried about my safety. Dean rolled his eyes. Shouldn't we worry about those idiots? You know, the dark web seems awesome, but many of them are small characters. It's just that they are mysterious that makes people who just come into contact with them feel afraid. There are really blind pouncers who come to find Ruiz. Dean doubts whether the pouncers can break through the outermost security here. The chaos in America has never been a fight against the rich. As long as there is something unusual here. Dean guaranteed that the patrol police within a 10-kilometer radius would definitely swarm in within a few minutes like madhounds, in exchange for the generous donations from the rich afterwards. Unless Dean looked at Ruiz carefully, he was a little uncertain. What did you do in there? No mistake, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, take a look. Ruiz lowered his head. The bastard who robbed Laura was too much? He sent me a very disgusting photo of Laura helping him. I was very angry. In addition, I saw on the internet that I could find someone to help deal with some things. I bought some virtual currency last night and issued a reward. Dean's expression became serious. How much virtual currency did you offer as a reward? The inside of the black network seems chaotic, but in fact it has its own rules. Different levels of rewards mean that killers at different levels can access the corresponding information, and this is divided into different channels. If it is an organizational channel, it's okay. This means that only the killer members and agents of that organization can see the reward information, isolating other killers. Even if you offend, as long as you are willing to pay the price, those organizations can still suppress the killers below and prevent them from causing trouble. What if it is a public channel? Seeing Dean's serious expression, Ruiz weakly stretched out a finger. Not much, just this little. 100,000. Ruiz shook his head. 1 million. Ruiz shook his head again, a little embarrassed. It was 10 million US dollars. 3 people contacted me at that time. I chose one who looked a little scary, but then I thought that it was a murder after all, so I told the other party that I wanted to withdraw the order. 10 million. Dean stood up suddenly, pushed Ruiz away, looked at the pattern on it carefully, and then said seriously, "You sent the reward to the public area." Ruiz had no idea in his mind and said stupidly, "What public area?" Dean looked at him and said word by word, "Even the top killers in the world can see your reward. 10 million US dollars is the starting price for top killers. You know, even in Bay, the third killer in North America, usually starts at 1 million US dollars. He is not even qualified to see Ruiz's reward information. And this kind of person who stands at the top of the industry. Not to mention his eccentric personality, but he is definitely arrogant in his heart. If Joss put up a bounty and then withdrew it, the other party would definitely not be able to swallow this breath." Seeing Joss still looking at a loss, Dean was speechless and took out his gun. "The other party sent you a death notice yesterday. It's already afternoon now. I suspect that the other party has come. Take me to the safe house here immediately." Joss finally realized the seriousness of the matter. He hesitated, "But there are still many servants and bodyguards here, Joss." Dean interrupted Joss and said unkindly, "Do you know the Carmen family? They were destroyed overnight by the third killer in North America, the Clown V. But the Clown V didn't even have the qualifications to see your bounty. Why are you still hesitating? If he didn't suspect that the killer had lurked in, and he was introduced to those servants and bodyguards by Joss, indicating his identity as a detective, Dean would definitely not pay any attention to Joss and leave immediately. He is in a very embarrassing situation now. Normal people would think that he is a helper invited by Joss mainly because Dean doesn't dare to bet whether he can leave safely now. I don't know if it's retribution for sleeping with Laura. Every time I'm with this guy, nothing good happens. Last time, he took me into a group of gunmen. This is even more amazing. Because of a trivial matter, he directly provoked the world's top killer, and also trapped me, an inconspicuous low-level detective. Exclamation mark. It's really amazing. Exclamation mark. Hearing about the Carmen family, Joss's face turned pale. At his level, he obviously knew the existence and experience of the Carmen family. Joss didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore, and took Dean to take the elevator quickly. After quickly pressing a set of passwords on it, it stopped at the -3 floor that the elevator didn't display. At this time, at the top of the villa, A bodyguard shook his ears as if he had sensed something, then lowered his head to look at the tactical watch on his hand, smiled faintly, leaned against the corner, and continued to stand guard seriously. He has a principle. Do fixed things at fixed times. In the basement, Dean sat in front of a computer, sent the sign Joss received to Massa via email, and called him again. Massa was obviously in a good mood. After the call was connected, he said in a cheerful tone, "Dean, if you are calling for the extra money, then don't call me. I am very happy to cooperate with you, and that is what you deserve. It's not about money." Dean said briefly, "I sent a picture to your email address. I need to know whose logo the picture is as soon as possible. If I have the other party's detailed information, it would be even better." Massa realized Dean's urgency and agreed immediately without asking the reason. He hung up the phone. While Dean logged into the dark web through a virtual IP, he said to the bewildered Ross, "Dude, don't stand there like an idiot. Contact your family immediately, tell them the truth, and ask for help." Ross's family is definitely not low level. They may have some connections with some large organizations on the dark web that cannot be put on the surface. No. Ross refused outright. "This matter must not be known to my family, otherwise my father will definitely shoot me." Dean was speechless, "But we can't hide here forever, man. Although he is a great shooter and can fight anyone head-on, he is still a flesh-and-blood body, unable to defend against bullets, nor can he withstand various toxin assassinations that are difficult to defend against." Dean didn't want to care about Ross's life or death. If he wasn't worried about the revenge of the family behind Ross, he even wanted Ross to take a helicopter with a group of bodyguards and leave here alone, and then he would take the opportunity to leave. But no matter how Dean persuaded him, Ross just held his head and refused to let his family know about his embarrassing things. Dean took a deep breath, and considering Ross's character that he was easy to bully, he clenched his fist and prepared to give him a set of human sober fist. Beep beep. The computer received a reply from Massa's email. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.